Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
President, I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate? If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised.
I call the clerk.
Members, Private Senators Bill Order of the Day number 26, Members of Parliament Staff Amendment Providing Certainty and Improving Integrity Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the motion for the second reading and on the amendment moved by the Leader of the Australian Greens, Senator Waters.
Senator Dunningham, you're in continuation.
I am, Deputy President. Thank you very much. Well, I was saying last week, of course, in debating this excellent piece of legislation by the Leader of the Opposition, that clearly what we have here is an arrangement between the Australian Greens and the government which is harmful to the rest of the participants in debate in this chamber. Crossbench senators and opposition senators that, of course, have been penalised by a vindictive approach being taken by this government, the reduction of resources available to members of this place to do their jobs properly and hold this government to account. I described it as a buy now, pay later arrangement between the Australian Greens and the government, of course, where they get that beautiful, sumptuously appointed party room down the other end of the building there with beautiful, comfortable leather seats and large special species timber desks to sit at and make their big decisions, all in return for supporting these dodgy deals with the government. It is disappointing sort of approach to democracy. You would expect more from the Greens, who typically are defenders of everyone's rights to do their job. But I will say,
order. No, sorry.
I will say, and the upstanding response I got from the manager of government business. But look, I will say the Leader of the Greens has moved an amendment to this piece of legislation, a second reading amendment, which I will point out is very similar to one that a motion that's been put into this place by Senator Payman. And given the Leader of the Greens has proposed this second reading amendment, I will be very interested to see how, of course, the Greens vote on Senator Payman's motion when it comes up for decision in this place. I would expect, given they're proposing such a thing, they will support that motion. Because that would be the right thing to do, given you've gone and put something like this on record. So let's see how that goes, Deputy President, but this is an excellent bill and I commend it.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. As a servant to the people of Queensland and Australia, I support this bill to restore fairness, integrity and justice to allocation of staff in crossbench senators' offices, and to protect accountability in Parliament and to guard democracy. The Prime Minister currently has the authority and sole discretion to determine the number of parliamentary advisers to crossbench senators. Here's how he allocated staff in the previous Parliament and then after the recent election. Firstly, crossbench senators who largely vote with Labor. David Pocock. Before the election, 2 advisers. After the election, unchanged, 2 advisors. Tammy Tyrrell, before the election, 2 advisors. After the election, unchanged, 2 advisors. Lydia Thorpe, before the election, 2 advisors. After the election, unchanged, 2 advisors. Jackie Lambie, before the election, 3 advisors. 3. After the election, unchanged, 3 advisors. Secondly, let's move on to the crossbench senators who often oppose Labor in the Senate. Senator Ralph Babet, before the election, 2 advisors. After the election, cut in half, 1 advisor. 1. One Nation senators, before the election, 2 advisors each. After the election, on average, cut in half, 1 advisor each. 1. Thirdly, crossbench Senator Fatima Payman, who resigned from Labor during the last term, embarrassing the Prime Minister and the Labor Party. Before the election, 0 advisors, 0. After the election, 0 advisors, 0. None. Next, consider this. The Prime Minister sacked both my advisors. He bypassed me, their employer. The parliamentary advisor's duty, the personal advisors, is to assist senators with researching proposed legislation, assist senators in writing speeches, advise on parliamentary tactics, help prepare questions for Senate estimates hearings, be the first point of contact with community groups and deputise for senators in meetings when the senator is engaged in the chamber or elsewhere in the state. The Prime Minister radically gutted the staffing of those senators who hold the Labor Party accountable. This does not pass the pub test, nor any test for fairness, integrity, justice. When the Prime Minister cuts the staffing of those senators who take positions opposing his, he has an obvious conflict of interest. The incentive for the Prime Minister is to cut the resources of his political opponents in seeking to take political advantage and to cut us off at the legs. Reducing the number of support staff for a senator effectively reduces the ability of a senator to function on behalf of the electorate and to provide an effective opposition, a foundation of our Westminster system of democratic government. This is an abuse of taxpayer funds and of the nation's top political office, that of Prime Minister. To cripple senators with the courage to hold the Prime Minister's government accountable and to reward those senators who support the Prime Minister's agenda. This Prime Minister seems to forget that Parliament does not serve him. He serves the people through the democratically elected Parliament. The state I proudly represent, Queensland, has 5.7 million people. Tasmania has 575,000. The state I represent has around 10 times the number of constituents as Tasmania. Queensland is 25 times larger in area than Tasmania. Queensland has more diverse regions and climates and a much larger and more diverse economy. Queensland's gross state product is 12 times larger than Tasmania's. Yet the Prime Minister allocates more than twice the number of advisors to each Tasmanian crossbench senator than to each Queensland crossbench senator. Senator Witten's state of Western Australia has an area almost 40 times that of Tasmania. He's got to get around in that. The state of New South Wales has a population 14 times that of Tasmania. The disparities between our states and the Australian Capital Territory with its tiny population are even more striking than with Tassie. This treatment of different Senate officers is inequitable and raises issues of bias, discrimination and political bastardry. This clearly shows the Prime Minister to be incapable of fairness and clearly displays his vindictiveness, incompetence and biased behaviour. Is he aiming to cripple One Nation after we received a huge increase in votes, doubled our members of Parliament and came close to having a total of 7 senators elected? And one of our candidates for the House of Representatives achieved 2-party preferred status and came close to being elected. Is the Prime Minister afraid of One Nation's rise? Perhaps the Prime Minister is sensitive to criticism or to being held accountable. Yet he reportedly found $886,000 of taxpayer money to splash on refurbishing the new Greens party room, his partners in the government's communist coalition. By the way, the journalist who exposed this news was banned from Parliament for a week. Of what is the Prime Minister afraid? Further, after his gutting of our staff, the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff refused to meet with Senator Hanson and me together. He insisted that he and his Chief of Staff would meet only with one of us. In my subsequent meeting with the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff, I raised three main issues: the unfairness of the Prime Minister's staffing allocation, the Prime Minister's actions breached recognised processes expected under administrative law provisions, and the Prime Minister imposed needless stress on staff who are already working hard in the taxpayers' interests. Now, let's consider next the process the Prime Minister chose to follow. On 23rd of June 2025, the Prime Minister Albanese notified Senator Pauline Hanson of his decision to slash half the parliamentary staff of each One Nation senator from 2 each to 1 each. In doing this, he had exercised a discretion authorised under sections 4 Clause 1, 11 Clause 3 and 12 of the Members of Parliament Staff Act, MOPS. In determining allocations of parliamentary advisers and implementing notices of allocation, the Prime Minister breached important provisions of administrative law, as defined in common law, being decisions from courts, including the High Court. These provisions include: he gave no reasons for his decision. He had not consulted or sought input from any One Nation senator. He did not act in good faith. He did not act with a proper purpose. He had not considered relevant matters. He had not acted on reasonable grounds, given that One Nation had doubled its staff, its existing number of senators from... He had not acted on reasonable grounds, given that One Nation had doubled its existing numbers of senators from 2 to 4, with no increase in personal staff offered. He did not act based on supporting evidence. He had not provided affected persons with procedural fairness, including personal parliamentary staff and senators. Senators and affected staff were given no opportunity to put our case to the Prime Minister before his decision to slash staff. He or his office ordered the employment of my staff to be terminated before they were made aware, the only senator's office in which that occurred. I was given 12 minutes' notice to respond to a communications deadline late on a Friday evening, when I worked that night until 10:30 p.m. and did not check my emails. 12 minutes' notice to respond. The Prime Minister had not properly considered the merits of the decision. He has still not indicated that he had evaluated all relevant evidence. Excuse me. He had not acted reasonably or fairly, as senators were not allocated staff on the basis of need. Excuse me. Nor were senators treated evenly. Some senators had savage cuts made to staffing, while others had no cuts made at all. The Prime Minister did not inform senators that he had made a decision that affected them. Some senators found out via the media. Our Australian courts have clearly recognised that the exercise of administrative discretions, including the decision to reduce support for selected senators, must follow the procedural principles set out in Australian case law. The Prime Minister, thank you, did not follow these principles. The Prime Minister did not follow these principles. The process he stumbled through appears different for every crossbench senator. Thirdly, the decision flies in the face of the recent Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet review on health risks as parliamentary staffers from workplace stress and excessive work demands leading to workplace health and safety issues. The Parliamentary Workplace Support Services Review concluded that, and I quote, "Staffing levels overall are not adequate to meet all the parliamentary and electorate work demands placed on staff in some offices," end of quote. This translates to the fact that personal staff are overworked and translates further to a workplace health and safety issue. The way in which the Prime Minister slashed some senators' staffing and caused staff to be brutalised shows he does not care about workers, does not care. If the Prime Minister supports a fully functioning Parliament, democracy and accountability, then he should ensure that members and senators are provided with reasonable resources, including qualified and professional advisers as personal staff. After securing re-election based on promises of transparency, the Prime Minister appears to abuse his position, disrespect Australian law and courts, and jeopardise democracy for his political advantage. The Prime Minister shows he is incapable of fairness and competence. He will be more able and likely to hide behind reduced opposition. That hurts Australia. It hurts democracy. This is clearly a further example of the Prime Minister seeking control over democratic processes. And I remind everyone that always beneath control there is fear. Why is he afraid of democratic scrutiny? Why is he afraid of losing the control that he covets? Why is the Prime Minister afraid of me? I'm not a big bloke. Is he afraid of my work as a crossbench, minor party senator? Is he afraid of my passion for exposing the truth and serving constituents? Is he afraid of my teamwork with my staff, making us more effective as a team? Is that why he dismantled my team and stressed them needlessly? Is he, with just 1 year's experience in the real world, afraid of my diverse practical experience, including underground coalface miner, vineyard labourer, engineer, mine and project manager, executive leadership, consultant, board director? Is he afraid of One Nation rising? Or does he still have blind prejudice toward One Nation as revealed in his adjournment speech of May 1998? Why did he, last week during question time in the House of Representatives, try to ridicule me, a small party crossbench senator? Doesn't he realise that name-calling and labels are the refuge of the ignorant, the incompetent, the dishonest or the fearful, and are signs of fear? Before the election, the Prime Minister promised transparency and fairness. His actions show why I take note of people's actions, not their words. What's important is what we can do, not who we can be. In other words, what we do matters. Our title matters nothing. This new bill's co-sponsors include Senator Payman, Senator Babet, the Liberals and One Nation, indicating a unity of support. Under this new bill, the government retains over 520 staff and retains access to hundreds, perhaps thousands, of departmental staff. The bill provides fair allocation to government, opposition, Greens, other parties and crossbench senators. This bill is well considered, well written and fair. The bill offers career progression for crossbench staff. It only nominates minimum standards. The Prime Minister still has the freedom to allocate more and exercise his discretion. We are all tired of partisan politics that threaten to destroy our country and destroy our democracy. This bill will ensure that support for senators and for Australian democracy is not subject to the whims of a recalcitrant Prime Minister who puts his own needs ahead of the effective operation of this chamber. Both preceding Liberal Prime Ministers allocated equal numbers of personal advisers to each crossbench senator, showing they both saw merit in fairness and in democracy. Prime Minister Albanese hides from democracy, buries democracy, prevents democracy, kills democracy. One Nation welcomes the spirit with which many diverse senators approached this issue's resolution in a united way. This bill is a sensible, practical and responsible solution to digging the Prime Minister out of the ridiculous and embarrassing hole he has dug for himself. All One Nation senators support this bill. I encourage all senators to support this bill. To all Australians, the ABC, the media generally, won't report this issue, so if you're concerned about the Prime Minister's abuse of power and taxpayer money, please share and spread it. Bringing back our country, restoring our country, starts with the people driving parliamentary accountability.
Senator Collins, are you seeking the call?
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Members of Parliament Staff Amendment Providing Certainty and Improving Integrity Bill 2025. I do so to restore equity and fairness to the allocation of staffing resources for all senators and members, regardless of political affiliation. This bill amends the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 to place statutory minimum staffing guarantees for non-government parliamentarians and to remove the power of the executive to reduce these. This bill provides that opposition parties will be entitled to at least 110 personal staff, non-ministerial, in recognition of their role in holding the government to account. With the Albanese government riding roughshod over parliamentary staff allocations and so many other matters, this accountability is more vital than ever. To help the opposition manage parliamentary business and perform its most primary function, holding the government to account, this bill provides that a non-government party with 8 or more parliamentarians must be allocated at least 25 personal staff or 5% of the government's total allocation, whichever is greater. Holding governments and their ministers to account is intrinsic to our Westminster system of government. This bill will help the opposition and other parties in this House do just that. Accountability is essential to enhancing the quality of our governments and maximising transparency for the benefit of the Australian people. Whatever views we may have of the various minority parties in this Parliament, this bill respects the place they have at the table. Accordingly, it guarantees that independent parliamentarians and those of minor parties with less than 8 sitting members must receive at least 3 personal staff, including one classified as a senior advisor. With this Prime Minister behaving autocratically with a tin ear to the interests of parties other than his own and the Australian Greens, this bill clarifies that the sitting Prime Minister cannot reduce these minimum entitlements through the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984, but may increase them. The allocation of sufficient staff and resources is essential to the proper functioning of every senator's and member's office. Staff play an indispensable role for parliamentarians when it comes to research, policy analysis and advice, office management, media monitoring, stakeholder engagement, community liaison, and a whole host of other functions. By guaranteeing minimum staffing resources for all members of Parliament, this bill ensures that our elected representatives work at their optimal capacity, not so much for themselves, but in the interests of the people they are elected to serve and represent. This bill is sorely needed as the Prime Minister has used parliamentary staffing as a political weapon to weaken the standing of his opponents. The Prime Minister's actions to cut the legs from the staffing resources of his political opponents is partisan, petty and puffed up. It is unbecoming of a leader that aspires to be a statesman. One of the measures of true statesmanship is the ability to rise above partisan interests to serve the interests of all, whether they support you or not. The Prime Minister has clearly failed this test by his recent actions to cut the staffing resources of opposition and minor parties, bar the Australian Greens. Most ominously, the Prime Minister's recent staffing cuts represent an unhealthy development for our democracy. Our Parliament must be a domain for teams of all colours to compete on a level playing field. And yet the Prime Minister's actions are likewise breaching the rules of fairness by reducing the staffing resources of opposing parties. Quite simply, this is putting the PM's Labor Party and Greens bedfellows at an unfair advantage. It's also setting a dangerous precedent for future governments to follow. If a future government wishes to undercut their political opponents, they can go straight to the Albanese playbook and make staff cuts to the members and senators of parties they simply dislike. And at some point, those in government will be on the other side. Treat others as you would be treated. This is not how parliamentary democracies should function. Australia is so much better than this. That is why we need this bill. It restores essential balance to our parliamentary democracy and guarantees fairness by ensuring that parliamentarians of all parties, or none, can have the resources they need to do their job. Importantly, this bill provides a check on the hubris of a Prime Minister by ensuring that neither Mr Albanese nor his successors can ever again escape the scrutiny or evade accountability by reducing non-government staffing below a democratic floor. And we've seen it so much in these past 2 sitting weeks. Government hiding behind numbers. The aged care numbers. 200,000 older Australians not being able to get the care that they need. The Albanese government promised to bring transparency to government. And what else have we seen this week? New laws on freedom of information, the truth tax, asking Australians, journalists, academics, members of parliament, senators, to pay for the information that they are entitled to. It is an absolute disgrace. Rather than face scrutiny, Labor wants to bury it. We firmly believe that transparency is not a burden. It is a duty of this parliament and everyone who serves within it. And accountability is true. This is why this bill is so important, and I commend it to the Senate. Thank you.
There being no further contributions, I will put the second reading amendment moved by Senator Waters. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment that's moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I think I'm calling you Senator Cash. Unless there's a committee stage required. Is there a committee stage required? I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 and for related purposes.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government business order for day number 1, Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and a related bill. Debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator Ruston.
I'll just give senators a couple of moments to leave in silence. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting President. Today we are debating a bill that will have profound impacts on many in our community, the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. Now, this bill will make technical, transitional and consequential changes to support the commencement of the Aged Care Act from the 1st of November 2025. In speaking this afternoon, I would first like to commend my wonderful colleague, Senator Allman-Payne, and her incredible team for their work on this bill as the Greens Older Australians portfolio holder. And I echo the contributions made by Senator Allman-Payne in the debate to this point. Like the last aged care bill, it would be remiss of me not to raise concerns around the rather rushed legislative process of this government. The Community Affairs Legislation Committee inquiry into this bill, for example, allowed only 1 week for submissions. For individuals and for volunteer groups, 1 week is a very short period of time to give feedback on a bill that will have a profound impact on the lives of so many people. To me, it is deeply disappointing that the limited time for scrutiny for the inquiry has left much still unknown. It is clear that this government is not really any more committed to proper scrutiny of legislation in this term of Parliament than it was in the last. That said, the Greens do welcome some parts of this bill that seek to address community concerns, including providing more flexibility for people to access cleaning and gardening services by removing the ability for the rules to set up caps on such services. Rather wild that that even had to be done in the first place, but there you go. Also, many aspects of this bill make technical changes to the Aged Care Act of 2024 that are necessary to strengthen the proper functioning of Australia's new aged care system. However, the Greens hold some concerns which I will step through now. It is clear that the bill was made with the interest of aged care providers in mind. Aged care providers, rather than those older people in need of desperate quality care. Instead of ensuring that people in aged care are not facing unreasonable costs, this bill seemingly makes it easier for aged care providers to charge unnecessary fees and to add surprise charges. Which does prompt me to ask the question why this government is enabling the fleecing of older people. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety recommended a new Aged Care Act. Particularly, it recommended that that Act should, quote, have the rights of older people at the very centre. And the Australian Greens do not believe that this has been fully realised in this bill. Now let me turn for a moment to the issue of young people in nursing homes. One aspect of this bill that is of deep interest to the community is how it chooses to prevent disabled people under the age of 65 from entering residential aged care. For years, young disabled people have been forced to move into aged care because there was nowhere else for them to live. Today, with the NDIS and specialist disability accommodation, there are more appropriate homes for people who are disabled. But there are still young people moving into aged care right now. Let me emphasise that. We have the solution to the totally unacceptable situation where a young person is forced to live in a residential aged care facility, and yet we continue to see this precise thing happen. The reason young people have had to enter residential aged care is because disability and health services do not work together, let alone work together in a timely way. Simply put, the government refuses to provide them with the disability support that they actually need. Last year, when the aged care bill was before the Senate, I shared my concern regarding the loophole in the bill, a loophole that allowed people under the age of 65 to still enter residential aged care. The government did not take the opportunity to close those loopholes, and they have failed to close it again here with this legislation before the Senate. What I don't understand is that this government talks big. We've had promise after promise. In fact, on their website, they state, and I quote, "We are working to stop younger people under the age of 65 from going into residential aged care." Yet when it is time to put pen to paper and amend the legislation, this government leaves the loophole wide open. This is an utterly shameful act by a Labor government, and it has real-world consequences. As of March this year, there are still 959 people under the age of 65 in residential aged care. We need the government to stop this talk without action approach. We need this government to get itself together, to take a whole-of-government approach, to once and for all put their money where their mouth is and champion the rights of young disabled people. This government needs to work in good faith with disabled people and with their advocates to ensure that disabled young people do not continue to end up in residential aged care, because the government has a responsibility to these citizens to ensure that the policies of this nation support their human rights. We cannot continue to have a situation where people fall through the cracks, slip through the safety nets, and end up in residential aged care as a young person. That is not right. I thought I'd share some words of a young person who has lived in residential aged care. And I quote, "Nursing homes for young people take away your self-respect and leave you where you can't make a decision. You are stripped of dignity." Think of that, being stripped of dignity and agency because the safety net let you fall through. Another person who lived in residential aged care for over 7 years shared that what they describe as their experience as, quote, "It's like being sentenced," because for them it felt like a jail. When someone is in residential aged care, they are not living amongst their peers. They cannot access an NDIS plan, nor can they access the support that comes with it. They are provided with the same support as an older person, which may not meet their individual needs. It is unacceptable that disabled people continue to fall through these cracks. And the government cannot claim it does not know, because, my Lord, there have been enough Senate inquiries and investigations and royal commissions that have found this exact dynamic, called out exactly these loopholes, flagged again and again that this is an issue. But because these young disabled people are structurally out of sight, they are apparently out of mind of this Labour government. Well, they are not out of the mind of the Greens. Those 959 people are on the minds of the Greens. They are on my mind every single day. It is disgusting that through a lack of intellectual engagement with the potential flow-through impacts of your legislation, you have allowed this loophole to continue. It is completely unacceptable. And while we are discussing this Aged Care Act, I would also like to remark how unacceptable it is that the NDIS has an age limit still of 65. Currently, once someone turns 65, they are no longer eligible to apply for NDIS support, even if they have had types of disability support before then. Many disabled people who are over the age of 65 would benefit massively from the NDIS. Right now, many Australians with significant disabilities are forced into the My Aged Care system, which is ill-suited to meet their needs and often requires them to sacrifice their independence. The Bonner-Haedy-Paul review of the NDIS recommended for this to be changed, and yet, what have we seen from this government? Crickets. The government should work to ensure that the NDIS is available for all people who need it, regardless of their age. To do any less is discriminatory. There are so many issues present in this bill, a bill that will affect the lives of millions of Australians. The Greens once again urge the government to work in good faith with older people and their advocates to address these issues. I would like to foreshadow a second reading amendment in my name and a second reading amendment in the name of Senator Almond Payne. In the 8 years that the people of Western Australia have seen fit to send me to the Senate, there are certain issues that have come up again and again and again. Certain topics of inquiry that you see different MPs take on, the evidence is gathered, the submitters give evidence, the reports are created and delivered to government, and yet there is a failure of action. This is always, to me, and always to the community, a deeply frustrating dynamic to witness play out. But where it gets me most, and where it gets people in the community most, where it elicits that deep anger, is when there are policy areas, when there are changes needed, where the solutions are known across the chamber. They are known across the chamber, and yet nothing changes. Doesn't matter which colour the Prime Minister is, doesn't matter, red team, blue team, nothing changes. And this is one of them. Young people in nursing homes in Australia is something that has been spoken about in this place since the moment I arrived. Governments have made statements, ministers have issued press releases, patting themselves on the back as the number has gone down, committing to action when the number goes up. And yet here we are in 2025. Here we are in 2025 and 959 young disabled people are still living in residential aged care. I ask anyone under the age of 65 in this Parliament, would you like that? Would you like to be in residential aged care? Under the age of 65, there not because there wasn't a program, an alternative, somewhere that could give you individualised support. No, there because nobody in the positions of power paid for by the public purse can be bothered to get to work on what they perceive as a complex niche issue. Do you know what? It's not that complicated, actually. if you sit down and read the reports. These are people who are within institutional settings, and they've been placed there because government services failed to stop them falling into those settings, or placed them there in the first place many years ago. Those people in those settings often become institutionalised. And so what is needed to support them to move out of those settings of institutionalisation is in-reach work, is deinstitutionalisation, programs of deinstitutionalisation. It's not complicated. There are global examples, there are national examples of what deinstitutionalisation in-reach work looks like. You sit down with somebody, you take the time, you make the plan, you support them to move. We can do this. Morally, we must do this. We can't be here for another decade and still have the best part of 1,000 people in institutions where they should never have been in the first place.
Senator Collins, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill. I do so in the interests of ensuring that our senior Australians receive the best care they deserve. Importantly, this means making the rollout of aged care support as seamless and timely as possible. The Coalition and I support the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendments Bill 2025, subject to our amendments. This bill is integral to delivering the Aged Care Act 2024 and hence essential to delivering the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission instituted under the former Coalition government. To be clear, the Aged Care Act of 2024 was Labor's package of reforms and was not co-designed alongside the Coalition. This is why the government has introduced this bill to amend 325 items of their Aged Care Act. Had the government listened to the opposition and the aged care sector in the first place, many of these items could have been rectified during the debate on the 2024 Act. The Coalition was always realistic that the scale of reforms foreshadowed by the 2024 Act could not be implemented in a matter of months. That is why, during the debate of that Act, the Coalition moved an amendment to ensure that the home care package program could exist on a transitional basis without the need for further amendment to the Aged Care Act, nor delay its enactment. By creating these transitional provisions, our amendment sought to ensure that the Aged Care Act 2024 could come into effect on the 1st of July 2025. Our amendment also ensured that the new Support at Home program, with the promised additional 83,000 packages, could commence from the 1st of July 2025. I think we can all note that we are well past that date. We moved this amendment so we could give our older Australians the care provisions they needed as soon as possible. But shamefully, this government voted against it. As a result of their action, older Australians have been denied their rights and the care they have been assessed as needing. The government's introduction of this amendment bill, whilst welcome, proves that their previous actions to vote down all amendments moved by the Coalition in relation to the transition timelines was nothing more than plain politics. Their actions were petty, short-sighted and foolish. Above all, they shortchanged our senior Australians by delaying the implementation of the Act's provisions, which would have given them the care supports they have been patiently waiting for. At a Senate inquiry, department officials confirmed that without this amendment bill, elements of the Aged Care Act 2024 could, in fact, be enacted. The inquiry also heard evidence from the department that this government was aware of the need for legislative change as early as January of this year. Clearly, this government has deceived the Australian people at the last election. They refused to admit they were not ready to transition to their new aged care framework that they had trumpeted so loudly. Now, the introduction of this amendment bill just simply proves that the government has been forced to do an embarrassing backflip. The introduction of this bill vindicates the Coalition's position that the amendment it moved last year was necessary after all. If it had been supported by Labor in the first place, we would not be needing this amendment bill to bring the provisions of the 2024 Act into effect. The Senate inquiry into the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendments Bill confirmed that existing legislation was not adequate to implement aged care reforms, and that it was the government who required more time to ready their systems for change, not the sector. It was the government who required more time, not the sector. The sector has indicated that it is ready to go. We will not seek to delay the passage of this amendment bill, because without the passage of this bill, the aged care rules cannot be registered, which will allow the provisions of the 2024 Act to be executed. And as I will go on to illustrate, our senior Australians have waited long enough already to receive the support services they need. These are real people waiting for help, waiting a long, long time for help. And the last thing they need is us to stand in the way. As it is, the Albanese government's delay on their aged care reforms has been unacceptable. Older Australians who need essential home care services should not be subject to bureaucratic headache or fooled around by this government's politicking. They deserve much better. One of the big problems here is the time from when they want to get assessed to getting assessed, and then from being assessed to finally being approved for care. And the whole process from being approved to getting the hands-on care is years long, with months in between steps. In my recent work on the Community Affairs Committee, I came across some very distressing cases of people being let down by the aged care sector, particularly on wait times. During the committee proceedings, some harrowing stories were shared about there being no home care packages and people waiting over 15 months to get home care packages after being assessed of the need to have them. In some cases, elderly people were waiting years before getting their aged care package. And we heard the saddest story of this woman whose husband had Parkinson's. He deteriorated a lot over time while he was waiting for his home care package. During that time, he got 2 forms of cancer. And he died 3 days after his package came to fruition. He also worked all his life for Centrelink and believed in it. It let him down in the end. And it was a very tragic story to hear, and it is very deeply moving when you see an older person that is brought to tears by the way the government has let them down. And I will never forget it. The sad truth is that people are dying while they wait, and the providers don't know why there is such a wait or why the government is holding off. There is such a huge backlog. People waiting for assessments. The unseen wait list to actually get an assessment. In addition to holding up ready access to aged care, the Albanese government has abandoned those older Australians who choose to stay independent in their own homes, yet require the support to do so. For seniors who choose this option, home care packages offer excellent outcomes. And if I may give the example of my grandmother, 105 years old, she stayed in her home until she was 102. 102. The very best of outcomes. She is very happy where she is. but it was the very best thing for her to be able to stay at home. It is really important that we are able to provide these home care packages to the people who need them. And this government promised to deliver an additional 83,000 packages from the 1st of July this year. But they have broken this promise, leaving the more than 87,000 older Australians waiting for a home care package without the care that they deserve. And this delay is inexcusable. And the Coalition absolutely condemns the government and the skyrocketing waitlist they have overseen and their refusal to provide the promised packages. Under Labor's watch, the waitlist for home care packages has almost tripled in the past 2 years. Many vulnerable older Australians are waiting more than a year to access the care that they have been assessed and needing. This is nothing but a national crisis. For a first world country as Australia, it is an acute embarrassment that this government should be ashamed of. The Aged Care Minister must urgently deliver the promised packages and address the skyrocketing waitlist as a matter of priority. Older Australians not only deserve the access to care they need to stay independent in their homes for longer, but home care providers deserve certainty as to how many packages will be released over the coming months. This is necessary for them to plan for increases in their staffing and resources to cater for the added workload, but also to prepare for the incoming rules of the aged care sector. Now, the Albanese government, as we have seen many times over the past months, is not being transparent, and this time with aged care providers about what they need to prepare for when the November 1 date comes around. Every client needs a personal service agreement, all of which will be rewritten under the new rules of the 1st of November. They don't know the guardrails. They don't know what to plan for and prepare for in all these many service agreements with clients, with real people. They don't know how much the co-contribution payments will be, how they should focus the workforce of these organisations to prepare for the transition. They need to make sure that clients aren't unnecessarily disadvantaged, because the cost of transition will be high. As I said many times, these are real people waiting for real help. The hidden waitlist is massively longer for rural and regional people. The plight of aged care is significantly amplified for rural and regional people, where they have to go to metropolitan centres to get assessed. And remember, that waitlist to get an assessment is excruciatingly long too. It can be cost inefficient to run services in rural and regional places, but this does not mean that they do not deserve the same quality of care that people get in metropolitan centres. They must stay in community with their families and friends. We're talking about towns where services are lacking, where banks are withdrawing or non-existent, where there are no ambulances, where there's no SES, where services are severely lacking. But still people live there because that is their home and that is their right. And they have rights to better care as they age. The Labor Party is always keen to tout itself as the party of health and aged care. They say they're better placed than anybody else to look after older Australians. Yet this record that I've talked about today proves otherwise. All we hear from this government is that all the providers of aged care and home care packages are ready to provide it tomorrow. That if those rules get released, those service providers can do this all tomorrow. They do not have to wait until the 1st of November to provide care to the hundreds of thousands of Australians waiting for it. But the government is still stalling until November and letting senior Australians down every single day. We don't know how these packages will be released, whether they will be released at once or over the coming months, and who will be prioritised. Because remember, after all these years, people have aged significantly, their health has deteriorated. Their assessment will be different. And how do you prioritise how those home care packages will be given out? With both aged care and in-home support, the Coalition will always be on the side of senior Australians. We will never stop fighting to ensure they are looked after and provided for. Thank you.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, we are at a watershed moment for aged care in our country. After 4 years of work across the first term of our government and now, we are at a point where we are about to usher in a historic new Aged Care Act, the first in a generation, a generational reform, not only for millions of Australians now, but for our future selves. This work has incorporated the voices of older Australians, peak bodies, aged care providers, and unions representing those precious workers, those people who are at the front line, up close and personal, providing that care to older Australians, both in residential aged care facilities as well as their homes. We pay tribute to those workers. Now, the Coalition claims that we did not co-design this, but they put in the caveat that we should have co-designed this with them. In fact, they did provide support for this work. There is bipartisan agreement that we need major reform, a complete overhaul of aged care in our country, and we thank them for their support. But on the notion of co-design actually happens with stakeholders. It happens with the people the Act is meant to support. And at the heart of this Act is a statement of rights, a statement of principles that recognises that older Australians have a voice, they have autonomy, they should have a say, and we absolutely should prioritise their preferences because this is about them. And this is a key piece of information, a value that was missing in the previous Act. Now, this reform, Deputy President, cannot come at a moment too soon. It can't happen in a moment too soon. We have in the rearview mirror, but looming large, with a long shadow over this work, the Royal Commission into Aged Care, which in 2019 released its interim report. And you know what the title of that interim report was? It was Neglect. Neglect, writ large. It's an indictment on the aged care system that we inherited when we came to government. The quote in that interim report was that our aged care system spoke of a shocking tale of neglect. It had, quote unquote, designed neglect into the system. Can you believe this? Such an important safety net for all Australians, underpinned by the principles of care, had neglect designed into the system. And it spoke to systemic failings throughout the system, chronic underinvestment, a lack of standardisation of care, the complete disregard of the importance of that workforce. Now, I've spent my whole career before coming into politics in medicine, 30 years, 30-year-long career. And there is no care, whether it be in healthcare, disability care, aged care, childcare, without the workers. The workers are everything. The workforce, that workforce, care workforce, is mission critical to the functioning not only of these important service sectors, but to the functioning of our country. And that was evident during the pandemic. So while I was wrapped up in PPE from head to toe, working at the Alfred on the front line, how do you think I felt and my colleagues felt, the nurses, the aged care colleagues, not the allied health professionals, I beg your pardon, physios, OTs, pharmacists, junior doctors, senior doctors. How do you think we all felt when the then aged care minister, Senator Colbeck, was found at the Ashes watching cricket when he should have been fronting up to a COVID inquiry? Meanwhile, we had a flood of older Australians coming through the door, gasping for air, drowning in their secretions, in their lungs. They were delirious. They were completely disconnected from their families. So you can imagine how much trauma those patients experienced and how much, honestly, trauma we all experienced. I can barely speak about this time because it is so traumatic. I have pretty much buried it and concreted it over. There's a real moral injury for a lot of those healthcare workers who worked during that time. But as awful as it was for us in the front line in hospitals, it was much, much worse for those aged care workers who were dealing with this in the aged care facilities. Much, much worse. We even in Victoria had to send the army in to support the workforce. There was a complete collapse of residential aged care. So you can imagine that the first bill we passed as a Labor government in 2022 was actually on aged care. And we had to do that because the system was in crisis. And the word crisis is overused. It is thrown around in this place far too casually. But this was a real crisis. People's lives were hanging in the balance. Families were shattered, unable to reach their parents, their loved ones. We had a workforce that was leaving in droves, decimated. And I don't think we speak enough about the workforce, but I do. Because standing up for that workforce is how I ended up in politics. They are the group of people that I fought for, and that's how I ended up here. Now, my experience as a general physician at the Alfred was a daily ward round, which started in the emergency department and then worked its way up through every level of the hospital. In train was an entourage of junior doctors and a pharmacist and allied health professionals. Healthcare is provided not by an individual, it's not just by me. I was the boss, I made the tough calls, but it's provided by a team of high-performance individuals. And we started in the emergency department, and our workload was, the majority of that workload was older Australians. Older Australians with a whole catalogue of problems. Frailty, you don't get into hospital, usually unless you've got major problems with frailty. Social isolation was common. Many were grappling with the loss of independence due to overlapping morbidities, comorbidities. So multimorbidity is the norm when you have multiple health problems. It's not just one anymore, it's many. It might have been heart failure, COPD, which is like a type of emphysema, diabetes, cognitive decline, dementia. All of these things interact so that by the time a person comes into hospital, particularly during that COVID period, they may even have delirium. So delirium is not just confusion. Delirium is a lethal condition, which is a predictor of mortality. And the longer it goes on for, the worse your mortality, the higher your mortality. And it's very difficult in a hospital to manage delirium because hospitals are chaotic places. I also experienced a lot of interactions, obviously, with families. And what was evident was carer stress. Carer stress was writ large. It was an issue that was very much gendered, and the burden was borne disproportionately by women. Often spouses, partners, but sometimes daughters. And during the pandemic, this was all, I have to say, from that 2019 to 2022, that this was all turbocharged. So our time was spent on the ward round, seeing patients, but then getting on the phones and trying to reach loved ones just to convey to them what was actually going on with their families and with their parents. Another observation I would make is that the decision to enter residential aged care is not an easy one for anyone. It's not easy for the patient, even if they have lost their faculties. It's certainly not easy for the families, because the families carry a great deal of guilt. They feel guilty that somehow their parent has to enter aged care. And what I found was that people will generally go through a fairly long phase of recurrent admissions to hospital before the penny drops that they actually aren't coping and they need to go into residential aged care. Falls, delirium, sepsis, so on and so forth, until it is evident that coping at home is no longer possible. So there's a very long period, a pre-contemplative phase that people will go through before that decision is made. So one of the first things we did when we came into government in 22 was actually try and lift standards in residential aged care and rescue that workforce. And so what we did was pump 18 billion into the aged care workforce with successive wage rises. It does mean now that registered nurses are $430 better off per week, and carers around $320 better off a week. In some cases, that's a $17,000 per year wage rise. It's phenomenal. But it's had the effect. It has arrested that egress of workers from the sector, arrested it. We're now also seeing much lower vacancy rates for these sorts of positions in aged care. And honestly, aged care, it's a profession. It should be seen as a profession. The aged care facilities that I visited when I was in the lower house, in my own community in inner Melbourne, were very much a real tribe. There was a sense of camaraderie and pride in the work that they were doing. That's exactly what we want to see, because when people have pride in their work, quality follows. Quality follows. What we also did was, of course, introduce food standards to try and make the food in residential aged care more appetizing for people, noting that many of them will have swallowing difficulties or other such issues. And so that can be a challenge. We mandated 24/7 nursing, and now a registered nurse is on site in aged care facilities 99% of the time. And what does that mean? It means that a nurse is there to basically call up a doctor if there's a problem, prescribe medications, sometimes even manage the palliation of a patient without loading them onto an ambulance, sending them into a hospital, enduring a busy, chaotic emergency department, and then going up to a ward for more chaos. Hospitals are chaotic places. People get shuffled around like chess pieces from bed to bed. Alarms are constantly going off. Emergency calls are constantly going off. And this is extremely overstimulating and bad for elderly Australians. It actually leads to delirium. Not to mention the fact that they end up basically stuck in a room, stuck in a bed, and then they decondition. And it's called PJ paralysis. That's not a medical term. PJ paralysis refers to pajama paralysis. So as much as possible, we try to keep people and manage them in their residential aged care facilities, and there are mobile teams that are often deployed from hospitals to do that. We certainly had a dedicated team. Other major health networks in Victoria do have these. But we're now going a step further. We're trying to actually fulfill the wishes of older Australians to remain at home. And so on the 1st of November, a new act will begin that will usher in support at home. With that will come an additional 83,000 or so home care packages, on top of the around 300,000 home care packages that are distributed. This is double the number of home care packages we had 5 years ago. So there has been a steady uplift. There is a waiting list. We know that. Waiting list of around 120,000 people awaiting an assessment. Looking at the data, which I had a look at from the Department of Health during the inquiry last week, the median time for waiting until you are assessed to get a home care package is around a month. In Victoria, the median time in some places is about a week. It's not a prolonged period. And actually, that timeline is coming down. So and I thank those assessors. They are often aged care teams that are positioned in the community who go out and do home visits. Sometimes it's done by phone or via telehealth. We know that the need is urgent, and it's not acceptable to have older Australians dying at home, as we heard last week, while waiting for a care package. We know that it is not acceptable. It reflects how broken this system is and why it is so urgent that this Parliament and this Senate pass this bill. We are completely overhauling this system, and at the heart of it are the wishes of older Australians. It is a generational reform that we will reap the benefits for years to come. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Brown, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair, President. Deputy President, sorry. I stand to talk on the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill and thank Senator Ananda Raja for her comprehensive contribution to the debate here today. This bill is another important step in our reform of aged care. It builds on the Aged Care Act 2024, which replaces the old 1997 law and puts the rights and dignity of older Australians at the centre of care. The Royal Commission called for a new Aged Care Act, and we have delivered it. This new act begins on the 1st of November this year, after a short deferral announced in June by the Minister to give providers, workers and government time to prepare systems to support a smooth changeover. Two bills are before the Parliament to make that happen: the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Together they make the technical, transitional and consequential changes needed for the new framework to operate as intended. What does the main amendment bill do? It improves the way fees and services are managed and makes sure people are not left behind in the transition. It allows providers to charge for missed appointments and cancellations, applies the no worse off principle for subsidy calculations, and transfers unspent funds from the old to the new system, so people keep the benefit of the support they have not used. It ensures interim packages are available under support at home, so nobody falls through the cracks as the new arrangements are phased in. It also removes caps on cleaning and gardening hours, requires a review of the aged care quality standards every 5 years, and allows the regulator to use compliance data to inform star ratings so families have clearer information. The bill confirms that Services Australia and the Department of Veteran Affairs can carry out means testing and subsidy work, so older people receive fair and accurate co-contribution decisions. And to deal with any unforeseen issues during transition, it contains a time-limited Henry VIII power so that the Minister can make rules to keep the system working while Parliament considers any permanent legislative fixes. The Companion Levy Amendment Bill keeps the accommodation payment security scheme in place under the new law, protecting residents' accommodation payments and giving families confidence that their money is safe. Support at home remains central to our plan to help people live independently for longer. The aim is timely, tailored and transparent in-home support, with interim packages to help people move across without losing services. We will continue working with older people, families, workers and providers to make sure the changeover is practical and fair. These reforms sit alongside the improvements already made. There is now a registered nurse on site in residential aged care, on average 99% of the time. Older Australians are receiving an extra 6.8 million minutes of care every day. We have backed in pay rises through the Fair Work Commission process, with $17.7 billion invested in wages for the aged care workforce, and further increases due on the 1st of October this year and the 1st of August next year. For older Tasmanians and their families, this is about real outcomes: quicker, cleaner, clearer access to the support you need at home, better information on provider performance, a regulator with the tools to enforce standards, and a system that carries your information, entitlements and unspent funds with you as you transition. What stays the same matters too. My aged care remains the front door. If you're already receiving care, you will not need a new assessment unless your needs have changed. The Statement of Rights will apply across the system so people know what they can expect, whether at home, in residential care or in a specialist program. Older Australians built this country. They deserve care that is safe, respectful and reliable. These bills ensure the new rights-based system starts well on 1st of November. They protect people during transition, strengthens accountability and keeps the focus on quality. This is another practical step in putting the care back into aged care and in giving families the confidence that the system will be there for them when they need it. And I commend the bills to the Senate.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to speak on the Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill and the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill, also known as the ACOLA Bill. As the Chair of the Senate's Community Affairs Legislation Committee, on behalf of the Albanese Labor Government, I want to thank Minister Ray in particular and his carriage of these bills, and the important work that was also covered by our former Minister, Minister Wells. Also extend that to their ministerial officers and the pieces of work that they have done to assist in the inquiries, important inquiry, into these bills. Now, as we enter into a time when our population is ageing and the concept of juggling care becomes a reality, some people, in fact most people, are actually not prepared for what that might look like. And some, in fact, need some guidance on how to ensure that our older Australians have all and everything that they need. Juggling care across the responsibilities we have for raising a family, working, studying full-time, being active in the community through volunteering, hobbies or sports, caring for our older parents and grandparents is becoming more prevalent and in some cases is in fact becoming more complex. When I think about the ability for us all to be able to provide quality care for our older Australians, I think about my mum. As a grandmother, what she needs as she ages, continues to work part-time in our community and help and care for her grandchildren. But more importantly, what is my role as her daughter to ensure that she has everything that she needs? I want to also thank my constituents in Western Australia who shared with me around the health and aged care system experiences of older people. And I want to say to you that the Albanese Labor Government is acting on delivering this reform and that I will continue to advocate strongly on your behalf here in the Federal Senate for the assistance that we need, the urgent assistance that we need in Western Australia. This must be an effort of both federal and state governments to ensure that we restore the respect and dignity that has been missing in action for decades, under the previous coalition government that has been highlighted in the Royal Commission into aged quality and safety, and in fact make sure that that's delivered upon. Now, Senator Ananda Raja was very clear that we will not be lectured to on this side of the chamber by the coalition government because the word neglect was used during the Royal Commission. This Royal Commission was established in 2018 and it investigated the state of aged care services in Australia. It focused in on quality, safety and whether it in fact met the community needs. The Commission's final report, delivered in 2021, highlighted the systemic issues and made 148 recommendations for reform. Now, these recommendations were aimed at improving safety, health, wellbeing and quality of life for those receiving government-funded aged care. These are important, and I want to highlight an important feature of that Royal Commission. For a long period of time, legislation in fact has been focused on funding requirements of aged care providers rather than the genuine care of older people. And that is what the Albanese government is about to do through these bills. The approach that Minister Ray has outlined in his second reader speech is actually to fix that, is actually to ensure that that very clear essence of what that Royal Commission was saying is actually delivered. And through the ECOLA bill, we will continue to provide further support on our government's ambition to transform the experiences of older Australians who are receiving care. I want to also recognise the tremendous contribution that our aged care and home care workers make. Having high quality care means increasing provider accountability and through the approximate mechanisms of support to our workforce. A workforce that is sometimes not giving the respect that it absolutely deserves. The aged care and home care workforce must be supported to provide professional care that encompasses dignity. And I want to do a quick shout out to the amazing aged care workers who are members of the United Workers Union who are doing some amazing work on behalf of this sector. We see you and we support you always. These bills are required to make the necessary amendments to the existing legislation and to support the commencement of the Aged Care Act, which actually commenced or passed both houses in 2024. But the commencement and the release of those home care packages is 1 November this year. Acting Deputy President, there are many technical amendments and I notice that I'm running short on time here, so I won't address all of them. But why this matters, it enables an effective rollout of the rights-based aged care system that was recommended by the Royal Commission and includes the Support at Home program. It protects the rights and entitlements of existing care recipients through transitional provisions. It clarifies and corrects definitions, procedural mechanisms and regulatory power critical to the Aged Care 2024 Act. And so that it functions as it was intended, It ensures governments can respond flexibly and quickly to implementation issues, particularly via the temporary rulemaking powers. And I know that that has been some of the contention in both the hearing that was held or the inquiry into these bills, but also in this place and some of the politicking about that. None of that is without scrutiny and accountability. It can still be scrutinised and held to account around the decision making. As a government, we are focused on the delivery of quality care to older Australians, and this includes that preparatory work done through proper consultation with this sector, through the Aged Care Transition Task Force and the Aged Care Council of Elders. I want to acknowledge them and their work and their partnership to ensure that these reforms are actually delivered, and delivered in a timely and efficient way. And they were relayed to us through the inquiry into these bills. So you will hear in this place, if you listen carefully, some people say that the sector didn't want the delay. They were the things that they chose to tell you during this debate. They were the things that were not part of what the representation was. We didn't get a whole sector into an inquiry. We got a couple of those. They don't speak for the whole sector. They were the larger providers who said that they could absorb some of those packages. Now, these related bills through the Community Affairs Committee to receive 20 submissions, so as I said, 20, only made one recommendation at the conclusion of this inquiry, and that conclusion was that the committee recommends that the Senate pass these bills without delay. Pretty straightforward, and this was echoed by the majority of the witnesses who gave evidence to the committee. If you weren't there on the day, you didn't hear it. It was clear that it should be without delay. That was the first thing they said. So the politicking has to stop, and it is above what we are here to deliver for older Australians. Across this chamber, I hope that we can all agree on this single point, that aged care reform is a priority, and so that we can ensure our older Australians are supported, and that this reform must proceed without delay. And that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is doing, and it will deliver.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senators, pursuant to the order agreed to yesterday, the time allotted for the second reading of these bills has expired. The first question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Ruston on sheet 3419 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Ruston on sheet 3419 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the left of the the ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Colin Teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin Teller for the noes. Yes. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the remaining second reading amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3426 be agreed to. Oh, yes. Sorry, wait for you to... Good. Yeah. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3426 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Oh, Senator Pocock.
Sorry, Acting Deputy President, I was just trying to get your attention to ask that Part A and Part B be put separately.
Clerk, I think that's okay. Yeah, we can do. Yep, that's. Thank you, Senator Pocock. So now, question is that the amendment on sheet 3426 Part A be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute, please. And then I do Part B, John. Okay. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3426 Part A be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the ayes, Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes. There being 33 ayes, 22 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. So I'll now deal with Part B. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3426, Part B, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The amendment is, the question is that the amendment on sheet 3426 Part B be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the ayes, Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes. Yes. There being 23 ayes, 33 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second reading amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. People to take their seats. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3404 and 3418 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Yeah. No? Okay. Good. So, and 3418. Yeah. That's okay. So, yes, Senator McAllister.
Deputy President, we would seek a division on this matter. I hadn't understood that both 3404 and 3418 were being put together.
Okay, so division required. Ring the bells for... Oh, sorry, Senator Roberts.
Vote differently on each of those two, 3404 and 3418.
So I'll put those separately then. I'll do that again. Yeah, terrific. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3404 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Yep, okay. The ayes have it. I will put the next question. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3418 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. Off. Yeah, 1 minute. Lock the doors. Okay. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3418 be agreed to. Those in favour will move to the right of the chamber and noes to the left of the chamber, and I appoint Senator Darmanin teller for the noes and Senator McKim teller for the ayes. Don't forget me. You're forgiven. There being 12 ayes and 29 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. Resume your seats. The question now is that these bills be now read a second time. I call the clerk. I'll put the question, sorry. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Believe the ayes have it. Okay, I call the clerk.
Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025.
So I come down there now, Luke. A stand up or just... Oh. As amendments have been circulated, the bills will now be considered in committee of the whole. So sorry, just to... Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together and as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. Then, senators proposing requests for amendments must circulate a statement of reasons for framing them as requests, together with a statement by the clerk on whether the amendments would be regarded as requests under the precedents of the Senate. Is it the wish of the committee that the statements accompanying the requests circulated for this bill be incorporated in the Hansard immediately after the requests to which they relate? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Oh, yes.
Thank you. Minister, I was wondering whether you would have a number as to how many people are on the national priority system as of the 31st of August.
Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much, Senator Ruston. We've canvassed this obviously in this chamber and also in committee hearings last week. As of the 31st of March, the number of people on the priority waiting list is 87,597.
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Minister, thank you. And yes, that information has been continuously provided to us. I was just wondering whether you could tell me how many people are currently on the national priority system on the 31st of July 2025.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair and Senator Ruston. I'll just refer you to my earlier answer.
Senator Pocock?
Just a point of order on relevance. It seems a very clear question about a very specific number.
I'm just interested to understand why the advice that you're receiving is not to provide me with updated data. In just about every other situation when I've asked for this data, I've been provided that data within the following month. And so therefore it would be reasonable to expect that you would be able to provide information as to at least what the priority waiting list was on the 31st of July 2025. You gave me an answer from the 31st of March 2025, but on the public record, the number is 108,924 on the 31st of July 2025. Be keen to understand why you refused to provide me with that information in your previous answer.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator. I think this was canvassed in the committee hearing separate to this bill but related to these issues on Friday, and I understand that the advice provided to you at that time is that there are additional quality assurance checks that are made prior to publication, and the data for which such checks have been undertaken and confirmed is the data that's already been provided to you.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. Being at the hearing on Friday, if I could just let the Senate know what happened. Senator Ruston and myself were asking for those numbers, and if I can quote the department, I will take it on notice to be able to provide it for Monday. The official also said to Senator Ruston, I can take it on notice, I can provide it to you with the usual caveats attached. I'm interested if the government is claiming public interest immunity on this, or what's going on, given we had questions on notice, an undertaking from the department to provide this information, which you have, which we were told was easily accessible, would be provided with caveats, and now we have a government that simply will not provide the information.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Senator Pocock, I'm advised that at the time that the discussion that took place that you're referring to in your question, during that discussion, officials were clear that there are some limitations on what can be provided, particularly given the timeframes involved, and that there are challenges in relation to quality assurance around these numbers.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Minister, what is the unconfirmed number that the department has before the quality assurance is undertaken?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Ormond-Payne. This is essentially the same question Senator Ruston has just asked me, and I'll refer you to my previous answer.
Senator Ruston.
So there's two parts to my question. The first one is that in past practice, and I'll quote you, for example, on the 26th of February in estimates this year, I asked this question of the department, and the department gave me the data from the 31st of January. And so they were quite clearly prepared at the time to provide the data in the format for which you are now claiming you can't provide the data. So I'm interested to understand what has changed between the 26th of February and today as to why the department, why you, the minister, obviously representing the government, why the data is being withheld today when it wasn't being withheld on the 26th of February. Is there something that has changed in terms of how the data is dealt with between then and now?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Senator Ruston, as I've indicated to you, the government is keen to provide the Senate with good information against which that has been checked and against which the ordinary quality assurance measures have been undertaken. It's on that basis that we're providing you with the number that we've provided both today and in questions during question time earlier in the week.
Senator Ruston.
Look, with the greatest amount of respect, Minister, I don't think that answered the question. You provided this data to me on the 26th of February in relation to data on the 31st of January. I am simply asking you why you were prepared to provide me the uncleansed data, as you describe it, in February, and you're not prepared to provide me with the uncleansed data today. That's all I'm asking. What's changed? Why would you do it then? Why aren't you doing it now?
Minister.
Senator, I've provided you with an answer about our reasoning on this occasion.
Senator Ruston.
So, Minister, I'm really keen to understand why I have received official notification from your government that the data on the number of people on the National Priority System on the 31st of July 2025 is 108,924 people. Can you confirm whether that is correct or not?
Minister.
That is my understanding of the data, with all of the caveats that we've attached to it, both now and previously in talking about how this data is managed, Senator.
Senator Ruston.
So, without belabouring the point, why would you not give me that information until I actually provided it to you?
Minister.
Senator, I've repeatedly explained that the government's approach is to provide data to the Senate that is of a high standard and a high quality, and in which we can be confident. That's the approach we have taken now and up until this point. You have introduced a different number into the conversation. I can confirm that that is the number, but it has not been subjected to the quality assurance processes that we would ordinarily subject this data to.
Senator Ruston.
Yeah. On the 6th of June this year, the First Assistant Secretary provided me the waitlist on the 31st of May, and I'll just quote to you what was said at the time. Very recent, not yet published data. It's fresh data. We may not have the usual granularity around it. So they provided me with that data, with those caveats, with full transparency, 6 days after the actual data was collated. So I'm still at a loss to understand why your government has been so keen not to provide this data, given that you've provided it every time before. The department has indicated that it is happy to provide caveated data, and yet you're not. So, we know now that the wait list is in excess of 20,000 people more than it was on the 31st of March 2025. We know that the wait list is now in excess of 80,000 more people than it was 24 months ago. We know now that the average wait time for a package has blown out from 1 to 3 months 24 months ago, and it's now between 9 and 12 months. Minister, I'm just keen to understand why your government is withholding this vital information, particularly given the absolute crisis that is facing the aged care sector, that has befallen the sector over the last 24 months. So, but clearly the public record can now stand and be recorded that the government has provided data, even though they failed to provide it to their minister, who was managing the bill in this place, which seemed a little incredible. Is 108,924,000 older Australians who have been assessed by this government as needing care and a level of care, and that care has not been provided to them. And that care has not been provided to them for a much, much longer period of time than had previously been the case. So, Minister, I'm keen to understand if you would like to put on record as to why your government thinks it is reasonable not to be providing this publicly important information, and why you have withheld this information now for nearly 6 months.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Senator Ruston, I simply don't accept that the government has withheld information. We have been engaged in a series of public discussions in committee hearings in the chamber about the approach that we are taking to the reform of the aged care sector. I think everyone in this chamber acknowledges the significance of that reform. We were very pleased, Senator Ruston, to work with the opposition in bringing these reforms through in the last term, and I think that is because there is a commitment here to improving outcomes for older Australians. These issues have been canvassed through a legislative inquiry, which is some of the senators here chose to participate in. They've been canvassed additionally through a references inquiry, which had its first hearing on Friday. We have had debates during various parts of the program in the Senate, and I understand in the other place. We have had questions asked in question time. This has been a very public debate, and the government's every purpose in reforming the aged care system is to make sure that we produce better outcomes for older Australians. I will add that it builds on the work that was done over the last term to improve the performance of the system and the quality of care that's available to people. And a lot of work was done in the last term, work that frankly could have been done in the previous decade when the Liberal Party and your coalition partner, the National Party, were in power, but wasn't done. And so a great deal of work had to be done over the last term to get us to this point, and that included, of course, a $5.6 billion reform package, reforming care minutes to deliver registered nurses on site in aged care more than 99% of the time, allowing more direct care to over 250,000 older people in aged care homes. We have invested $17.7 billion in support of award wage increases for aged care workers so that we have the aged care workforce ready to implement the improvements in quality that older Australians rightly expect. In December 2023, only 54% of aged care homes had an overall star rating of 4 or 5 stars. Now 74% of aged care homes have such a rating. And now, under the leadership of Minister Ray and the other place, we are committed to implementing the Aged Care Act. And as I think senators here understand, that will expand aged care support to hundreds of thousands of older Australians. It'll lift quality and it will lift the range of aged care services that older Australians can access in their final years of life, and that is no less than they deserve.
Senator Allman-Payne, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Minister, I'm just trying to square away your comment that the government hasn't withheld information. Several minutes ago, I asked you if you could give us the unconfirmed number. You said you couldn't. Senator Ruston gave you a number and you immediately said that you could confirm that that was the number. So I'm just trying to understand why you couldn't give me that number when clearly you have it.
Minister.
Senator Allman-Payne, I've really clearly explained the approach that the government has taken to this. We want the Senate to have good quality information. That's been assured. That's the approach we have taken. Senator Ruston has in her possession the information that has not been subject to that process, may be subject to change as a consequence. She asked me about it directly, I confirmed it, but our preference is to work with data that has been quality assured, and that's the approach that we've taken through this debate up to this point.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move Amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3413 revised.
Is leave granted? Being no objections, leave is granted.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move the amendments. Minister, I'm interested in the government's approach to this, given yesterday I was told by Minister Farrell in question time when asking about the secrecy of the Albanese Labor government, which is the second most secretive in the last 30 years, if you look at FOIs, OPDs and the claiming of PII. And I was effectively told that you were a very transparent government. And yet when we have a question about a number, which you have in front of you, which the department said that they could give us on Friday with all the usual caveats, as they do at estimates, you haven't given us that number. How is that transparency from a government?
Minister.
Chair, I have answered this question in different forms in answering questions from Senator Ruston and Senator Allman-Payne, and I refer Senator Pocock to those answers.
Are there any contributions that senators would like to make? Senator Ruston.
Yeah, look, just to, returning to the issue in relation to packages, and I indicate that the Coalition is absolutely delighted to support Senator Pocock's amendment for the immediate release of these packages, because the cold hard reality that the government seems to be failing to accept is that the sector is capable of delivering these packages. The department's able to deliver these packages. There's budgeted amounts within the budget for 25-26 for these packages to be able to be funded, and yet the only thing that seems to be standing in the way of older Australians getting access to the care that this amendment seeks to be able to deliver for them is the Minister is actively, intentionally refusing to release any aged care packages. So to that end, Minister, how many new aged care packages have been released this financial year?
Minister.
Senator, this was canvassed in the hearing on Friday and explained very clearly to senators who were present at that time.
Senator Ruston.
In the interest of providing full transparency to the Senate, could you tell me what that answer was, Minister?
Minister.
Senator, both the Minister and the officials at the table, when they spoke to you, were very clear that we have continued to release packages throughout this financial year, that the government has been preparing for the release of new and additional packages which are intended to commence with the commencement of the Act.
Senator Ruston.
Minister, could you please answer the simple question, how many new home care packages have been released this financial year?
Minister.
I've answered your question, Senator Ruston, twice now.
Senator, you have not answered.
Senator, you haven't got the call just yet, but I can give you the call now, Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you haven't answered the question, Minister, and I don't know why you're not prepared to actually be honest and transparent with the Senate and the people of Australia. There have been no new home care packages released by this government this financial year. That is the sum total of none. None. So you refer to the reallocation of existing packages. These are packages that become available because older Australians on a package either go into residential care or they die. So these are the only packages that are currently being released by the government. Minister Ray last week said that there were 2,700 packages on average per week being released. Yesterday, or I think it was yesterday or maybe Monday, the Minister said that the amount of packages that were being released was 2,000 packages a week on average. Could you please confirm what the average number of packages released per week? Is it 2,000 or is it 2,700? And if it is 2,000, what's happened to the other 700?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The advice that I have, Senator, is that the number varies, that it's an average, but the advice I have before me is that we are releasing an average of more than 2,000 home care packages every week, and that number, as I indicated, moves around.
Senator Ruston.
So can I confirm that when Minister Ray said on national television that it was on an average of 2,700 a week, which he said last week, that figure was not correct on the basis of the advice you've just received from officials?
Minister.
No, Senator. It depends on the time frame, I gather, over which the average is calculated. That's the advice that I have in relation to your question.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Well, would it be possible for you to provide us with the time frames where the 2,700 came into play and the time frame when, because it was the average of 2,700 and now it's an average of 2,000. Just finally on Senator Pocock's amendment, I was just wondering what have been the impediments? What is the reason why? Is there a reason why the government has stopped releasing any new home care packages this financial year?
Minister.
Senator Ruston, as you know, the government over the period that we've been in office has continued to release new packages, but the focus since July has absolutely been preparing the system for the significant influx of packages which we expect to occur on the commencement of the Act. That involves consideration of the ability of the sector to absorb those packages, and our every focus, to be honest, has been on getting the system ready for what is a very substantial change to the aged care system, which we are very excited about.
Senator Ruston.
So, Minister, I'm just really keen to unpack what you just said. So you have just told the Senate that your government's priority over the period leading up to the 1st of November is to get the system ready. Your priority has not been the 108,924 older Australians that on the 31st of July had been assessed as needing a home care package and haven't received a home care package. Your priority has been getting the system ready. You also made a comment around you're being focused on making sure the sector is ready. The sector quite clearly told us last Friday that they were ready. The sector told us they could absorb these packages in a very, very short period of time. In fact, they told us that they were already geared up and had staffed up to be able to start delivering the packages from the 1st of July. And yet, the government has just told this place that its priority is getting the systems in place. You know, this is tantamount to having a reform in the hospital sector and saying to Australian patients who need hospitalisation, sorry, we're not taking any new patients into our hospital because we're getting the system in place. I am absolutely floored that the government would prioritise a system rebuild over delivering the care that older Australians have been assessed by this government as needing. They're prioritising the system over their care. I find this quite extraordinary. So far, we've had the government and the minister blame older Australians. They've blamed the sector. They've blamed their own government departments. They've blamed their own reforms. And now the minister actually has belled the cat that their priority in this process is actually to get the systems in place. What I would say to you is you weren't there on Friday, but Senator Allman-Payne and Senator Pocock was there on Friday when Margaret told the story. Her husband, Tony, was assessed as needing a home care package, level 4, the highest level of package. He waited nearly 18 months to receive that package. And the really cruel irony of what happened to Margaret and Tony was Tony was taken to hospital on the 4th of May this year. Tony's wife received notification from the department nearly 18 months after they were set up for assessment that Tony had been assessed and his home care package was going to be delivered to him. Tony passed away on the 9th of May this year, and Margaret said she didn't have the heart to tell Tony that he had got the home care package. So Tony passed away not even knowing that he had a home care package. But this isn't an isolated situation. We've heard hundreds, and I'm sure Senator Pocock and Senator Allman-Payne have got other stories of similar nature, where the human face of the tragedy of the wait lists is told around Australia. So, Minister, I have to say I am quite astounded that you have actually put on the public record that system readiness is your priority, not the delivery of home care packages.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, Senator Ruston, that is an unhappy, disingenuous mischaracterisation of the discussion which is intended to be conducted in good faith. Because actually the reforms to the aged care system are incredibly significant and they cannot be separated from the outcomes that we are seeking to deliver for older Australians. Because the reforms that were agreed by your party, not by the Australian Greens, but by your party, seek to, in really essential ways, reorganise the way that care is delivered and provided to older people in a complex system. It's a system that involves providers, it involves workers, and of course it involves older Australians themselves. And it is worth getting this reform right. It's on that basis, Senator, and because of our determination to deliver a very good outcome for older Australians, that we took the decision to defer implementation. And at the time, that decision was endorsed by you personally, Senator Ruston, and by your party, but it was also, of course, endorsed by the sector. So, for example, Ageing Australia said, "We applaud the government for listening to the concerns of the aged care sector and putting the needs of older Australians first. This is a win for the 1.4 million older Australians who rely on aged care. We need to do this reform once and do it right." The CEO of Anglicare said taking the time to get this right will lead to stronger outcomes for everyone, especially older Australians who rely on quality care and support. Uniting Care said that Uniting Care Australia welcomes today's sensible decision to delay the commencement of the new Aged Care Act, recognising the opportunity it provides to ensure a well-prepared and effective transition. Given the scale of change, particularly in the Support at Home program, this extra time will ensure the foundations are in place for a seamless implementation. Catholic Healthcare said, "We strongly support the reforms enacted in the Aged Care Act, but this delay is needed to ensure a smooth transition that avoids unintended negative consequences." So you can hear in the voices of those organisations and those people who do care daily for older Australians, you can hear in their words the significance of getting the system ready and getting the sector right. And we make no apologies for leading on this reform, Senator Ruston, and what is actually surprising to me is that you don't seek to associate yourself with it. You supported the reforms. You supported the deferral. I think, Senator, that you do sincerely understand the need to provide care to older Australians and older people. We were pleased to work with the opposition on this question. Our purpose is to improve things for older Australians. That's why we've done the work that we've done, and we are very grateful for all of the people who've joined in what is a very substantial endeavour, joined with us in that endeavour in a spirit of goodwill. We are looking forward to the implementation of the new Act and the positive changes that we expect it will bring for older people.
The question is... Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Alman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I think the Minister is conflating the desire of the sector to defer the start of the Aged Care Act with the delay in the rollout of aged care packages, because the Minister has referred to both Ageing in Australia and Uniting Care. And I was at the hearing on Friday, and both Ageing Australia and Uniting Care said they supported the delay in the commencement of the Act. They did not support a delay of release of home care packages. And across the board, the sector said that they are ready to roll them out. The Minister has said that they are preparing for a significant influx of people on home care packages on 1 November. Well, I put to you, Minister, that you wouldn't have as big an influx on the 1st of November if you continued to roll them out from 1 July until then. 5,000 people died in the last 12 months waiting for a home care package. Is the government seriously saying that they're prepared to watch more people die than is necessary in that 4-month period over systems? Is that genuinely what you are saying to older Australians out there and to their families, that over 200,000 of them, which we've had to work hard to get those numbers out of the government, and is it any wonder that you didn't want to give them to us? Are you seriously saying to them, because we want to change the system, you lot can wait 4 months? Well, we heard clearly on Friday that 8 weeks is a massively long wait for an older person, and that having to wait 3 and 4 months or longer is catastrophic. You are telling us you had senators get up here in their second reading speeches saying that the Royal Commission report was titled Neglect and we shouldn't be neglecting older people. Well, what is more neglectful than stopping rolling out home care packages for 4 months? Talking about, Senator Ananda Raja said lives are hanging in the balance. You bet they are. And yet for 4 months, you are not rolling out any additional care. This 2,100 that you keep talking about, that's not new packages. That's packages that are being reallocated when people go into residential aged care or they die. Senator Ananda Raja talked about the large influx of older people into hospitals. Well, of course they're going into hospital because they're not getting the care that they need at home. She talked about carer stress and the disproportionate amount of care that is falling on particularly women. Well, we could reduce that carer stress if the government invested in sufficient home care packages so that people could actually get the care that they need at the time that they need it. The Royal Commission said, stop rationing care. Not only are you rationing it still, you refuse to roll it out. Talk about neglect. Providers have told us that they can manage this. Senator Ananda Raja talked about the wage rises that Labor has rightly given aged care workers and that it has stemmed the egress from the system. Well, it's working. And the sector is saying that they have the workforce to provide additional care. So why on earth would the government, for 4 months, stop rolling out additional care? Labor senators said, and I quote, the government is trying to fulfil the wishes of older Australians to stay at home. So my question to you then is, why are you waiting? Why are you making 200,000 older Australians wait for care that could be rolled out now? And we now know that the care that you are proposing to roll out on 1 November is going to be wholly inadequate. 83,000 home care packages for a wait list of over 200,000. And we see no modelling on how you're going to reach that target. And we see no modelling on how you're going to get to 3 months. And given the level of refusal to give information today unless figures are actually put to the government, I'll be surprised if we get that too. Labor senators also talked about the fact that the government doesn't want anyone to fall through the cracks. Well, I'd say 200,000 people waiting for care is a pretty big crack. And again, I ask the government, why won't you act to close that gap by rolling out new home care packages now? Labor senators also talked about in their contributions in the second readings that care needs to be timely, that people need quicker access. Well, again, if you are asking 200,000 people to wait an additional 4 months before you will roll out any new home care packages, how on earth is that timely or quick? Minister, my question to you and the government is, what do you have to say to the 200,000 or more Australians who are desperately waiting for the care that they need, either for themselves or their older parent or grandparent? What do you say to them as to why you are making them wait 4 months without any additional release of home care packages?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Senator, you've asserted incorrectly that there are more than 200,000 people waiting. That's simply not accurate, and I understand the basis on which you arrive at that number, and I think it's been put to you previously that that is not a accurate way of assessing the demand in the system. However, the government does understand that further resources are required in this sector because We don't want to see people waiting for too long. And when we hear the stories, and we have heard many stories, Senator Almond Payne, we've heard many stories about what people need at home, and they are very moving. And so the government, all of these stories reinforce the need for reform of the system. System reform, you know, as people in this chamber I think should understand, required legislation, and it requires an injection of resources, new resources, which we intend to deliver. It also requires a reconfiguration of the way that people work with each other and with the older Australians that they support and care for. All of those things are significant changes to the aged care system as it currently stands. They require significant thinking, working with the sector, preparation, and that is the work that our government has been doing. I made this point earlier in the debate, Senator, but it's work that could have been done in the 10 years that the Coalition were in power, but it's work that wasn't done during that time. That task has been left to this government, and that's a very great shame, because there are many people that would have been better off had the reforms that were necessary for the aged care system been undertaken much, much earlier. So it is heartbreaking, Senator Almond Payne, to hear of people experiencing distress in any way. And my thoughts are with families who have experienced difficulties, and particularly with those who've lost a loved one. But that is why we are getting on with this job of delivering the change to this system, because we know that older Australians have worked all their lives, cared for their families, their communities, and they deserve the very best. That is what motivates our government, and it's why we've done all that we have done over the last term and all that we intend to do in this one.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. You talk about it being heartbreaking hearing about people experiencing distress waiting for home care packages that they've been approved for. Yesterday in my second reading speech, I read out half a dozen of over 100 that my office has received from Canberrans who are desperate for more support so that their parents or themselves can age at home with dignity. And imagine if the government was actually in a position to do something about it. Imagine if you could change the lives of 20,000 older Australians before November 1, which we heard on Friday there's capacity to do. I urge the government to support my amendment to release 20,000 home care packages now, given that there is a great need for it and there's capacity to do it. And I understand that for you this may be a cost. You want to balance the books. But I put to you that it is Australians, it is families, it is communities, and it is the states and territories that are bearing the cost. One of the stories I read out yesterday was a local Canberra GP who's had to go to part-time work to care for her elderly parent. We have one of the lowest ratios of GPs to the population in the country here in the ACT. Other stories we hear is about how Canberra Hospital is full of older people. So every Canberran's copping an extra $100 healthcare levy because our hospital is bursting at the seams. And yet we have a Labor federal government who's happy to balance the books on old people and say, we could do something about it now, and I certainly hope you will when we vote on this amendment. I urge you to back it. But what I'm hearing is that you actually just want to balance the books on old people who desperately want support and who we've deemed worthy of support. They have qualified for a home care package, and yet we're going to make them wait till November. So I urge the government to support this amendment, and I commend it to the Senate.
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. And you're right, there are important investments that we should make. And you spoke about about costs. The government understands the importance of investing in older Australians. I spoke earlier in my contribution about the $5.6 billion that the government is investing in the aged care system because we know it needs to be better. You won't find an argument with us about that proposition, in fact, Senator. We understand the human stories that sit behind every family that is seeking to support an older person, whether that person wishes to be at home, whether that person needs to be in a residential aged care facility, whether that person needs hospital care. And so the government is in fact making very significant investments to support those people and to support their families. We have, throughout this period, ensured that older Australians assessed as a high priority continue to receive their packages within a month. We look forward to rolling out further resources, as has been clearly signalled by both Minister Butler and Minister Ray over a long period of time. Over the last 5 years, we have gone from having 155,000 people accessing in-home care to over 300,000 people. In part, that's due to our additional investment in the last term of $798 million. This matters, and I think you will understand, Senator Pocock, from your engagements with the people in the ACT, that Australians increasingly want to be at home. People want to be at home as long as they can, and many people express a preference to spend their last days at home. One of the important aspects of this reform is that it will provide a pathway for people to obtain the resources they need to do so. These are incredibly important, significant reforms. They've been achieved through discussion with the opposition. We are looking forward to implementing them, Senator Pocock.
I'll toss a coin. I see Senator Pocock on his feet, so I would like to give Senator Pocock the opportunity to continue, and I'll come to you, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the question be put.
Okay. Senator Grogan.
I actually had some questions.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Sorry about the confusion, but Senator Pocock, you can't move you can't put the question to your own motion, but some other senator can. Now, I'll now come to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
No. Well, I actually was on my feet first, and the Chair and
Senator Hanson-Young, you're correct. I did say I'd come to you with the call. I apologise, but I did see you jump second.
Thank you, Chair. I asked that the question be put.
Okay. Well, the question is that the question be put. Those of the opinion say aye. Against no? No. The noes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. And that's quite all right. Look, order. And I've just been advised, and I can't remember all the words, but we will cancel the division. Because we have a set time limit and a cut-off. So we'll come back to questions, opportunity to ask questions. The bill is being considered under a guillotine. I know you're all looking at me weird, but you're not the first people to do that, I can tell you. Anyway, so we've cancelled. No, you're not allowed to ask questions.
No, I was just seeking clarity on what your termination just was.
Sure, because we're at a stage where the bill is under under guillotine, that we cannot call it to an end, and we will continue because there's a set time. I'm taking the advice of the clerk with the greatest respect, colleagues. You're welcome to ask any question, but I'll put the clerk's advice before anything else. Senator Hanson-Young.
So just to be very clear, the government is now playing funny buggers because they don't want the Senate to pass a bill with these important amendments. That is what is going on here.
Senator Hanson-Young, just resume your seat. The government is not doing whatever you're accusing the government of doing. I've taken advice from the clerk, and as far as proceedings go in this place, I will take the clerk's advice before any senator. Senator Hanson, no, I'm going to go to the Senate. No, I don't care. Because I slipped up then, because you jumped first, Senator Grogan. Senator Grogan. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. So in going through this legislation, I'm interested to look at some of the other elements. I totally respect the pieces of the legislation that my colleagues have been raising this morning and also through earlier parts of this week. And some of them are very deeply critical and important areas. But what I would like to go to is some of those other areas which, well, maybe not as deeply critical. They are areas that are important for us to understand. And I would like the Minister to step through for us the element within the legislation that is about the reimbursement to individuals for cost of sourcing own consumables. There are some elements of that I'm not particularly clear of, and so I wonder if the Minister would be so kind as to step us through why this particular amendment is required. I know that in my own experience of talking with aged care providers that there are often some challenges in how the structure of the aged care provisions work and how they actually access the appropriate care and the appropriate services in all and many circumstances. So I wonder if the Minister could take us through why this amendment is particularly required.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator, you're right that we do need, from time to time, there are circumstances where individuals may wish to directly purchase an item, and so this amendment introduces a new subsection into the Act, and it effectively provides that a registered provider will be taken to have delivered a funded aged care service. And the technical language is even where that service was delivered by one or more associated providers of the registered provider. What it will mean is that an individual can directly purchase an item. It might be a continence product, might be a low-cost assistive technology, and then receive reimbursement from that registered provider. It would also mean that individuals could be reimbursed when paying provider invoices as part of self-management. So in that scenario, the registered provider, would remain responsible for the services being delivered to the individual and for the aged care workers delivering those services. But some of the kinds of consumables that people might be seeking to purchase under this system it's quite a wide variety, but it might be things like assistive technologies, devices that help with mobility or communication or with daily tasks, or barrier creams, things to protect skin and maintain skin integrity. People might need to purchase wound dressings for managing or protecting wounds, or continence pads to support bladder or bowel management, or catheters. These are important features of care, and this is a small but consequential change to the Act.
Senator Grogan.
Oh, sorry. It's not a conversation, right? I have to wait for the call.
Just changing chair.
Thank you. Okay, that's very helpful. The other element that I think I'd like to understand better is the transition of unspent funds. Not only why the amendment is required on unspent funds, but also how long that transition of funds will be managed. We know that there are a lot of challenges in the aged care sector. I know when we were previously in government, we did a significant amount of change, and I was honoured to have been involved in that, working for the minister at the time. And it is such a deeply complex area and such a deeply complex portfolio. And of course, when we're dealing with such challenging areas of older people, where we often see a decline. We see a decline in health, we'll often see a decline in cognition, and the impact of that not just on the person themselves, but also on their family and their friends. The decline that we see maybe post-stroke, maybe just a natural decline, which can be really challenging to people's sense of themselves. I know my family is dealing with this ourselves, and the challenge of being able to source exactly the right service that you need at the right time is not just a difficulty for government in terms of the volume of service provided, but also the challenge of the right service in the right place to suit people, whether that be, as we've the Minister very kindly outlined before, the issues of consumables and reimbursements and how that actually plays out, but also those other services, particularly when we're talking in more remote or regional areas. There are many aspects to the challenges we face in the aged care sector, like I say, not just for the individuals but also for their families. So the transition of unspent funds, I think, is something we need to also have a solid understanding of. And so, Minister, if the Minister, through you, Chair, of course, if the Minister could outline why this amendment is required and how the transition of funds will be managed, that would greatly help me. Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Senator Grogan. Well, you're right that there are, again, technical amendments that are before the chamber in the form of this bill, and they will assist in the transition of unspent funds. So, notional home care accounts will be established for all eligible persons transferring to support at home from the Home Care Packages program. They will be credited on the 1st of November as per the balance under the Home Care program on the 31st of November. So essentially those funds will be rolled over, and the Commonwealth provider held proportion, and this is perhaps too technical for your question, Senator, will remain a recoverable debt. But I think the particular thing to note is that unspent funds accumulated under the Home Care Packages program will be managed by type. And there are 3 types of unspent funds. These notional home care accounts will be set up on the 1st of November 2025 for all participants, as I have already indicated, and providers will be able to view the balance through the Services Australia systems, and these amounts may be used to fund funded aged care and services in accordance with the subsidy calculator. The Commonwealth provider-held portion will continue to be held by providers, and the subsidy calculator again will prescribe how these funds must be used. Providers may also elect to return these amounts to the Commonwealth, and the rules will prescribe the circumstances in which these funds become a recoverable debt. The amount that will be in the account on the transition day is the amount that is in the individual's account immediately before transition day. So any changes in their funding won't impact their rollover.
Senator Ananda-Rajah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that comprehensive response. I think in a lot of these debates, unfortunately, the nuance gets lost, and so does the detail. And on the topic of support at home, which is really the substance, I think, of this particular debate, it was evident from the consultation that we've done over many years now, the 3 years of our first term and the start of this term, that Australians resoundingly want to spend as much time as they can at home before they have to, in some cases, but not inevitably so, make a decision to enter residential aged care. And we are absolutely of the opinion that we want to support that decision-making as far as possible. What was also evident is that the current system is wholesale broken and it needs to be overhauled. We all agree upon that. The Coalition agrees on that. We agree on that. But with respect to the packages, there is a narrative forming that we are somehow holding back and we're doing it for budgetary reasons. And I really reject that, because the evidence on Friday from the committee hearing from the Department of Health said to us, and I quite clearly remember this, was that not all providers are ready to absorb a slush of new packages into the system. And this is important, Minister, because we heard on that day from a handful of mostly large providers, the likes of Bolton Clark, of Catholic Health, and so on. We did not speak to every single provider in the sector, and they're not all big. They're not all big. There are some medium-sized, smaller providers that provide care to communities all over this country, not only in cities, but in rural and regional communities as well. And this consultation has been done by our government, by the Aged Care Minister, the initial one, Annika Wells, and I pay tribute to her, as well as our current Minister, Sam Ray, but also the department. So not all providers can absorb the kind of flood of packages if we were to release them tomorrow. But I was particularly interested on the other types of non-care provisions in the Act, particularly around cleaning and gardening, and why that's so important to our constituents, to all older Australians. Could you please elaborate on that? Thank you.
The question, Minister.
Thanks very much. Look, to respond quickly to Senator Ananda-Rajah's question, it is the case that this bill removes the caps which were previously in place in relation to those services. But I can indicate, and I know Senator Pocock was keen to have his amendment dealt with, I can indicate that the government has been in discussions with the opposition about the approach we might take to some of the questions in Senator Pocock's amendment. Accordingly, we are not in a position at this time to support his amendment, and the government will not be voting in support of it.
The question is that requests 1 and 2 on sheet 3413 be agreed to. Senator Ruston, are you seeking the call, or those of that opinion say aye? Against say no? The noes have it. Division required? Ring the bell for 4 minutes. No?
Call it for the ayes and we will record our opposition.
I misspoke. I call it for the ayes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
We didn't seek a division on this, but as indicated, the government did not vote in support of Senator Pocock's amendment.
Thank you, Minister. In that case, that amendment is passed. I am looking, Senator, who's seeking the call? Senator Hanson-Young.
Make sure that we're moving now on to the Greens amendment.
I am in the hands of the chamber. Senator Hanson-Young, you have the call.
The Greens Redress amendment, which is on sheet 3403.
And did you wish to speak to that, Senator Hanson-Young? Senator Ruston.
Look, thank you very much. You just check that one way. Thank you very much. And can I just register? Oh.
Senator Hanson-Young, can I just confirm you moved that amendment?
But she needs to move them together, 1 and 2.
Could you seek leave to move them together, please?
I seek leave to move them together.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Ruston, apologies. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to put on the record the Coalition certainly understands the intent of the amendment just moved by Senator Hanson-Young in relation to redress payments for the purposes of means testing, because we know that these particular payments are made by because of some extraordinary circumstances that the individual has suffered during their life. But whilst we have incredible sympathy for the intent of this amendment, the reason that we will not be supporting this amendment at this time is because we believe that the government should actually have a look at redress payments in terms of how they handle redress payments when it comes to the broader application of payments made by government to individuals. So whilst, as I said, we would be more than happy to support it in a more general context, because it is so specific in its nature in relation to these payments and this alone, we will be supporting the government in their endeavours to not support this amendment. But I just wanted to make sure that it was on the record that we absolutely understand the intention of the Greens in moving this amendment, and we'd be very happy to work with the Greens to make sure that the more general issue of the exclusion of redress payments from means testing more generally is something that is consistently applied across the whole of government. Can I keep talking? So, So you want me to keep? Yeah. Can I just quickly whiz back to the government at the moment? Is there any reason why we can't pass this? No. Okay, I'm happy to proceed.
So the question... Sorry, Mister, are you seeking the call? The question... The question is that the requests 1 and 2 on sheet 3403 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that requests 1 and 2 on sheet 3403 revised be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. Senator, one teller. Carol? The result of the division is ayes 16, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. It being after 12:15, the committee will report progress. Committee reports progress. We shall now move to Senators' statements. Set the clock in accordance to times agreed by the whips, and I call Senator Wong.
Thank you, Deputy President. I know that the last few days have caused a great deal of hurt and harm in the Australian community. The public displays of hate, the violence, the neo-Nazis, the trumpeting of division, this is not the Australia we know, and this is not the Australia we live in. My family's history goes back to both Malaysia and China on my father's side, and to my mother's side to the very first settlers in South Australia. And this is a uniquely Australian story, but it is not a unique story. In a nation with people from over 300 ancestries, where half of us born overseas or have a parent born overseas. And that is a story possible because we are a great multicultural nation, a great multicultural nation. That is who we are, and I am proud of it. And this is the Australia we must protect, and this is the Australia we must nurture. Neo-Nazis and anti-immigration rallies are not who we are. These are not Australian values. Australians are not haters. Australians don't turn on one another. Australians know that we are stronger together, and Australians know that together is how we build our country. Whether you've been here for 5 years, 100 years or 65,000 years. But let us be clear, President, there are people, including in the alternative government, the Liberal and National parties, who are trying to divide us for political gain. It is an old Liberal tactic. We know it well. Voting with Pauline Hanson and One Nation instead of backing modern Australia. Having debates which legitimise Ms Hanson, Senator Hanson and One Nation instead of backing the Australian community. Using migrants as a scapegoat for a housing crisis the Liberal Party presided over. And the Liberals are so busy looking for someone to blame, they've forgotten that the majority of Australians rejected their division, their divisive tactics at the last election. You see, Australians know we are strongest as a nation when we stand together, when we build each other up, not tear each other down. We are a nation that welcomes different races, different faiths, different views, and we are united by a respect in each other's humanity and for each other's right to live in peace. This is the Australia I believe in. This is the Australia we believe in. It's the Australia we live in. It's the Australia we see every day in our cities and our suburbs, from Perth to Parramatta, from Adelaide to Arnhem Land, throughout our country. This is the Australia we know. This is the Australia we know. So my message is this: let us always choose unity, not division. Let us always choose respect, not prejudice. Let us always look to hope, not fear. And let us stand together against hate, because in doing so, we make our nation stronger at home and in the world.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today during Women's Health Week to reflect on the progress we are making and the changes that remain when it comes to women's health, safety and wellbeing in this country. This week is an important moment in our national calendar. It gives us the chance to pause and to take stock, to listen to women's experiences and to recommit ourselves to building a fairer, healthier and safer Australia for women and girls. When we talk about women's health, too often it's a conversation that's been limited to doctors' visits and to hospital care. But women's health is much more than that. It is about dignity. It is about safety. It is about financial security and independence. It is about ensuring women have the foundations they need to live healthy lives, to raise their families, to participate fully in the workforce and to thrive in their communities. This week is an opportunity to say clearly, women's health matters, and the Albanese Labor government is making it a priority. Since coming to government, we have been working to deliver change that makes a real difference to the lives of women. We know that for far too long, women's specific health needs have been under-recognised, underfunded and in some cases completely dismissed. We know that too many women have had to put up with the pain that wasn't taken seriously or the costs that have made essential treatment unaffordable or systems that were simply not designed with their realities in mind. That is why this government is determined to do things differently. Women's health is not an afterthought for us. It is central to our work. It is central to our vision, and it is central to the Australia that we are building together. This Women's Health Week, we can see the real results that are part of this commitment. Since we launched our Women's Health Package earlier this year, more than 365,000 women have accessed over 715,000 cheaper prescriptions for oral contraceptives, for treatments to manage menopause, for medicines to treat endometriosis. These are conditions and experiences that millions of women live through every day. And for the first time, many of those essential treatments are now affordable on the PBS. The difference this makes is huge. Before these new listings, women were paying up to $380 a year for contraceptives like Yaz or Yasmin and Slinda. Now those costs have dropped to $126 a year, and for women with a concession card, it is as low as $30.80. That is not just a small saving, it is the difference between being able to afford reliable contraception or going without. It is the difference between control and uncertainty. For menopausal therapies, the impact is even more striking. Before estradiol and prometheum were added to the PBS, women could be paying up to $670 a year. Now that cost is $31.60 a script or $7.70 with a concession card. For many women, that is life-changing. It is recognition that menopause is not something women should just have to put up with. It is a health issue that deserves proper care and support, and that care should not come with a price tag that locks women out. Already, more than 20,000 women have had menopause health assessments through Medicare since the service became available in July. For the first time in our history, menopause care is embedded in our national health system, and that is extremely long overdue. It is about dignity, it is about fairness, and it is about listening to women when they say what they need. And we are not stopping there. From the 1st of November this year, women will have access to affordable IUDs and birth control implants through Medicare. These changes mean women will be able to make choices about their reproductive health without cost being a barrier. They mean fewer unintended pregnancies, fewer health risks, and more autonomy for women over their bodies. This is what fairness looks like in action. This is what it means to have a government that puts women at the centre of health policy. We've also established a National Women's Health Advisory Council, chaired by our Assistant Minister, Jed Kearney. This council will ensure that women's health issues remain a priority in a government decision-making, not just this week, not just this year, but permanently. It means expert voices will be at the table, guiding us on emerging priorities and making sure that women's needs are never ignored again. But when we talk about women's health, we cannot separate it from women's safety. We know that violence against women is one of the biggest health issues that we face as a country. Violence robs women of their security, of their well-being and of their independence, and too often it robs them of their lives. It leaves lasting scars on mental health, on financial health and on families and communities. That is why the Albanese Labor government has delivered a crucial reform in giving Services Australia new powers to waive social security debts for victims, survivors of abuse and coercive control. For too long, women have been forced into debt by abusive partners where they were left to carry out that burden on their own. They were punished twice, once by their abuser and again by the system. This reform changes that. We recognise that financial abuse is one of the most insidious forms of control. It is when someone is forced to sign documents, claim payments or take on debts against their will. It is about trapping women in poverty, limiting their choices and making it harder to escape. That is why this change matters so much. By allowing these debts to be waived, we are lifting a huge weight from women's shoulders. We are saying clearly, we believe you, we support you, and we will not let the system re-traumatise you. This is about women's health every bit as much as it is about justice. Financial stress is a health issue. Poverty is a health issue. Being trapped in unsafe situations because you cannot afford to leave is a health issue. By fixing this injustice, we are giving women the chance to rebuild, to return to study or work, to care for their children and to live free from fear. And this reform did not come from nowhere. It was driven by the courage of victim survivors who spoke up, often at a great personal cost, to share their experiences. It was driven by the persistence of frontline services, financial counsellors, legal centres and advocates who never gave up fighting for change. To all of them, I say thank you. Your voices are being heard. Together, these reforms, cheaper medicines, Medicare services, reproductive health support, debt waivers for victim survivors, are part of a bigger picture. They are about building an Australia where women's health, women's safety, women's economic security are treated as national priorities, not as optional extras. And they reflect the values of this government. We believe in fairness. We believe in compassion. We believe in listening to women and acting on what we hear. And we believe that when women are safe, healthy and supported, our whole country is stronger. And that is why we are investing in the National Plan to end violence against women and children. That is why we are closing the gender pay gap and improving workplace equality. And that is why we are building stronger maternity services, expanding women's health clinics, particularly in regional and rural communities, and making sure women everywhere, whether it's Perth or in regional WA or across this country, they can get care and support that they deserve. Because women's healthcare is not a niche issue. It is a national issue. It affects every family, every community and every workplace. And when women are forced to carry health costs they can't afford, it affects their families. When women are trapped in unsafe relationships because they can't afford to leave, it affects their communities. When women are excluded from the workforce because of untreated health condition, it affects the whole economy. The Albanese Labor government understands this and we are acting on it. We are delivering practical reforms that are already making a difference to hundreds of thousands of women, and we are determined to keep going. So this Women's Health Week, let's celebrate the progress we have made, but let us also recognise the work that is still to do. Let us keep listening to women, keep lifting the barriers and keep fighting for fairness, because women's health is everyone's business. And when we make it a priority, we will build a stronger, better, fairer Australia for all of us. Thank you.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Acting President. Today is National Flag Day. Australia's first Prime Minister, Edmund Barton, announced a competition to design our federal flag on 29th of April 1901. Despite only 32 days to submit designs, more than 32,000 entries were received. 5 entrants who submitted similar designs were declared equal winners and shared in the £200 prize. They were Ivor Evans, Leslie Hawkins, Egbert Nuttall, Annie Dorrington and William Stevens. How fitting that a schoolboy, an optician's apprentice, an architect, an artist and a ship's officer had the same vision for our national flag. How fitting that the flag to represent the people of Australia was designed by Australian people. On the 3rd of September 1901, our national flag was first flown over the dome of Melbourne's Exhibition Building, the site of our first Commonwealth Parliament. The Brisbane Courier captured the sentiment of that moment, stating, "Nationhood is better for the concrete expression, and nothing will stir up enthusiasm or rouse the sense of regard for the country in which we live like a constant sight of the flag of Australia." It wasn't until 1953 that the Parliament passed legislation to formalise what had become the routine practice of flying the national flag. So what of our national flag's symbols? There's the constellation of 5 stars, the Southern Cross, a reminder of our unique place in the world and the common geography Australians share. My elders from a tiny community near Tennant Creek have spoken about how the Southern Cross is part of dreaming, or chukurupa. So, contrary to the views of activists, Indigenous Australians certainly are represented by our national flag. There's the Union Jack, a reminder of our British heritage and the Christian ethos that forged a modern nation. And there's the 7-pointed Commonwealth or Federation Star, 6 points for our 6 states and a 7th point for our territories, a reminder of our unity. Together, these symbols remind us of our nation's history and the contributions of generations of Australians, of the Indigenous Australians who knew and cared for the land, of the British settlers who gifted us the institutions and ideas that have underpinned democracy, modernity and progress, of the farmers, miners, labourers, builders, manufacturers and constitutional drafters who transformed colonies into a federated country, of the soldiers, sailors and airmen who served to defend our nation and defeat evil, including more than 103,000 who gave their lives, of the migrants who arrived after the Second World War and in the decades after to this day, who embraced our values, helped build our nation and became cherished Australians. When we look at our flag, we remember our history in the round. Yes, we remember the dark chapters, like the mistreatment of Indigenous Australians and returned Vietnam veterans. But we also recognise that our achievements and successes far outweigh our wrongdoings and failures. Australia was formed without civil war or the level of bloodshed most other countries have known. We haven't experienced the enduring enmities of difference or separatism that have beset other nations. A defining national achievement has been the weaving together of Indigenous, British and broader migrant threads of our story. Each bestows an inheritance. Today, we Australians naturally have many differences. Differences of where we live and work, differences of ancestry and heritage, differences of faith and fellowship, differences of age and gender, differences of opinion. Despite these differences, our flag reminds us that we're united by our common values. We're aspirational, egalitarian and compassionate. We believe in reward for hard work. We treasure individual freedom. We respect the rule of law. We want our nation to be defended. We have a sense of duty to those we love, to our families, to our communities and to our nation. Our national flag represents so much. Our history, story, geography, resources, people, mateship, deeds, sacrifices, institutions, traditions, values, unity, loyalty and patriotism. Our national flag signifies our common citizenship and fellowship that makes strangers acquaintances. Our national flag is for times of celebration and times of commemoration. And as historian Geoffrey Blaney said, our national flag links the living and the dead. When one appreciates our national flag symbolism, it's impossible to not have a sense of gratitude. Gratitude for the fortune to live in this great southern land. Gratitude for our forebears and all they did to protect this country and ensure it prospers. With gratitude comes something more important, a sense of responsibility. Our national flag reminds us that we are the custodians of a remarkable legacy. We have a duty to hand over to the next generation a country better than the one we inherited. Our national flag reminds us of the duty of responsible citizenship, doing something that's bigger than ourselves. For example, raising a family, contributing to one's community, working hard in a chosen field, or serving the nation in some capacity. When one understands the history behind our national flag, when one values its symbolic weight, it's beyond comprehension that the burning of our national flag is not a criminal offence. Like most Australians, I was appalled by the footage of pro-Palestinian protesters burning our national flag in Melbourne on Sunday the 3rd of August. That event coincided with a disruptive, disgraceful and divisive rally across the Sydney Harbour Bridge, a rally where some protesters chanted genocidal slogans, displayed Hamas symbols and Nazi swastikas, waved flags of terrorist organisations and carried a photograph.
Senator Price, could you please resume your seat? Senator McKim on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, President. I asked for a ruling, please, on whether the senator who's wrapped in the national flag at the moment is contravening the standing order that prevents props. And I do want to make the point that if it's okay for Senator Nampijinpa Price to wrap herself in this flag, I would intend to wrap myself in a Palestinian flag and come into the chamber and exercise the same rights that Senator Nampijinpa Price is currently exercising.
Senator McKim, sorry, do you wish to respond on the point of order?
Point of order. Senator McKim chose to debate the issue rather than raise a point of order. And if we're not going to wrap ourselves in the national flag, I would ask that when you're considering your ruling, Deputy President, the flag is not a prop. It sits in our chamber right now. And so if we're going to mean it's ruled out of order over a senator's shoulder, it will have to be considering its stance in our chamber itself.
Senator, I did allow both points of order to stray into the debating point because I think this is clearly a sensitive issue, particularly on this particular day. I am going to refer this matter to the President because I think it does require consideration of the President. However, Senator Nampijinpa Price, in order not to set a precedent at this point, could I ask you please to finish your speech without the flag on your shoulders? And that way we do not, Senator Mackenzie, I will address you directly, we do not want to set a precedent in this place that would have very unfortunate consequences for the future. And I think you know what I'm talking about there, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Nampijinpa Price, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting President. So disappointing from the Greens, but also so typical. You can wear a kiffa in here. Perhaps you should remove that article from you whenever you walk through these chambers for the benefit of all Australians in this country. Yes, snark all you like. It's revolting. You don't love this country the way I do, certainly not like most Australians do. So, but you would rally along these terrorist organisations, the Greens would, as you have, and probably also stand beside the photograph of the Iran's oppressive dictator, as many of you Greens have. And like your Senator Faruqi, who have called for genocide in this country against those that support Israel. A rally the Prime Minister astonishingly described.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, could you please resume your seat on a point of order, Senator McKim?
Thank you. 193.3, Standing Order 193.3 prevents a reflection on a senator. A senator was named, Senator Faruqi was named by Senator Nampijinpa-Price, and she had improper and, in fact, inaccurate motivations attached to her actions.
Senator McKim, you've made your point of order. Please resume your seat. Senator Nampijinpa-Price, I would ask you to withdraw, given that you named a particular senator.
President, I would like to understand what it was that I'd said about. That was incorrect. That was incorrect.
We're not going to debate this. We're not going to debate this. A senator has objected to something you said. Please withdraw and continue.
I withdraw, but I will never call out genocidal notions like from the river to the sea, like some others do. A rally that shouldn't have been permitted to proceed.
Senator McKim, please. Senator McKim, what is the point of order?
Point of order is, consistently and repeatedly the chair has required withdrawals to be made unconditionally. That has been absolutely consistent from the chair, that withdrawals are made unconditionally. I ask you to enforce that
Senator
ruling, which is repeatedly been given by the President.
Please sit down. I'm happy to rule. Senator McKenzie, do you really wish to add? I asked Senator Nampijinpa-Price to withdraw and continue her statement. She withdrew, then she continued her contribution. Senator McKim. Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, and the Greens certainly don't respect or acknowledge Indigenous Australians in this Senate. So the burning of our national flag on that wretched weekend wasn't the first time it's happened, and of course it won't be the last, but it is any wonder it took place. A disrespect of our country and our values has been on the rise since the sordid events on the steps of the Sydney Opera House on the 9th of October. This government's supine response to the crisis of anti-Semitism gripping our nation has only emboldened an anti-Australian sentiment that is shared by the Greens. The protests at home and in other democratic nations have in common a national self-loathing and anti-Westernism that has been a hallmark of many protests since the late 1960s. The divisive voice referendum hasn't helped matters. What's more, our national flag isn't even afforded the respect it deserves by the Prime Minister. His prerequisite for standing in front of our national flag is standing in front of course, the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander flags too. Yes, both are proclaimed flags, but not national flags. We have one national flag, just like almost every sovereign nation. The Prime Minister's decision to stand in front of three flags isn't an act of respect, it's an act of disrespect. From disrespect comes division. From division comes disloyalty. And from disloyalty comes greater motive for desecration. Of course, no country should be beyond criticism. And in a democracy like ours, there's many ways one can voice criticism. May we forever cherish the right to freedom of speech and wearing our Australian flag. But the burning of our national flag goes beyond free speech and political protest. It's an abuse of liberty. It's a rejection of the responsible citizenship. It's a display of historical ignorance. It's an expression of national ingratitude. It's performative disrespect with subversive characteristics. It's an act intended to sow division, disunity, national hatred and even violence. And no self-respecting nation, especially a country with Australia's achievements, should tolerate the burning of a national flag. There are no provisions in the Flag Act of 1953 or other legislation that criminalises this. Things need to change, especially at a time when our nation is facing social cohesion challenges unlike we've seen in generations. The Coalition calls on the Albanese government to enact legislation that criminalises the destruction or desecration of our national flag.
Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, Deputy President. Tasmania's forests are some of the most carbon dense in the world. They are also, of course, beautiful, worthy of protection for their intrinsic values, worthy of protection just for their own sake. They are home to countless threatened species and countless other species that live in our forest ecosystems in Tasmania. And today a report was published from the Tree Projects, from the Tasmanian Climate Collective and from the Wilderness Society that showed that native forest logging in Tasmania is the highest emitting sector in our entire state. And just so folks can understand what a mass emitter of carbon the logging of Tasmania's native forest estate is, it emits about 2.5 times the carbon equivalent emissions than the entire transport sector in Tasmania. Annual emissions from native forest logging in Tasmania between 2020 and 2024 averaged nearly 4.5 million tonnes of carbon dioxide every year. That 4.65 million tonnes of carbon emitted by forestry in 2022 is equivalent to the annual emissions of over 1 million cars, roughly double the amount of cars on Tasmania's roads. And of course, we all know the vast majority of Tasmania's native forests that are logged end up as wood chips, and they end up as so-called waste on the forest floor. About 60% of forest biomass in a destroyed, logged ecosystem remains on site, branches, stumps, the smaller trees that are just piled up with bulldozers into windrows. That is then burnt, emitting mass amounts of carbon that blacken Tasmania's skies and, for that matter, blacken the inside of the lungs of many Tasmanians who are unfortunate enough to have to breathe that pollution in. The emissions from those industrial logging burns alone produce 1.6 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalents annually. They are carbon bombs. A recent UNESCO report noted Tasmania's World Heritage forests removed more carbon from the atmosphere than any other wilderness UNESCO site. Tasmania's forests are massive carbon banks, and left undisturbed, they will continue to draw down carbon from the atmosphere, helping us in the fight against dangerous climate breakdown. If Australia takes its emission reduction targets seriously, if it takes its global leadership role on climate change seriously, if it takes its net zero commitments seriously, it must tear up the RFAs and end native forest logging now. The Liberal and Labor parties are in lockstep on forest destruction in this country. It's time to break the political duopoly. It is time to end native forest logging, not just in Tasmania, but right around the country. This Sunday, September the 7th, is Threatened Species Day. This is a day to commemorate all Australian plant and animal species that are listed as threatened, and it's held on the anniversary of the last Tasmanian tiger, which died from exposure at the Beaumaris Zoo in Hobart in 1936. Australia has one of the world's highest rates of extinctions, with about 100 species of flora and fauna lost since European colonisation. Earlier this year, Australia's tally of ecosystems, plants and animals recognised nationally as being threatened with extinction reached 2,245. Now, we all recall the Labor Party coming to government just over 3 years ago, promising firstly to strengthen Australia's environmental laws and secondly promising no new extinctions under their watch. However, what we saw from Labor in the last term is a weakening of Australia's environment laws, a weakening of the EPBC Act at the behest of the foreign-owned multinational salmon farming corporations in Tasmania, a weakening that will allow for the continued drive into extinction of the Maugean skate, which has as its only home Macquarie Harbour, only home anywhere in the world, Macquarie Harbour on the west coast of Tasmania, a skate that has its very existence this ancient species, its very existence, threatened by fish farm, salmon farm corporations operating into Macquarie Harbour. And just recently, we've seen Minister Watt greenlight a massive industrial wind farm on Robbins Island off the west coast of Tasmania. It's critical habitat for the only naturally occurring disease-free Tasmanian devil population anywhere in the world, and also a critical habitat for migratory birds. Robbins Island has been identified by the Commonwealth as being suitable for international Ramsar listing. It should be listed as a Ramsar site, and it is an absolutely inappropriate place for the kind of development that is being proposed there. Of course we need more renewable energy, but it's got to be the right project in the right place, and that is the wrong project in the wrong place. The report released today by the Tree Project and the Wilderness Society and the Tasmanian Climate Collective identified and warned about the increased use of biomass as an energy source in Tasmania, in particular biomass sourced from materials from Tasmania's native forest. Let's be very clear about this. If you log native forests and feed the results of that logging into a biomass generator or into an industrial process, that is not renewable energy. That is not renewable energy. There are 5 current and proposed projects in Tasmania alone that require wood biomass as a fuel or a carbon source, but there are only enough sustainable plantation-based sources to meet 35% of the biomass needs of those facilities. That means the rest will have to come from Tasmania's world-class, high conservation value native forests. These projects will perversely be greenwashed as renewable energy powered, but they are not renewable energy powered. I want to talk about one of those projects, the Railton Cement Works. Astoundingly, the recipient of over $50 million from the federal Labor government under a project designed to reduce emissions, taxpayer subsidies are going to go to the Railton Cement Works when we know that they are going to take forests from Tasmania's native forest estate. Logged forests are going to be fed into the cement works at Railton, logged native forests, under the guise of renewable energy with a taxpayer subsidy. Now, we all know that the Tasmanian native forest logging industry is a mendicant industry. It cannot survive without significant taxpayer subsidies. And again, it is the political duopoly in this place, the Labor and Liberal parties, that are supporting the logging of our native forests. Let's be very clear about what else is going on here. A year ago, Coles and Woolworths made a promise to Australians they would stop selling beef linked to deforestation by the end of 2025. Now, Coles does appear, to their credit, to be keeping to that commitment, but Woolworths has done a complete 180 last week by listing beef as a low-risk commodity, thereby walking back its commitment to deforestation-free beef. And I want to be very clear. Woolworths must recommit to deforestation-free beef and cease its walkback of its previous commitments. Land clearing and habitat loss is now our biggest driver of animal extinction, including the koala, the greater glider, the grey-headed flying fox, the pink cockatoo, and many others being driven towards extinction. Last year we saw Labor undermine global efforts to fight deforestation by working to delay European Union anti-deforestation regulations. Well, Woolworths, today's greenwash people, get with the program and recommit to deforestation-free beef.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Only a few technological advancements have revolutionised the world as we know it. The telephone in the 19th century, the computer in the mid-20th century, the internet, and later the smartphone in the late 20th century and early 21st centuries. And now artificial intelligence. In late 2022, the world was introduced to ChatGPT, OpenAI's conversational AI tool, which amazed the world with its ability to comprehend. Powered by a large language model, it was unrivaled in its capacity to solve problems, write essays, and answer endless questions with minimal effort from users. The world took it by storm, with OpenAI reporting it had amassed 1 million users in its first 5 days alone, which has now grown to over 400 million active users each week. Now, Christopher Columbus' exploration of the New World ushered in a new opportunities and trade routes, and over 5 centuries, we are once again on the verge of a new world. This era is just 12 to 24 months away for what will be fundamentally different to the world in which we exist in and inhabit today. Artificial intelligence is rapidly approaching a threshold where it doesn't just regurgitate information, but reasons and creates in ways previously unique to humans. This new frontier, known as Artificial General Intelligence, or AGI, is not decades away, it's mere months. OpenAI's ChatGPT-5, DeepMind's Gemini, xAI's Grok, and Anthropic's Claude are rapidly advancing towards AGI, with models capable of planning, reasoning and decision-making that in some areas rival human performance. Once limited to simple query answering like you would give to Google or a search engine, AI now matches or surpasses humans in tasks such as comprehension, translation, coding and complex problem solving. This development changes everything. Let me say it again. This development changes everything. The world as we know it is rapidly changing around us. Goldman Sachs estimates that AI could automate the equivalent of 300 million full-time jobs globally. Locally, AI is already being integrated into an array of workplaces, and we're seeing AI-backed technology writing out doctor's notes, divorce agreements, and even sorting through fresh produce. No job is exempt, with job displacement set to affect all levels of work, from data entry, content generation and administrative assistants to knowledge-based workers, policy advisors, dare I say, marketers, paralegals and even coders. Although this shift will generate new opportunities, it also comes with urgent risks. The issues are multifaceted and indeed complex. Firstly, AI is accelerating faster than our ability to contemplate regulation, let alone actually regulating it. While many countries are busy putting safeguards in place, Australia has so far contributed little more than recommendations to the AI policy conversation. The European Union has passed the world's first comprehensive AI Act in March 2024, creating clear obligations for developers and protections for citizens. The UK launched its own strategy, including an AI Safety Institute. But sadly, Australia is missing in action. In July, US President Trump issued sweeping executive orders titled "Winning the AI Race," he called it. These orders banned ideological-driven AI models in federal agencies, mandated neutral systems and rescinded prior safety mandates favouring innovation-focused actions plans instead. Now, China's recent AI summit, promoting global solidarity, including a proposal to base a UN-style AI body in Shanghai. Now, this is a clear power grab that should alarm anyone who values transparency and rights-based AI rules. The world's leading surveillance state cannot be trusted to oversee global AI governance. Without immediate implementation of effective and coordinated frameworks, AI technology will rapidly outpace Australia's capacity to manage it. We need frameworks that mitigate serious risks, including sovereign risks, biases, disinformation, propaganda, foreign electoral interference, online harm, cybercrime and copyright violations. But it's not just safety and protections that Australians must regulate. Our long-term economic and fiscal survival is also at stake. We need to answer the hard questions like who should benefit financially from AI, who should be taxed when algorithms and AI replace human labour, How should IP be protected and properly remunerated if used? And how do we make sure global tech companies pay their fair share of taxes in Australia when they expect to freeload on our infrastructure, our energy and data? We cannot outsource our digital future. Australians must be creators and curators, not just consumers of this new frontier. If we're serious about sovereign capability in AI, we need to get serious about energy. AI runs on electricity, not ideology, and right now our energy grid simply isn't fit for purpose. Microsoft and other tech giants are turning to nuclear energy to meet the staggering power demands of their AI infrastructure. Meanwhile, China, who are unburdened by the ideological constraints of net zero at any cost, is building coal-fired power stations to ensure that it can dominate the AI age. Now, if Australia wants to compete in this space, we need to put energy security and affordability back in the centre of our policy. That means keeping all options on the table, including nuclear, and being honest about the limitations of the current approach. Technology has long played a significant role in bringing people closer and the desire to solve problems being closest to home. The cochlear implant was developed in part by Australian researcher Graham Clark, who was motivated by his father's struggle with hearing loss. Innovation has always been best fuelled by the impulse to protect, connect or restore something essential for people. AI takes us one step further. It shapes not just communication, but it also our thoughts, our beliefs and how we see ourselves in the world around us. It's not out of the question that our identity will become increasingly homogenised and shaped by AI to reflect dominant international narratives instead of focusing on national and local factors. Social media platforms powered by AI algorithms are already key to driving this trend. In this new era, knowing what you believe and why will become more important than ever. Our national identity, our virtues that underpin its formation, ideas of individual dignity, moral equality, and the duty to protect the vulnerable cannot be assumed. As historian Tom Holland observes in Dominion, to live in a Western country is to live in a society still utterly saturated by Christian concepts and assumptions. Now, even our most secular values are shaped by this inheritance. These foundations must be taught, and must be protected and actively championed, especially as we enter an era in which global AI systems may be indifferent at best or hostile at worst to them. Our teachers, classrooms and education system must equip children for this new reality. Students' learning, reasoning, rationalisation and formation of opinions must be encouraged. Privacy for students and teachers must also be addressed in Australia's AI policy development. Now, I say all this not as a doomsayer, but as a technological optimist. My colleagues and family know me as an early adopter of technology. I love the latest advancements and innovations, and I remain optimistic about our future where technology continues to make our lives smarter, faster, easier and indeed more connected. But optimism is not a strategy. Regulation must keep pace with innovation, and ethics must persist alongside AI capabilities. Because right now, technology is outpacing our laws, our policies and our institutions. The time to act is not now, it was yesterday. So we have to urgently catch up and do what we can to make sure that AI policy in Australia is fit for purpose, not only for where we are now, but indeed for where we're going into the future. Thank you.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Today I'd like to give a shout out. We all know the vital role of early childhood educators across Australia, and I want to explain why this sector deserves significantly more investment and support. When you walk into an early childhood centre, you see smiling faces, warm, welcoming educators, ready to support your children at the beginning of their day and the beginning of their educational journey. But what you're really seeing are qualified educational professionals performing one of our most complex and demanding jobs. I'm sure early childhood educators would love if the job was simply teaching, but the role is much more than that. they're mentoring children through emotional development, helping them navigate reasoning and making sense of our complex world. Any parent can tell you how often a child can ask why in a day. And that's when they're your own kid. A room full of them feeding off each other, and that's a battle royale of patience. These educators update us about our kids' days when the children are too tired to tell us themselves. They support our children's excitement and curiosity as they move through their days. They create spaces where well-being isn't just a buzzword, but a fundamental principle ensuring our children get the best opportunities. But that's what these unsung heroes do. They're there when parents can't be. When we're at work, that's when their work begins. It's not babysitting, it's nurturing. So when we pay them babysitting wages, we show them how little we value that nurturing. And then we make cuts. We tweak regulations, and the ones who have to make that work are those smiling faces and unsung heroes. Currently, we're seeing profit being put before children. We're seeing an essential sector underfunded whilst under-resourced staff are underpaid. And they are left burnt out. And they quit. Who does that benefit? We think we're saving money, but are we? There's no way to run a railroad, having to constantly hire, rehire, train, retrain. Continuity doesn't occur. Kids lose out. That's not the system our children deserve. And it's certainly not the working conditions our educators deserve. Tasmania is trialling early learning for 3-year-olds across 5 sites. Bruny Island down south, East Devonport in the northwest, Zion on the west coast, St Mary's on the east coast, and an online option for Flinders Island. This trial recognises what we know to be true, that learning starts early, and quality early childhood education gives children the foundation they need to thrive. I remember having to return to work when my children were young. My kids' early childhood educators gave me the confidence to go to work, knowing that my boys were not only physically and emotionally cared for, but that their learning and development were being actively supported. These educators teach children to concentrate, share and take turns, skills that, let's be honest, many of us in this place are still trying to learn. That's why I want to see more investment in this space, better regulations and more support for early childhood educators. These professionals deserve recognition for their vital role. They deserve opportunities to learn, grow and thrive, and they absolutely deserve to be paid fairly. Early childhood centres should be spaces where both educators and children flourish with good outcomes. The people working in these centres are smart, strong and qualified educational leaders. They're also the managers who keep everything running smoothly in the complex world of early education. I support increased investment in early childhood education because it works. The evidence is clear. The need is obvious and the benefits compound over generations. This is what the research tells us. We hear this all the time from experts in the space. Early education is the greatest return on investment in the education space. In fact, if we care about improving people's standards of living, then early childhood education is our secret weapon, and we're paying fast food wages. To our early childhood educators, happy Early Educators Day. I am so grateful to you, to what you do, and I'm sorry we aren't doing more to help you as partners.
Senator Still.
Well, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Look, I just wish to share a couple of figures with the Senate before I go to the crux of my conversation. And I want to remind senators and anyone listening that on the 8th of October 2024, Qantas was ordered by the federal court to pay $100 million in penalties for misleading consumers by offering and selling tickets to ghost flights it had already decided to cancel and by failing to tell existing ticket holders of their flight cancellation. Then we move to December of 2024 and Qantas was fined $120 million in compensation to the sacked workers, taking the financial impasse so far to $210 million. Then last month, the federal court fined Qantas $90 another $90 million for illegally outsourcing ground handling roles during the pandemic. 310 million, not small change in anyone's world. But then I read the paper yesterday and I find a title called The Lying Kangaroo. And it says Qantas has fined $2 million for misleading passengers in New Zealand. They've got form through their Jetstar wing, or their Jetstar arm. And this is after the Australian Consumer Watchdog took action against Jetstar for similar conduct in 2018. Now, what I want to say is here, like the rest of us in this building, most of Australia, we want to wish Qantas well. We want to wish Qantas success. But we should never, ever, ever forget the stain left in this nation by Alan Joyce, with his cohort mate Richard Goyder, the chairman, and those bunch of grifters that were on the board at the time. Let us not forget that. Fortunately now Qantas has moved to one of the most decent human beings in the Australian business community, John Mullen, and I wish Mr Mullen all the very best of success. I see Qantas have just about cleaned out their board. There's a few hangers on, and I wish them all the best in their success. And I really want to believe that the CEO, Vanessa Hudson, who was the Chief Financial Officer at the time, nothing to see here, I don't know about that, I hope she's turned the leaf. She said she wants to turn the leaf. She wants to rebuild Qantas, and I certainly hope so. But it brings me to the crux of my conversation that I want to share with the Senate today, let alone Justice Lee's absolute tearing apart of Qantas and their behaviour. But I want to highlight to the rest of the Senate and everyone else around, I saw a couple of weeks ago there was going to be, or has been, an Australian Aviation Summit. And I'm thinking, what's the Australian Aviation Summit? Someone who has been on the Rural, Regional Affairs and Transport Committee for 20 years and chaired it for 18 and a bit. I'm very interested in Australia's aviation sector. But I could not believe, guess who their headline speaker was to the Australian Aviation Summit? You're not going to believe this when I tell you, but I'll have to. Alan Joyce. I thought there can't be two Alan Joyces, seriously. Seriously, there cannot be two. No, I was right. It is the same person who drove this national iconic company into the ground. And don't worry about all the bulldust he'll come up with. He entered into corrupt behaviour. Him and all his lieutenants in Qantas, who couldn't wait in the darkness of night to sneak in and execute 1,700 well-paid Australian jobs in the aviation sector, the ground handlers. And how do I know and why am I so passionate? Because they were TWU members, Transport Workers Union, my union. I organised on the airport in my heydays as that young brash organiser from the Perth's eastern suburbs, let me tell you. And didn't I have some fire in the belly? We fought for years to lift the wages and conditions of employees in the aviation industry. To have this fella come in and absolutely in the dark of night slash good-paying Australian jobs, outsourced it, and it led to $310 million in fines. I'd say to Justice Lee, good on you. Lucky it wasn't Justice Stirl, because I'm telling you, it would have been a heck of a lot more and I wouldn't be finished with Alan Joyce. Seriously, the Australian Aviation Summit, who are you? Do you really believe that you want your members to come in and listen to Alan Joyce, a white-collar, I'll say this, no, I better not call him a white-collar criminal because I might get pulled up. But let me say, principal partners, Leidos, I don't know who Leidos are, they could be some really decent people. Who would want their name associated with Alan Joyce in Australia's business community? Seriously, I thought I'm having a bad dream. It's a nightmare, I'm going to wake up. But no, there's more. Air Services Australia. And don't I have a relationship with Air Services Australia, but doesn't extend to Christmas cards, I can tell you, in December. We've been working with Air Services Australia for many years. I'm thinking, who else? And the list goes on. I run out of time, damn it.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Every time I walk into this building, there are more deaths in custody, Aboriginal deaths in custody. And this year there have been 23 that we know of. In the last month alone, there were 10. Since the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody, there have now been 608 Aboriginal deaths in custody. Not one cop, not one prison guard ever held accountable. Literally getting away with murder. If we marched every stolen life, we would march for over 2.5 years. And these are not just numbers. These are people. And the day their lives are taken starts another violent ordeal for their families and communities, fighting for justice for a murder committed at the hands of the government. And the government does not want to be held accountable. Every day, blackfellas are forced to face violent colonial courts, traumatic coronial inquiries, violent police and government agencies. The result is always devastating. Wrongful convictions, families torn apart, homelessness and penalties that entrench poverty and trauma, and zero accountability for the crimes committed against our people. And this is not by accident. It is a well-designed and well-oiled machine whose ultimate aim was always to wipe us out of our own country. The only tools to fight back are intentionally starved of funding, like our Aboriginal legal services. Meanwhile, those who kill us maintain their badges, their jobs, their privilege, and their power, and tell a story that criminalises us to avoid accountability. Shame. Shame. This week, the country's eyes were opened once again through exposure to a horrific recording of another racist cop in WA who shamelessly sent a voice message to her mate. She talked about how a young man told her he was going to take his own life. She ignored his cries for help. The next day, he was sent to prison, where he sadly took his own life. To laugh and treat his death as a joke is criminal in itself. What kind of person would do this? The young man she was speaking about was a proud Noongar Wangai Adnyamathanha man, and his name is Linton Ryan. He has family who love and mourn and miss him, including his mother Lynette, his older brother Shannon, and his cousin Kivia, who also spoke to the ABC about his life and death. Before he died, Linton lived in the colonial gold mining town Kalgoorlie, a true apartheid town. He lived in an abandoned rail yard on cold concrete floors with another 12 people with no electricity or running water. And this racist cop has the audacity to laugh and think his life was not worth living. He was too unwell to attend court. So 6 days later, he took his life. You think that when I talk about war and genocide in this country that it happened a long time ago, it's still real today in 2025.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Under this Labor government, women's health is finally being taken seriously. It's what happens when you have a caucus made up of majority women, when you have a government who listens to women. When the government announced Australia's first ever gender equality strategy back in March 2024, we made sure women's health was one of 5 key priorities. And earlier this year, we announced our historic $790 million women's health package. This package brings more choice, lower costs and better health care for women. We've listed new contraceptives on the PBS for the first time in 30 years and new menopausal hormone therapies for the first time in 20 years. Combine that with the reduction of PBS medicines to $25 next year, and it means women will save literally hundreds of dollars each year. We're also delivering further savings for women's healthcare by expanding bulk billing and increasing Medicare support for long-term contraceptives such as IUDs and implants. We believe women should have more control over their healthcare. And for me, this is personal, because I know all too well what it's like not to have your health taken seriously, to suffer debilitating pain and be told it's just part of being a woman, to be fobbed off by doctors time and time again, and then to finally get a diagnosis, but realising you have to pay hundreds of dollars for the medication that will manage your pain because it's not on the PBS. I am one of 1 million Australian women with endometriosis. I don't remember the first time I felt pelvic pain, but I do remember the first time I presented to the emergency room with pain so severe the doctors thought my appendix might be about to burst. I was in year 5. I can't tell you how many GPs I visited in the almost 10 years that followed, but I can tell you about the day a male GP told my mum and I that every teenage girl is pregnant until proven otherwise. I was 14. I can't count the number of times I was told it's just bad period pain or just get pregnant, that will fix it. It didn't. But I can count the number of people it took to change it all for me. 5 wonderful health professionals who took my pain seriously and worked with me on a plan to get on top of it. I was 19. It had been almost 10 years. My brilliant GP, Dr. Jane Spencer, referred me to the pelvic pain clinic at King Edward Memorial Hospital in Perth. A physiotherapist, psychologist, gynaecologist and a pain specialist worked together in a multidisciplinary team to help women who, like me, feel like they're running out of options. I remember walking out of that appointment and feeling like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Finally, people were listening. Finally, I had some answers, a name for what I had been suffering for so long. And finally, I had a plan. But then, of course, I realised the medications that could help weren't on the PBS, and I'd be paying upwards of $100 every time I filled a script. My story is not unique. It takes women on average more than 6 years to be diagnosed with endometriosis, and too many women suffer medical misogyny which delays diagnosis and minimises their pain. Accessing the treatment we need once we have a diagnosis has been too cost prohibitive for too long. And so I am always proud to be Labor, but I was particularly proud on the day that we announced our $500 million package to tackle women's health, to give back choice to women, to give back control to women. And I am so proud to be part of the government that is expanding the network of pelvic pain clinics, because I know all too well how life-changing one of those appointments can be. And I was so proud when we announced we would finally list more medications for women on the PBS, because when you're suffering from something like endo, you shouldn't have to pay more to manage it. So this Women's Health Week, we should talk about things that for too long have been ignored or fobbed off. And so my message to women today is this: if you're suffering from pelvic pain, don't suffer in silence. It's probably not just a bad period. Your pain matters and you matter. Health is available, and under this Labor government, we're committed to providing it.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to provide a window into the feelings of one of our teachers. Dear Senator Hanson, I'm writing as a passionate frontline educator who's fed up. The 2025 changes to the Western Australian Humanities and Social Sciences HASS curriculum are not just disappointing, they are a disgrace. They represent a calculated, slow-burning dismantling of everything that once made Australian education proud, grounded and worth fighting for. What they're doing to our children's education is unforgivable. They're stripping out what it's meant to be Australian, piece by piece, quietly behind the backs of the very people expected to implement it. Here's just a taste of what's been completely removed from the curriculum: who can become an Australian citizen and what rights and responsibilities come with that. The roles of police, judges and legal personnel, the people who keep this country safe, what it actually means to be Australian, our national identity, our shared values, our heritage. World War I and II, the Treaty of Versailles, the Great Depression, gone. Civil rights movements, erased. Ancient history, national heroes, social justice, responsibility, freedom, sacrifice, all gutted. This is not education, it's indoctrination through omission. They're teaching kids nothing of value. They want children to learn about scarcity in economics before they learn how to make a budget, how to save money, or how people live and retire in Australia. They've removed content on how retirees earn income, no mention of superannuation, the age pension, or the value of hard work. So kids won't understand how their country works, or how their money works, or how their own future might work. And by the time anything interesting shows up in the curriculum, they've all been turned out, bored stiff, and convinced humanities and social sciences is a waste of time. Where's the national pride? Australia used to be proud of its story, the struggle, the conflict, the hard-earned democracy. But this new curriculum reads like a soulless, globalised spreadsheet designed to avoid controversy, history or truth. They've even burned or erased the Eureka Stockade, the Pinjarra Massacre, the Anzacs legacy in global conflict, the systems that underpin law and order. If our children don't learn who we are, how we got here and what we stand for, then who exactly are we raising? This is not about education, it's about control. These changes just don't reflect bad decisions. They reflect a system that doesn't trust its citizens, doesn't value its traditions, and doesn't care what parents or teachers think. We're being given a lifeless curriculum that will raise a generation of students who know nothing about how the world really works, nor understand the country they live in. Our young Australians will have no respect for law, citizenship, or democratic responsibility. It's disgraceful, dangerous, and it's happening now. This is not about left or right. This is about truth, history, and national integrity. Real Australians are feeling ignored. This teacher is one of them. As she's wanting our politicians and our educators to call out what is happening before we lose a whole generation to silence, confusion, and a curriculum that teaches them nothing of value about the country they call home. And that's her comments. These are mine. I'm reading the paper today. Former Alice Springs school principal Gavin Morris is up on 5 counts of unlawful assault because he had to hold a student in a bear hug to stop him from kicking a railing bar and had thrown chairs around the room. Our teachers have no control over the classroom. You've allowed this misbehaviour to go on. You've got no control. They're absolutely fed up. That's why teachers don't want to go into the teaching profession. We've allowed this behaviour to go on, and then that's why the teachers are leaving. Here's a principal can't control a child who's out of control in the classroom. You know what the teachers told me? They said if the children start throwing around, we just get the rich kids out of the room, let them go berserk, and then we come in and clean up afterwards. Nothing's done. What an absolute mess. A mess with the curriculum, a mess with discipline, and a mess what we're teaching our kids is ridiculous and shame.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. I will now proceed to 2-minute statements. Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. The March for Australia was an overwhelmingly peaceful event held across Australian capital cities last weekend. 99.9% of the attendees were there for the right reasons, expressing their frustration over the terrible state of the country. The participants were everyday Aussies from all backgrounds, united with a concern for the terrible state of the country and Australia's future. Then enter the appalling National Socialist Network, or the NSN, labelled far-right by the media, but using the term socialist in their name, which always strikes me as being odd. Now, the NSN are a strange group, not face-tattooed overweight men like we've come to accept from these tights, but the oddly clean-cut, preppy-looking ones. As someone said to me the other day, seems like they're straight out of Central Casting. For the last few years, these men have been turning up to similar events every now and then, mostly masked, but sometimes not, but certainly right on cue. Well, why don't we know more about these people, and how come a group with so few numbers gets so much media attention? I think that's weird. And how come the leader of the group just happened to be in the area right as the Premier of Victoria conducted a press conference with multiple cameras around? Must just be an incredible coincidence. Their stunts seem almost like pantomime, one would say cartoon-like if the subject matter wasn't so appalling. It's very odd, actually, and none of it seems to make sense. But one thing's for sure, though, these people don't speak for the views and concerns of everyday Aussies. But that said, there's no doubt how useful they've been for the government, the media and the establishment that's hell-bent on trying to subdue a dissent of the growing in mainstream Australia about a country in decline. And I think that's odd.
Thank you, Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I have a genetic heart condition called familial hypercholesterolemia, which affects 1 in 200 Australians and causes early heart attacks, even in very young people. Recently, a DNA screening study tested 10,000 healthy young Australians to detect genes that could have put them at high risk of cancer and heart disease, including the condition I have. They found 200 people with these high-risk genes, that is 1 in 50 people. So combined, these genetic conditions are not that rare, they're actually quite common. Because I know about my condition, I can take medication to avoid irreversible damage to my heart. Sadly, our current testing mechanisms find less than 10% of people with these high-risk genetic variants. Yesterday, in an event here in Parliament, 4 young Australians spoke about what it means to have discovered their genetic conditions through DNA screening study. Mitch now knows he has Lynch syndrome, a gene fault which interferes with DNA repair. He can now be tested regularly for early detection of a range of cancers, such as colon cancer. Georgie now knows she has the BRCA2 gene, and she's had preventative surgery to avoid the breast cancer her mother suffered. Ben said, "I'm lucky to have found out early because I've now taken control of my health and I owe that to DNA screen." He can now help his family, including his children, to manage their risks. Monica found out about her familial hypercholesterolemia when her first baby was 3 months old. She said this has given her precious time to prevent the heart attack which could rob her children of their mother. I commend this study, led by Monash University researchers Dr. Jane Tiller and Professor Paul Lacaze, which has shown us how population genomic testing could be used to prevent the disease altogether.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Uni students have been showing up for Palestine from the very beginning. They have always been at the forefront of movements for social justice, for climate justice. While their universities shamefully silence them, censure them, smear them, punish them, vilify them, and even spy on them, they have refused to back down, and they have continued to show up. And I'm so proud and grateful to every student who has refused to accept the lies and the gaslighting, and who have refused to sit back and watch the slaughter, starvation, and genocide of Palestinians. Over the past 2 weeks, nearly 5,000 students across the country have voted in a national student referendum on Palestine. 97% of students voted to censure the Australian government for its complicity in Israel's genocide in Gaza, and for universities to end their complicity in genocide by seizing all partnerships with weapons companies. The thousands of students who showed up at 19 campuses across the country have shown the courage and the moral fibre that so lacks in the Albanese Labour government. And I thank them for their courage, their strength and their moral integrity in standing for justice in the face of all that has been thrown at them and all the pressures that young people are under, from crushing student debt to the climate, cost of living and housing crises. The message could not be clearer. Uni students will not accept their government, their education institutions, their research and their resources being used to support a rogue genocidal state. And these students, you give me hope that Palestine will be free from the river to the sea.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Well, today is National Flag Day, and I just wanted to say a few words about why I think our flag is so beautiful. It is National Flag Day today because on this day in 1901, the first Australian Prime Minister, Edmund Barton, announced the results, announced the winners of a flag competition that designed our flag. And the flag as it is so beautiful because it speaks to so much of our nation's heritage and where we've come from. Of course, it has the Union Jack that represents our British roots as a nation, and that flag itself is made up of three separate crosses representing Christian crosses, representing St George, St Andrew and St Patrick, representing England, Scotland and Ireland. It's a beautiful representation of both our cultural roots but also our religious roots in the Judeo-Christian faith as well. It's of course got the Southern Cross on the flag and a great representation of our wonderful place here in the Southern Hemisphere. Few people probably realise that the first political use of the Southern Cross was on the flag of the Anti-Transportation League, which is a very similar flag, also has a Union Jack in the top left corner. That league was all about ending transportation of convicts to Australia, and so our flag also does represent in its form our efforts to get rid of our colonial past and become an independent nation which decides what happens in our own country and not have people forced here upon us. It then, of course, added to the Anti-Transportation League the Federation Star at the bottom of our flag, which represents the unity of the 6 colonies that came together to form Australia in 1901, and a 7th point on that star representing our territories as well. It's a wonderful uniting force. It's a beautiful flag. How good was it to see it displayed so vibrantly at rallies all around Australia last Sunday? May we always unite behind our beautiful flag.
Thank you, Senator Polley.
Men's health is a vital topic, often overlooked in the rush of daily life. This Father's Day, let's make it a priority to reach out to our fathers, our brothers, grandfathers and uncles. Encourage open conversation about physical and mental well-being. Investing in health isn't just about medical checkups. It's also about supporting each other emotionally and mentally. By discussing openly health issues, we can break down the stigmas and let our loved ones know that they don't have to face these challenges alone. Yesterday, I met with the Special Envoy for Men's Health, the member for Hunter, Dan Rapakoli, to talk about how can we inspire men to invest in their own health and well-being, to have a regular appointment with their GP. A simple conversation can be the first step towards healthier habits and a brighter future, more connected future for the men we care about. There are so many options out there for men. They can connect with through the fantastic Men's Shed program, local sporting clubs, or community groups to get involved. So this Father's Day, have a conversation with those you love, encourage them to put their health first and centre to ensure that they have a long and happy life. And for all those partners out there, all of us who are trying to engage and make sure that men are reaching out, because what they need to know is they don't have to do it alone. If there is a health issue, if they have some mental health issues, they have anxiety, they're feeling depressed, the most important thing is to reach out and to let them know that they are loved and they're supported and that they don't have to do it alone. It's very important. So let's make this Father's Day, and I wish all the fathers out there a wonderful, happy Father's Day.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Homelessness in my birthplace, India, is a national scandal. Close to 2 million people living on the streets, children, women, elderly, vulnerable to violence and disease. Why would the government be discussing bringing hundreds of thousands of Indian labourers and tradesmen here to build 1 million new homes financed with a United Arab Emirates loan? Is it a loan? Or will these be built to rent? How about India borrows the $500 billion and builds housing in their country, getting their children, women and elderly off the streets? The Indian Minister of Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, told us about this plan, and Indian mainstream media confirmed it. After days of coverage, this government has neither confirmed nor denied. One would think that's a concession. If you were not planning this, say so. If you are planning it, then admit it and answer our questions, starting with hundreds of thousands of Indian migrants have to sleep somewhere. Is that what the spare bedroom tax was for? Billeting these new migrant workers? If not, then the first 2 years will be spent building homes for these imported workers, who will no doubt never leave them. Where does that get us? Are these 200,000 workers on top of the 2.9 million new visa holders the government has let in since 2022? Or are these extras? It's 4 years now, and I understand less than 10,000 of the 2.9 million you've let in are qualified construction workers. That's 0.3% building houses for the 99.7%. Where are your plans to provide land, building inspectors and trade qualification checks to make sure these homes are built to standard? All over our country, construction companies are going broke due to rising costs. The Treasurer must know this massive construction plan will cause runaway demand inflation in building materials, forcing more of our builders to the wall. All you'll do is destroy Australian companies and take jobs off Australians. Why do you hate our country?
Senator Askew.
President. Working families and indeed all Australians continue to be failed by this Albanese Labor government. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit the Launceston Benevolent Society in my home state of Tasmania, a charity that has been providing support to those doing it tough in the Launceston community since 1834. A not-for-profit service, the Launceston Benevolent Society has a mission of offering immediate relief through the provision of food, clothing and household goods to allow clients to focus their resources towards bills and other necessities. They help everyone without discrimination, just with kindness and care. Their staff and numerous volunteers commit countless hours of support each week, and I thank them all for their positive approach and outstanding commitment to the Launceston community. Powered by the generosity of community and business donations, the Launceston Benevolent Society also provides wraparound services like mental health support and financial counselling to help get people back on their feet. Like all crisis charities, the Launceston Benevolent Society has a diverse range of clients. During my visit, volunteers told me they had experienced unprecedented demand over the last few years, but had seen a marked increase in one specific cohort: individuals and families with full-time jobs. Despite the Albanese Labor government claiming people have never been better off, a recent report by Anglicare has laid bare the human cost of their failure to effectively manage the economy and the resultant cost of living crisis. The report showed a worker on the minimum wage is left with just $33 a week after paying for rent, food and transport. We're no longer talking about the cost of living, we are talking about the cost of surviving. Organisations like the Launceston Benevolent Society work hard to support those struggling to survive in this crisis. However, all Australians deserve a government that acknowledges the economic conditions impacting Australian households.
Senator Chicane.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. The 2025 RSL Veterans Ball in Victoria was I must say, a very memorable night, and I was very honoured to be there. I was also honoured to see the strength of service and the spirit of Victoria's veteran community. It was a night of reflection, gratitude and unity, and an occasion that I was very much proud to be part of. One of the most moving moments of the night was the powerful tribute by Doug Baird, OAM, to his late son, Corporal Cameron Baird, VC MG, who was killed on operations in Afghanistan in 2013. Doug's words reminded us of the courage and the sacrifice that define not just Corporal Baird's legacy, but the legacy of all who have worn our nation's uniform and those who continue to serve today. The ball also served as an opportunity to recognise the volunteers whose efforts strengthen our veteran community every single day. I want to congratulate everyone that was honoured on the night for their outstanding contributions. I'd also like to particularly acknowledge the Hawthorn RSL sub-branch for hosting an exceptional event with many other sub-branches across Victoria for their continued commitment to organising such events that support and celebrate veterans and their families. And thanks to RSL Victoria for the support and the care that they provide our defence personnel, past and present, and their families. Now, also fittingly this week, from August 31 for the remainder of the week, marks Legacy Week, the annual national appeal to raise awareness and funds for the families of deceased and seriously injured veterans. Events like these and initiatives like the RSL Veterans Ball play a vital role in honouring the sacrifices of our veterans in the communities and the service that they provide every single day to our great nation.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
In the last term of government, Labor approved more than 30 new coal and gas projects in Australia. Today we find out that Minister Watt has just approved a 20-year extension to the Ulan Glencore coal mine near Mudgee. This is a climate crime. It's a crime because we are knowingly doing harm in this building with the decisions that we make. The number one question I get is how is it possible for an Environment Minister and for a government to approve new fossil fuel projects when they know that every single project is a nail in the coffin of our climate? Minister Watt has been down to South Australia multiple times and seen the impact that marine heat wave is having on the toxic algal bloom and the devastation that's causing to communities in South Australia. He's got the best scientific advice on what's happening in the Antarctica, which he feigned concern over yesterday in Senate question time. He has been advised on the 6th mass coral bleaching of the Great Barrier Reef in the last 8 years. He knows about the devastation that we've seen off the West Australian coastline at the World Heritage listed Ningaloo that's just recorded the biggest marine heat wave in our nation's history, but we still approve new fossil fuel projects. The Conservative International Energy Agency has said that we must stop approving all new fossil fuel projects and rapidly transition to renewable energies. Acting Deputy President, this is why, with our new climate laws, we need a climate trigger. This is why we need strong climate targets, and this is why we need people in this parliament who will fight for nature and fight for climate action.
Senator Babbitt.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Obviously, it's National Flag Day. How good is that? St George's Cross, St Andrew's Cross, St Patrick's Cross, and of course the almighty Southern Cross. 3 crosses. Now, going into my speech, that's not what it was about. It's about something else. Atheists. Atheists are safe in Australia. Safe, of course, because atheists live in a country founded on Christian values. Atheists get to say there is no God, and the worst that happens in this country is that somebody rolls their eyes and everyone just moves on. But try denying the existence of God in Iran or in Saudi Arabia and see how you go, or any other nation that hasn't been marinated in Christian values in the last few centuries. Few people realise that a person's right to reject Christianity itself is a Christian idea. Free will is a Christian idea. So too is freedom of speech, association, and the rule of law. None of the things that protect atheists from being imprisoned for being atheists happened in a vacuum. They came from a worldview that said humans are made in the image of God and therefore have value. Even the separation of church from state is a Christian idea. Atheists may like to try and portray themselves as rebels or as thinkers, but they are neither of those things. They are people doing no more than challenging the system that literally gave them absolutely everything they have and that continues to sustain them. Atheists can deny God and they can roll their eyes at Christianity all they like, just as long as they keep in mind that the only reason they can do that is because the faith that they mock is too gracious to silence them or to persecute them. Thank you.
Senator Delaga.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. When I talk to Tasmanians about cost of living, I've heard directly from them that managing the cost of medicines has been a real issue for them. Whether it's treating their child's illness or whether it's been managing chronic pain or chronic conditions like diabetes or arthritis. These are stories about why I'm so stoked that this week our cheaper medicines bill has passed the Parliament. The PBS was introduced by Labor in the 1940s and remains a cornerstone of our health system. And under this Labor government, PBS scripts will be capped at $25 from 2026, which is down from $31.60, the lowest since 2004. Cheaper medicines are especially important for Tasmanians, where our health outcomes lag behind the rest of the country. Chronic illnesses are more prevalent, particularly diabetes and kidney disease. Joe O'Malley, a highly respected community pharmacist and Tasmanian branch president of the Pharmacy Guild of Australia, sees the impact firsthand. Based on the Northwest, Joe is a trusted voice in the community and is a strong advocate for affordable medicines. Joe says, cheaper medicines will make a big difference for my patients on the Northwest Coast. I've got several patients who need multiple medicines each week. Capping these costs means they can make better choices for their health, and that there's been a cost of living pressure on Tasmanians recently, and this is a real way to ease those pressures. Federal Labor is committed to family health, and that's why we've reduced the PBS safety net thresholds by 25%. We've cut the costs of scripts. We've introduced 60-day scripts, and we've frozen costs for the first time in 25 years. And we've locked in the freeze.
Senator Delega, your time has expired. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. There are some in Tasmania popping the champagne corks over Minister Watts' approval of Robbins Island wind farm proposal. I am not one of them. Firstly, it is in the wrong place, and secondly, it has no community support. I've been talking about the problems with this wind farm proposal for years now. It not only impacts on the Tasmanian devil, the only disease-free devils in Tasmania, it also screws up a key squid fishery because they have to build a 500-metre wharf right on top of the squid breeding ground. The really crazy thing is that there is a much better proposed wind farm a few clicks down the road at Whaleback Ridge, in stark contrast to Robbins Island. The Whaleback Ridge proposal has broad community support. It doesn't have to rip up farmland because there is an existing power line. It doesn't impact the forest because it's all on button grass. And this is crucial, it has broad community support once again, and it's owned by a Tasmanian company. The owners of Robbins Island is a Filipino company. Nothing wrong with that, but you would think as a country we'd be prioritising Australian companies first. So despite bird experts saying this will directly impact 20 critically endangered shorebirds, potentially chop up our swift parrots and our eagles, and screw up a reductive squid and fish breeding ground, none of that mattered to Minister Watt. The Minister of Environment was obviously oblivious to any science presented to him and ticked it off anyway. I'm not against development of renewable energy, but we need it. It lowers our emissions and provides jobs, but these things need to end up in the right place, and once again, you need to take the community along with you. But when you have a bigger, better proposal that has community support, I just don't understand why you haven't done that in the first place. I would love to know exactly why you picked that proposal when the other one, and it had offers to train its people at the Burnie TAFE. You have done what you have done. Beggars belief.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Camp Sovereignty is a peaceful, sacred, spiritual place that brings people together for healing. It is our place of worship. Now, we've seen attacks by the racist neo-Nazi groups, the hate crime that they committed, and we see a federal government who say that they are our friends, who've done nothing about these hate crimes, yet when a mosque or a synagogue is attacked, they are straight on to the PM, who writes a media release, which we have not seen in this case, and they do something about it at the federal level. Now, while we see some arrests of these racist Nazis, that is just a small drop in the ocean of many, many more racist Nazis roaming around, committing violence against anyone who is not white in this country. So the federal government need to get off their hands and stop treating us like we are lesser than. And that's what we're seeing right now. Doesn't matter how many black MPs we got in the federal parliament, it makes no difference. They are complicit here, and you would think that they would stand up for our people and make this a hate crime so it can be taken seriously and a clear message can be sent to everybody in this country that Black Lives Matter in this place, Black Lives Matter in this country, Black Lives Matter at Camp Sovereignty, and Black Lives Matter every single day. Why are we not seeing any federal action, meaningful action, to call these racist Nazis to account? Do your job.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to warmly congratulate Papua New Guinea this month, celebrating its 50th anniversary of independence. Papua New Guinea achieved full independence on the 16th of September 1975, and the celebrations ushered in the new dawn of a new age for this remarkable country. Dignitaries officiating the ceremony, including then Prince Charles, joined the inaugural Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare, recognised as Father of the Nation, or Papa Blood Country. In his historic address at the first independence celebration, Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare declared, "I wish to remind all that this is just the beginning. Now we must stand on our own 2 feet and work harder than ever before. We are indeed masters of our own destiny." Papua New Guinea's journey to independence came from within, and despite its internal challenges since independence, Papua New Guinea has pressed on with determination to chart its own course. Australia has been privileged to share this journey with our northern neighbour through trade, tourism, sport, education and people-to-people links. Our peoples enjoy a very special bond. We share a rich past, and in World War II, Aussie diggers fought as brothers in arms with PNG's Fuzzy Wuzzy Angels to keep our nations free. The bond between us on the battlefield is immortalised in the Australian War Memorial, as well as in our national memory. In his address to our Parliament last year, the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, James Marape, reminded us that Australia and Papua New Guinea are joined at the hip. We remain family and stand shoulder to shoulder in our democratic values and a vision for a thriving Pacific.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Acting Chair. This week the South Australian Parliament will recognise the 50th anniversary of my home state becoming the first place in Australia to decriminalise male homosexuality. The push for decriminalisation gathered momentum after the suspected gay hate murder of Dr George Duncan, a professor at the University of Adelaide. Dr Duncan's death provided a catalyst for reform which was ultimately enacted by the Dunstan Labor government. But it was actually a Liberal Country League member, Murray Hill, who first introduced the bill in 1972 to partially decriminalise homosexuality. And in doing so, Murray Hill drew on classical Liberal principles, freedom of the individual, protection of minorities and the separation of church and state. And I remind Liberal senators of this proud Liberal tradition of expanding rights and protections for gays and lesbians, of women and of support for Australian multiculturalism. Next month, the South Australian Parliament will host a reenactment of the 1975 parliamentary debate on decriminalisation, coordinated by my dear friend and long-time gay rights advocate Ian Hunter, MLC. In 2017, I spoke in this Parliament as our nation passed laws to legalise marriage equality, and I said that to remove discrimination in our laws was, of course, essential. But that we as LGBTQIA+ people had more than that worked to change hearts and minds. That work remains unfinished. Divisive actors, both here and abroad, seek to roll back our hard-won rights. In doing so, they often draw on negative stereotypes as familiar as they are offensive, to paint LGBTQIA+ people as a danger to society. And so we continue. In the spirit of the great Don Dunstan, his great reforming South Australian government 50 years ago, to fight for equality and to be recognised wholly for who we are.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to make a short statement on a matter that the Deputy President referred to before we go to question time. So the Deputy President referred a matter to me arising out of Senator statements today. A point of order was taken asking whether wearing the Australian flag over a senator's jacket amounted to the use of a prop. If I recall correctly, and I will have this checked, a senator has been permitted to wear a garment bearing a replica of the Indigenous flag, partly on the basis that the Senate has ordered the display of that flag in the chamber. It may be that the same principle applies here. However, noting the contribution of senators to the point of order, I intend to refer the matter to the Procedure Committee for discussion. Until the Procedure Committee can discuss the matter, I endorse the direction of the Deputy President earlier today that senators should not wear any flags as a garment to avoid setting a precedent. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Aged Care. The Coalition has dragged Labor kicking and screaming today to deliver all of the 83,000 home care packages that were promised by them during the election, including 40,000 of these places before the end of the year and 20,000 of those places right now. Labor didn't want to do this, but we're pleased, along with the Greens and Senator Pocock, that we have made this happen today on behalf of older Australians. Why did it take the government to the last minute for you to support this sensible position?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. And the government is very pleased to have worked with the opposition and indeed with parliamentarians from across the parliament, both on the first round of legislative reforms that will usher in the new aged care arrangements from the 1st of November, and also the bill that is before the parliament now. As Senator Ruston indicates, we have continued to engage in those positive and constructive negotiations with the opposition over this sitting period, and we are grateful for their genuine desire to help us build a better aged care system. We also, of course, now and always listen to older Australians, because this is about them. Older Australians deserve our support. They deserve the very best aged care system that our country can deliver, and that is what we are determined to bring into being. We know that there is increasing demand on the aged care system, and we will continue to see that as our population ages. To keep up with increased demand, the Albanese government is bringing forward the release of the 83,000 additional home care places. We will make an extra 20,000 home care packages available in the next 8 weeks until the new Aged Care Act comes into effect. Once the new Support at Home program comes into place, we will provide support to a further 63,000 extra older Australians in its first 8 months by the 30th of June 2026. President, this is a responsible decision. It is a decision that will deliver more care, faster, to older Australians who need it most, while maintaining the medium-term fiscal save that was a key pillar of our aged care reforms last year.
Minister. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you. The Minister for Aged Care has repeatedly claimed that there were, and I quote, around 87,000 Australians waiting for a home care package. But this morning in the Senate, under pressure from me, you confirmed that there were 108,924 elderly Australians waiting for the care that they've been assessed as needing on the 31st of July 2025. Minister, for how long have you been holding this information?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Order. Order on my right. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. Well, as I answered in response to questions from Senator Ruston this morning, the government's preference is to provide information that has been quality assured. And it's on that basis that the government has provided the numbers which were relevant in March. Senator Ruston asked me a very direct question about updated numbers this morning, and I do need to provide a qualification in relation to those. That data has not been screened, it has not been quality assured, and it may be subject to change. Our preference always is to provide information to the Senate that is accurate and relevant, and that was the basis on...
Senator Ruston.
On a point of direct relevance, I was just keen for the minister maybe to go to the question.
Order.
I was just asking how long has she known about the information that was provided this morning?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. The minister is being directly relevant to the question. Minister, have you finished? Thank you. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Minister, could you please explain why the Labor Party voted against the immediate release of 20,000 home care packages this morning in the chamber?
Order. 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 I am informed that technically the minister should not be responding to unreported as yet proceedings from this morning, but I will invite the minister to contribute to the question in whatever way she sees as fits the portfolio. Minister.
Thank you, President, and thank you for the guidance. Senator Ruston, I think the best way I can answer your question is this. From the very outset, we have sought to work with the opposition on the reform of the aged care system, and there's good reason for that.
Senator Ruston?
I'd just like to draw to the chamber's attention that the minister is actually making statements that she does not know to be true, for they are false.
Senator Ruston, that is a debating point, and there is no point of order for this question because I've explained the nature of your question and I've invited the minister to respond in her capacity as the portfolio minister. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. In answer to Senator Ruston's question, the point I seek to make is that it is a good thing if the government and the opposition can work together on significant reform. It's important because these are challenging reforms that matter to older Australians, and it's important because implementing them well means providing certainty to providers, to workforce, and to making significant change that will endure over time. And that is why we sought to work with the opposition on the original legislation and also on the legislation that is before the Senate at the moment.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to welcome some visitors before I come to you, Senator Smith. So I draw to the attention of honourable senators presence in the gallery of a delegation from the Parliament of Kiribati, the Public Accounts Committee, led by the Chairman, the Honourable Mr Tofiga. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senators, I also draw to the attention in the presence of the gallery of a Senate delegation from the France-Australia Parliamentary Friendship Group. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. This week is Women's Health Week, and Minister, for too long we know women's health has been ignored. Can you expand on how the Albanese Labor government has taken action, including making record investments in women's health with pelvic pain clinics, new contraceptives and Medicare rebates for menopause? And Minister, our commitment to investing in women's health, of course, sits alongside the government's commitment to strengthening Medicare and making medicines cheaper. How are Australian women benefiting from the government's investments in women's health?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Smith, and I'm so pleased that Senator Smith asked me this question because it gives me the opportunity to place on the record and acknowledge the work that she did in the previous term in the area of women's health, in particular with a focus on perimenopause and menopause. And it's a direct result of some of the work that Senator Smith did that we are able to incorporate some of the measures that we've had and we are implementing in this term of government. So this week is National Women's Health Week. It's a nationwide campaign with events focused on improving women's health. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the member for Cooper, I think, Ms Carney, on the work she did on the women's health package in the lead-up all throughout last term. But over the last term, we've opened 22 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across all states and territories. We've also listed new contraceptives on the PBS for the first time in 30 years, hard to believe. Yaz and Yasmin on the PBS from the 1st of March and Slinda from the 1st of May. We've listed new menopause therapies on the PBS for the first time in over 20 years. So Prometrium, Estrogel and Estrogel Pro on the PBS from March the 1st. We've established a new Medicare rebate for menopause health assessments, and over 20,000 women have undergone a menopause health assessment covered by Medicare since they became available on the 1st of July. We've made longer gynaecology consultations cheaper through 2 MBS items from the 1st of July, which allows for consultations of 45 minutes or longer, which allows those complex conditions that women may have to be addressed by a doctor. We are also opening a further 11 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. We're making LARCs insertion cheaper, so those long-acting reversible contraception cheaper, and we're training more medical professionals in how to do that.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Women across Australia often face barriers to diagnosis, and they face higher costs when it comes to accessing the care that they need and deserve. How will Labor's Cheaper Medicines Bill, passed earlier this week, help women with the costs of their health care?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And Senator Smith is correct in linking the women's health package along with those other measures going into cheaper medicines and the bulk billing incentives and the increases we've put in there. New figures released today show that hundreds of thousands of Australian women are already accessing cheaper medicines and better health care thanks to those measures. Since announcing the women's health package earlier this year, so just in the last 7 months, more than 365,000 women have accessed more than 715,000 cheaper scripts for oral contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments that were listed on the PBS. Before the listings of Yaz, Yasmin and Slinda on the PBS, women were paying about $380 a year for their contraception. Now they are paying less than half, $126.40 or just $30.80 with a concession card. Before the listing of Estrogel, Prometrium and Estrogel Pro, women might have paid up to $670 a year. They are now paying $31.60
per
per
answering
script.
has expired. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government is investing in perimenopause and menopause, periods and contraception, endometriosis and adenomyosis. The government is listening to women and investing in health support for all stages of life, but of course not in isolation. How will broader investments to strengthen Medicare also support women to access the health care that they need?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And as Senator Smith points out, we are looking at how we can bolster and strengthen women's health care across the board. So it's not just in those specific clinics like the endo clinics or in specific medicines, but it's across the board. We are looking at how we can make sure that women get the health care they need, when they need it and where they need it. We've already seen how women are benefiting from the 60-day dispensing and through lowering the price of medicines. We know that women visit the GP more often and often have higher out-of-pocket costs, and they will be a big beneficiary from the biggest investment in bulk billing, which will start from the 1st of November. We'll also open 50 more Medicare urgent care clinics, so 4 in 5 Australians will live within 20 minutes of an urgent care clinic across Australia. These will support women and their families to access the care they need when they need it. And we're also, of course, investing $1 billion to deliver more free public mental health services, which will also support women, including younger women.
Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. There are reports that a number of individuals associated with the Islamic State terrorist group ISIS will be returning to Australia. Many of these individuals made the conscious decision to willfully abandon Australia to join the ISIS death cult, a group which committed genocide against Shia, Christian and Yazidi communities, murdered large number of civilians and used rape as a weapon of war against women and girls. Is the government aware of how many individuals associated with ISIS are intending to return to Australia from Syria? And does the Prime Minister support these individuals coming to Australia despite their links to terrorism?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I understand that the Minister for Home Affairs has provided comment to the media. I can indicate that we obviously are aware of media reporting. The Australian Government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating this cohort.
Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Can the government guarantee that none of the individuals who made the conscious decision to willfully abandon Australia to join the ISIS death cult have committed any terrorist acts, have had any association with terrorism, or have any ongoing links with extremist groups?
Senator Wong.
Well, Senator, I think that question doesn't follow from my answer to the primary. The government is not repatriating this cohort.
Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Can the government guarantee that in the event that these individuals do return to Australia, that all of the individuals who have associations with ISIS will be monitored by our security agencies? And can the Minister guarantee that if these individuals are returned to Australia, there is no threat to community safety as a result of their return?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, the government always takes the advice of our security agencies, and our first priority is to keep Australians safe.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong. Minister, since dawn today, Israel has starved 13 more Palestinians and killed 105. Babies are withering away from Israel's man-made starvation, and people are pulling their loved ones out of rubble. This week, the International Association of Genocide Scholars confirmed that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The head of IAGS said, "This is a definitive statement from experts in the field of genocide studies that what is going on the ground in Gaza is genocide. There is no justification for the commission of war crimes, crimes against humanity, or genocide, not even self-defense." The United Nations, Human Rights Watch, the International Federation of Human Rights, Amnesty International, and many other groups have also declared that Israel is committing genocide. Minister, when will you admit that Israel is committing genocide and start using the G word?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, like you, we want to see a ceasefire, and I hope like you, we want to see a pathway to a Palestinian state, because that is the basis of security and peace for both Palestinians but also Israelis. What I would say in relation to the legal position, you would have heard me say on many occasions, I would have asked that Israel must comply with the binding provisional orders made by the International Court of Justice, which made provisional orders in 2024 in relation to South Africa's case against Israel under the Genocide Convention. You would have heard me on many occasions call on Israel to abide by its obligations under international humanitarian law. What we would say in relation to this latest report is that the Israeli government should take this resolution seriously, just as they should take seriously all of the calls from the international community to comply with international law. That has been our consistent position. It remains our consistent position. We will continue to advocate in accordance with international law.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Minister, the Genocide Convention, which you mentioned and to which Australia is a signatory, not only requires states to take action when a genocide is occurring, but to prevent it from occurring and ensure that states are not complicit. 13 states have already recognized Israel's genocide and resolved to take action to prevent genocide through the Hague Group. How long will you be a bystander without taking any concrete action against Israel's genocide of Palestinians?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
It's disappointing that Senator Faruqi takes the approach she takes. She knows that this government has been steadfast in our calls for the observance of international humanitarian law, and she also would have seen some of the response from members of the Israeli government when I have done that. And when we have done that, you would have seen the response. We have been very clear about our position on international humanitarian law. We believe it is in Australia's interest to continue to assert that position, and we will go to the United Nations this month, and we will work with others to recognise the State of Palestine, because we are working with others in pursuit of peace.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Minister, former Human Rights Commissioner Chris Sidoti yesterday said, "What is the alternative to a functioning international legal system? The only alternative is that might is right, the law of the jungle, the replacement of a rules-based international order with a fools-based international order." Yet, Minister, you stand here and gaslight us every time we ask you to take action. Will you abide by international law, or will you continue to shield Israel and support tyranny?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
We are doing none of those things, and it really, on something as important as this, Senator, I do not understand why you feel the need to engage in personal attacks and the demonisation of others in pursuit of your own political objectives. I think it is objectionable. What I would say is this. I would invite you, Senator, to read many of my speeches about international law and the international rules-based order. What I have said repeatedly is that Australia has an interest in advocating for the rules-based order, whether it is international humanitarian law or the law of the sea in the South China Sea. We have an interest in that, and I've made actually precisely the point you avert to, that in the absence of that, we have an international system which is run by power alone. And as a middle power, that is not in our interest. So what we do, whether it is the law of the sea or what we do with others, is to continue to advocate for that system.
Thank you, Minister.
Sorry.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. We know food prices and availability are major issues for remote First Nations communities. The Albanese Labor government is committed to delivering cost of living relief to First Nations Australians in remote communities. Can the Minister update the Senate on the progress of the low-cost essentials subsidy scheme?
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Mulholland for a question. A proud Queensland senator, and I particularly thank Senator Green for her advocacy on this issue as well. Senator Green and the now new member for Leichhardt went to that election promising cost of living relief in remote communities. Well, President, today I can advise the Senate that we are delivering on our cost of living promise to remote communities, including right across northern Queensland. Our low-cost essential subsidy scheme is seeing the cost of 30 essential items slashed. The scheme ensures that these 30 essential items are comparable to prices in cities. The expected savings for remote consumers on these items are up to 50%. And I can inform the Senator that residents across the Cape York, and here I go, in Bamaga, Cowan, Cowanyama, Lockhart River, Mapoon, Napranum, Pomperau, Wudjal, and even in the Torres Strait, Senator, Thursday Island, Boigu Island, Hammond Island, Coconut Island, Horn Island, Mabuiag Island, and also in Dumiji and Palm Island. In over 30 stores around northern Queensland, we are delivering cost of living relief. Remote stores will be offering cheaper groceries, providing cost of living relief, and food items that have been made cheaper include tinned veggies, canned fruit and rice, and along with everyday items such as nappies and toilet paper. And the Albanese Labor government is investing $50 million over 4 years to improve remote food security, including reducing the cost of essential items in up to 152 remote stores across the country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland, first supplementary.
I thank the Minister for the update on the low-cost essentials subsidy scheme. I know the scheme will make an enormous difference in regions like the Cape York and Torres Strait, as you've outlined. We also know the high cost of food in remote stores is linked to high levels of food insecurity and preventable nutrition-related disease. How does this scheme support healthy eating and contribute to positive health outcomes as part of closing the gap?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, the Albanese Labor government worked in partnership with the states and territories, and I do thank the states and territories who've worked very closely with me to ensure that this is occurring in our remote stores right across the country, and especially there in Queensland, to develop a national code of practice for remote store operations. This code works alongside our low-cost essential subsidies scheme, President, to deliver better health outcomes for Indigenous Australians in remote communities. It establishes minimum standards for remote stores across operations, health and governance. And some of these standards include not promoting or discounting unhealthy food and drinks, also not providing easy access to unhealthy food and drinks at counters and in high traffic areas, except for ready-to-eat meals, and ensuring all fresh fruit and veggie items are continuously available, President, well presented and clearly displayed.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mulholland, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for outlining the cost of living impacts and health impacts of this policy. What are the other benefits of this policy for remote communities?
Minister McCarthy.
Well, President, the Senate might notice a return to a theme in this response. Yes, Senator, there is another benefit with this policy, and it's an important one, and that is jobs, jobs, jobs. Yeah. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Not only are we subsidising essential items and creating minimum standards in stores for health outcomes, we are funding the creation of an in-store nutrition workforce. So this means we will create jobs, real jobs, and equip locally engaged workers with the skills to build healthier retail food environments and provide informed advice to customers on healthy food purchases. We know Indigenous Australians in remote stores receiving advice from trusted people in a supportive and culturally appropriate environment are more likely to make healthier purchasing choices. So this will have a positive impact. Certainly this is what we want to be able to monitor going forward in terms of health outcomes, and we've got a plan, President, and we are delivering on it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Social Services, Senator Gallagher. Last Wednesday I raised the question on the unfair classification of twin births as a single birth rather than a multiple birth. The multiple birth allowance was introduced in 1985, to quote a former minister, in recognition of the extra costs faced by parents following simultaneous birth, as well as the indirect costs of reduced workforce participation. Minister Farrell last week agreed that multiple means two or more. You agree that parents of twins face extra costs. You accept they have reduced workforce participation. How does it follow that the logic that justifies additional support for parents of triplets does not also justify additional support for parents of twins?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. And I thank Senator Tyrrell for the question. As Senator Farrell said last week, we do recognise that the government recognises that families do face unique challenges when having multiple births, including the families of twins, and those births, while time for much celebration, often involves increased costs of raising children and placing pressure on parents around re-entering the workforce. And I've had the opportunity here to meet with the Multiple Birth Association when they come to town. There are a range of payments available and assistance available to the parents of twins. In relation to the specifics of why there's a certain interaction between twins as opposed to triplets, I would have to take that on notice and see if I can come back. I imagine, there would have been, when it was designed, there would have been reasons around that, but I don't have that information in front of me. But I can say that parents of twins can, of course, access family tax benefit payments, both A and B, newborn supplement and newborn upfront payment. Parents of twins will also, of course, receive and the benefit of the expansion of PPL, and parents can also access both the PPL and family tax benefit supplements, like the newborn supplement and the newborn upfront payment, at the same time. This provides an additional $2,735.05 for parents of twins. This is not available to parents of one child, and is specifically designed to provide additional support to families of twins. The multiple birth allowance payment recognises that families with 3 or more children born at the same time face disproportionately higher costs across their children's lives, as well as making it harder to work. But if there is more information I can provide around the history of that, I will.
Answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I received correspondence from the former minister who stated, extending the multiple birth allowance would represent a significant increase in family assistance expenditure and would need to be balanced against other priorities to align with the government's responsible management of the budget. Minister, am I correct in understanding that the government's current position is that 98% of multiple births should be ineligible for multiple birth allowance because it would be expensive to support them?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I think in my earlier answer I went through the payments that are available to the parents of twins, which is extra in the order of $2,735.05 that are not available to parents of one child. So I think there is definitely a recognition there of the additional financial support from the government. So I don't accept the proposition put forward by Senator Tyrrell. And I think the multiple birth allowance payment, so the origins of that, is to accommodate births of 3 or more children born at the same time. I think the parents of twins accessing some of those other payments at the same time, that they can receive them for both babies, is recognition that there are extra costs and that those costs can be, in part way supported by the government through those additional payments.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The then Minister accepted that the costs associated with twins are 5 times higher than that of a single child. Minister, if you accept this fact and you accept that not supporting them financially saves the government money, isn't it also true that the money you're saving comes from pushing the cost onto families who can't afford it?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, no, I don't accept that. I think the government and each budget we look at what we can do to make sure that we are supporting families with cost of living relief, and that's been right at the centre of a lot of the decisions that the Albanese government has taken, whether it be around childcare, whether it be about all of the health investments, whether it be through the tax cuts, whether it be us arguing for higher wages so that people can earn more and keep more of what they earn, but also into those other areas like investments in TAFE and all of those areas too is about supporting families with cost of living pressures. I've gone through the support that can be provided to twins. We always examine this at every budget about what further assistance can be provided, and I have no doubt with that Minister Carney and others will be considering the representations from the Multiple Birth Association and the parents of twins.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Senator, I refer to Senator Cash's previous question and reports about the proposed return from Syria to Australia of individuals who made the decision to leave Australia and join the ISIS death cult. It was reported senior federal government officials are assisting the operation quietly in the background and intend to work with families of those in the camps and not-for-profit organisations to issue travel documents and obtain approvals from Kurdish-led authorities and neighbouring countries. I also note in the same article as you referred to, Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke is quoted as saying the government is not providing assistance to this cohort, end quote. Can the government guarantee that no taxpayer dollars are being spent assisting former ISIS supporters or associates to return to Australia?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Wong.
Well, President, with respect to Senator Scarr, that is actually the same question the leader asked me, and I can only refer you to that answer. Those reports are not correct, and the government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating this cohort.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Scarr, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. If I could perhaps be more particular, the report refers to federal government officials assisting the operation quietly in the background and intending to work with families of those in the camps and not-for-profit organisations to issue travel documents. Is any such assistance being provided, or has any such assistance been provided since the last cohort came and were repatriated in October 2022?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Wong.
The first set of answers is I refer you to my answer to Senator Cash and my answer to the primary. Your second question is what has happened since 2022. If I can provide any further assistance on that, I will. I don't believe there's been any activity, but if I'm wrong, I will come back to you.
Senator Scarr, second supplementary.
So my second supplementary then is, in terms of you taking on notice, whether or not you can advise whether or not any taxpayer funds have been spent since October 2022, when that last cohort of women and children were repatriated to Australia, and whether or not any assistance has been given since that date.
Minister Wong.
Well, my answer is the same as my answer to Senator Cash.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Transport, Senator McCarthy. The ABC has published a report today exposing shocking numbers of sexual assault committed by predatory driving instructors against mainly young people who should be feeling safe learning how to drive. This is an issue that stretches back decades. In fact, my mother has been engaged in this industry for years, providing a safe teaching environment for people learning to drive in WA. And I know how important it is for families to trust the instructors. As thousands of children and others get into cars with strangers today, what is the government doing to protect learner drivers? And will you consider making dash cams compulsory in driving school vehicles to deter and detect abuse?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Payman, for the question. I certainly did hear the stories this morning and the young women and girls who certainly told their story. I'd like to just commend their bravery in coming forward to speak about a really, really difficult issue, but a very important one. So thank you, Senator Payman. Obviously, learning to drive should be an exciting time for young people where they commence their journey into adulthood and greater independence. And driving instructors, President, just like teachers and those in a position of responsibility in our society, have to ensure these environments are safe. Each jurisdiction sets its own rules, Senator, for instructor accreditation, compliance and also for disciplinary processes, and allegations of inappropriate behaviour by driving instructors are handled by the state or territory regulator responsible for issuing that accreditation. And these regulators have the power to actually investigate the complaints, suspend or cancel accreditation or impose conditions on an instructor's licence. But obviously, more critically, where instances of alleged criminality take place, these matters should be reported to the police.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. Given the urgency of this matter, and I understand it's a state matter, as you've mentioned, but will the government act to drive coordinated national reform and place this on the agenda at the next National Cabinet meeting?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Senator Payman, we certainly are taking action at the national level to prevent sexual harassment by creating safer, respectful and more equitable workplaces. We've seen that through the implementation of the recommendations of the 2020 Respect at Work Sexual Harassment National Inquiry Report, which included an explicit prohibition on sexual harassment in the workplace through the Fair Work Act 2009, but also supported the Human Rights Commission to receive historical disclosures of sexual harassment, President, educate and enforce compliance from employers on the new positive duty to take reasonable action to prevent workplace sexual harassment and provide a one-stop shop for information and referral services.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, in the United Kingdom, the Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency licenses driving instructors nationally and tracks misconduct complaints. The ABC report shows an increase in complaints after a public awareness campaign in 2018. Will the Labor government follow the British example and establish a national standards agency to regulate the sector to protect children from trainer danger?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McCarthy.
As I said in my initial answer, obviously it is up to the states and territories, Senator, and I am confident that our minister is also having a good look at what's going on here. But as I've said in my previous response in regards to what we are doing nationally, that is important around the issues with sexual harassment.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Early Education, Senator Walsh. Today is Early Childhood Educators Day. It recognises the vital contribution early childhood educators make every single day in supporting our children and families. For too long, educators were undervalued, with low pay and high turnover undermining quality and stability for children. When the Albanese Labor government was elected in 2022, educators were leaving in droves. What is the government doing to back early childhood educators and stabilise this essential workforce?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Darmanin, and thank you for your advocacy over many years for the women workers of Australia. And today is indeed Early Childhood Educators Day. And so today we recognise the extraordinary contribution that early educators make every single day to supporting children and their families. And we thank them for that contribution today and every day. For too long, early childhood educators were undervalued, with low pay and high turnover, undermining quality and stability for children. Under the Albanese government, that has changed, because this government values our early education workforce. We respect them, we recognise them, and we are taking action to support them. We've delivered a historic 15% pay rise, the biggest ever Commonwealth-funded wage increase for this workforce, and it's already paying dividends. Educators are staying longer in their roles. Vacancy rates are falling and services are more stable. This is good for children because stable educators mean quality relationships and stronger learning. And it's good for families too. We know families want to see the same faces when they drop their children at early learning. And it's good for the economy, supporting workforce participation, especially for women, unlocking productivity and growth. Today I met with Leanne, Nazish and Kathy, early childhood educators, who told me that for the first time they feel their work is properly recognised. They are proud to stay in the sector and to build a career in early childhood education. And that is exactly what happens when you have a government that backs early childhood educators.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin, first supplementary.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. In your answer, you spoke about workforce stability in the sector, which is so important. We know that the foundation of quality and safe early education is a good quality workforce. How is the Albanese Labor government encouraging more workers into the sector and building a pipeline of future educators?
Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. And Senator Darmanin, I'm pleased to report that the Albanese government is not only backing the educators of today, we are training the educators of tomorrow too. We've delivered over 50,000 free TAFE places for educators, and free TAFE changes lives. And I heard just how powerful that is when I met Shay at TAFE Gippsland. Shay is a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 11. She was retired until she heard about free TAFE. She told me that she still had more to give and that it's never too late to retrain and start again. So she did start again, enrolling in early childhood education. Shay said she couldn't think of a profession that's more important right now, and I couldn't agree more. Free TAFE is not only changing Shay's life, it's helping to give our children the best start in life too. Free TAFE is building our dedicated educator workforce for the children of today and tomorrow.
Minister Walsh, the time for answering has expired. Senator Darmanin, second supplementary.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Why is it important to create a respected, stable and secure early childhood education workforce that is backed by free TAFE? And what are the consequences of not having a workforce that is respected, stable and secure?
Minister Walsh.
Thank you. Well, Senator, we have seen those consequences firsthand before. We saw the Coalition's approach during its decade of drift and disdain for early learning. They left behind a workforce crisis. They left the educators without a proper pay rise for 10 long years. They called our historic 15% pay rise a sugar hit. They voted against free TAFE. They called it wasteful spending. And at the last election, the former Shadow Minister said they would abolish free TAFE. Hello, Senator Henderson. And we all remember Liberal leader Ms Lee declaring, if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. We value, on this side of the chamber, we value Australian families, we value free TAFE and we value our nation's early childhood educators.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Yesterday, the Energy Minister recommitted to Labor's goal of reaching 82% renewable energy by 2030. In the first 2 years of your government, Minister, renewable energy has gone from 31% of our electricity grid to 35%, growing at a rate of just 2 percentage points per year. Renewable electricity's share would need to grow at quadruple that rate, at 8 percentage points per year, to reach 82% by 2050. What evidence does the government have that this is possible without the mass devastation of the Australian environment and without ignoring widespread community opposition to its renewables rollout?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, it is a pleasure to get a question from known environmentalists passionate about the sort of modern future of the electricity system. Senator Canavan, you know, it is the case. You know, that's right. Senator Canavan says he's mates with Bob Brown on these questions. Well, that's nothing to be proud of. That's nothing to be proud of in terms of the renewable energy rollout. That's nothing to be proud of, because on this side, you interjected, I answered.
Senator Ayres, resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
President, it's on relevance. The Minister spent 30 seconds denigrating me, and the question is about his government's renewables rollout.
Senator Canavan, I believe you interjected, and as you know, the Minister is entitled to take your interjection. If it wasn't you, I apologise, but certainly someone in that direction, I beg your pardon, it was Senator Cadell. I would happily draw the Minister back to the question, but you need to keep your side quiet because the Minister is entitled to take interjections. Minister Ayres, please continue.
Thank you. We have an enormous task in front of this government and in front of Australia. It is a task that is in the national interest. It's in the national interest. And it's a task that's been made so much harder by two things that your side of politics could have actually made a patriotic national contribution to. Right? And that is spending the last 10 years of the miserable arc of the Morrison, Turnbull, Abbott inaction period, actually building a little bit of generation capability and building a little bit of transmission capacity, like doing a little bit of work, lifting a little bit in the national interest, and instead what happened? Nothing. 4 gigawatts out, 4 gigawatts out of the electricity system, only 1 gigawatt in, only 1 gigawatt in. And off that base of inaction, we are working hard as a government to deliver 99 projects approved by this government that deliver energy for Australia, deliver electricity for industry, but of course we start 10 years behind because of the failure there. And secondly, wandering around in regional communities using the kind of hyperbole and misinformation, much of it generated from internet offshore extremist politics,
Minister Ayres,
is not in the national interest.
The time has expired. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The government's 82% renewable energy target was derived from its Reputex modelling that claimed that Labor's energy plan would lower power bills by $275 a year, which has not happened. Given that the government has distanced itself from this modelling, what additional modelling has the government done to give the Australian people confidence that its renewable targets are achievable?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator Canavan, one of the advantages, of course, of being in government is that you have all of the machinery of government, all the capability of government to make assessments about what is in the national interest in terms of climate change targets and in terms of the delivery of a low-cost, reliable electricity system. And of course, we're ably assisted in that by the new CEO, the new chair of the Climate Change Authority, Mr Keane, a former Liberal Treasurer from New South Wales, who's working with the government, supporting the government's assessments on these, on the ground, in regional communities, working with the electricity sector to make sure that we deliver the best outcome in the national interest. Because we're focused on the national interest, the real national interest here for Australian industry and Australian households.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you. It's clearly a hit and hope strategy. Last week, Minister, you said in question time that the big obstacle to transmission projects were silly billies stoking fear in the regions. Minister, the Victorian farmer Rachel McIntyre has said that, and I quote, "It is going to be difficult to farm underneath these transmission lines. We have a lot of legal operations we now need to consider, even just to do our daily tasks." Does the minister believe that farmers like Ms McIntyre are an obstacle to the government's plans?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
No, look. You know, it's like a sort of the old FSB propaganda operation. You know, the misdirection operation. That's what happened. The silly billies, Senator Canavan. You are the captain of the silly billies. He is the deputy of the silly billies.
Minister Ayres, withdraw that comment.
I withdraw all of it. I withdraw all of it. And people like Ms McIntyre and other people in the farming community, of course they should be consulted. Of course they should be engaged with. What they don't need is the silly billies from the Liberal and National Party campaigning against renewable developments hundreds of kilometres away from where they live because they're picking up the extremist politics from offshore delivered by propaganda outfits that are not Australian and not acting in the Australian national interest and creating fear and apprehension in their own partisan interest.
Expired. Senator Walker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Senator Farrell. I refer to the Albanese Labor government's ongoing commitment to online safety and the delivery of world-leading social media minimum age limits. How is the government tackling a range of abusive and predatory technologies and taking a new, proactive approach to protecting our wider community from the impacts of stalking, nudity and deepfake apps?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Walker for her question and the great work that she's doing on behalf of the people of South Australia. Today marks yet another step in the Albanese Labor government's ongoing commitment to tackle the abhorrent spread of abusive and predatory technology. Alongside our world-leading social media minimum age reform, the government is acting to protect our most vulnerable against deep fake and online stalking apps. We've seen the apps spread at an alarming rate, with one child in every classroom in Australia being the victim of a deep fake abuse. 4 out of 5 of these victims are young girls. It's clear that this abuse is not slowing down either. Recent reports from the eSafety Commissioner indicate that the use of these apps has doubled in the last 18 months, and the harms experienced at the hands of these apps is just too great. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is determined to take a proactive approach. Our government will work alongside industry to develop and deliver these reforms, alongside our ongoing work on the digital duty of care. It will complement current state and Commonwealth laws prohibiting stalking and the distribution of non-consensual explicit materials. While we all recognise this is a place for AI and tracking technology in Australia, there is simply no place for tech that is used to abuse, humiliate and harm our most vulnerable Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker, first supplementary.
It's clear that the Albanese Labor government takes the impact and danger of online harms and abuse seriously, especially when it comes to our most vulnerable children. How is the government taking action today to protect our children from the pervasive and persuasive pull of social media and giving parents across the country peace of mind?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Walker for her first supplementary question. Our kids are always the priority. That's why today the Albanese Labor government is committing to use every lever at its disposal to protect our kids. We must create an online environment which is safe for our kids to connect, an environment that is free from predatory technology. Apps that are designed to abuse, to bully and to humiliate are unacceptable. They expose our kids at a time when they are most vulnerable. Today's commitment to restrict access to these abhorrent apps will make a real difference in protecting young Australians. We want children to have their childhood, and we want parents and grandchildren to have peace of mind.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Walker, second supplementary.
These social media minimum age rules will act to provide Australian parents with yet another tool to protect their children at their most critical stage of development. What will the impact of the Albanese Labor government's world-first online safety reforms have for Australian families and children across the country?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Walker, for your second supplementary question. We have less than 100 days to go until the start of the Albanese Labor government's world-leading social media minimum age restriction. Less than 100 days until we give kids the chance to build a real-world connection. Less than 100 days until our kids are empowered to know who they are before platforms assume who they are. Australian parents know the Albanese Labor government has their back. We stand on the side of each family faced with an increasingly scary and dangerous digital environment. Social media has a social responsibility, and our government will continue to hold them to account.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Education, Senator Walsh. Before the last election, the Prime Minister promised that he would introduce paid prac for future nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives. What do you say to Elliot, a just-turned 19-year-old first-year nursing student at UTAS, who, when he went to sign up for his paid prac on the 1st of July, was told that he didn't qualify and he wouldn't be getting paid because of the rules and guidelines that Mr Albanese's put in place?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Walsh. Order, senators. Minister Walsh.
Thank you very much, President. Well, we are really proud to be supporting Australian students with paid prac. And I'm not sure about Elliot's circumstances, Senator Colbeck, but I can tell you in my portfolio of early childhood education, paid prac is making a real difference to people. We have shortages of workers in nursing. We have shortages of workers in teaching, and paid prac is supporting people to stay at university and receive the support they need. Senator Colbeck.
Senator Colbeck, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. How many student nurses, teachers, social workers and midwives will be like Elliot and won't get paid to do their prac because they don't qualify?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Well, our government's new Commonwealth prac payment started on the 1st of July 2025, and it will support around 68,000 100,000 eligible higher education students to complete their practical training each year. And it will support a whole lot more students than you wanted it to support, which was
Minister
zero.
Minister Walsh, please resume your seat. Senator Colbeck.
A point of order on direct relevance. My question was not how many students do apply, qualify, how many students don't qualify?
The minister is being relevant to the question, Senator Colbeck. Minister Walsh. Oh, okay. Second supplementary, Senator Colbeck.
Isn't Elliott ineligible because Labor design paid prac with a 30-hour rule from 1 July that means, and a means test that knocks thousands out? Will you fix the guidelines so all mandatory placements in nursing, teaching, social work and midwifery are genuinely paid as the Prime Minister promised?
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. And the Albanese Labor government is delivering on our promise. We are delivering on our commitment to deliver paid prac for students of nursing, midwifery, social work and education. This is a game changer for tens of thousands of university students in critical degrees and occupations. And you know what? There are tens of thousands of people who will benefit from this, which is tens of thousands more people than would benefit if you were in government, because the number of people who would have paid prac if you were in government is zero.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I'd ask that further questions be placed on notice. And I have an update to a question from Senator Lambie, just to indicate that I took some questions on notice in relation to Russian oil imports, and I've written to the Senator to provide additional information. I table my letter for the information of all senators. I also seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator.
I thank the Senate. Colleagues, this week is the final sitting week for a staff member who is well known to many of you, Mr Anton van Bavel. I think he's well known to most people across the chamber. Anton loves the Sturt Football Club. He loves American political history and he loves Australian election statistics, but most of all he loves the Australian Senate. Its procedures, its intricacies, its traditions. And Anton respects this institution deeply. Like me, he understands what it brings to our democracy. And while he might have been my advisor, his first instinct has always been to protect the dignity of the Senate, and partisanship comes second. He is an example to everyone in this place. Anton's respect and passion for the Senate started early. He tells me as a child he listened to Senate debates on what was then the ABC Parliamentary News Network. Anton has absorbed both the knowledge and the philosophy of the great Senate clerks, Harry Evans and Rosemary Laing. And he knows more about both the character and workings of the Senate than anyone I know, except perhaps Mr Pye. Senators, particularly Labor, but also others, have benefited from this knowledge. I personally have benefited greatly from his knowledge and his loyalty over some, in total, 16 years of service. So this is the end of an era. I want to thank publicly and in this place that matters so much to him, Anton, for the sacrifices it takes to do this work, for his dedication to his craft and for his commitment to serving our nation. Anton, you go with my affection and my best wishes for life beyond this place.
Senator Cash.
I would also seek leave to make a short statement.
Senator Cash is seeking leave. I'm assuming leave is granted. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And on behalf of the opposition, I'd like to associate the coalition with the remarks from Senator Wong about Anton. And I think it is not often, in fact, Senator Wong, it's very rare in this place, that when a key advisor leaves, that we are given the opportunity to thank them. But in relation to Anton van Bavel, it is appropriate that we recognise the incredible service that you have provided not just to the Australian Labor Party, but to the Senate over many, many terms. And in that regard, it is your partner in crime, Jonathan Sharman, who has actually provided me with these words today, along with Lily Ballum, who has contributed, and it's Lily's last day tomorrow, in fact, so it's an end of an era for both sides of politics. But as Jonathan said to me, how does one sum up Anton? One might say politics, religion, art, sport, but not always in that order, I understand, especially when the Crows are playing or the cricket is on. One of the things I didn't know about you, Anton, and I did find out earlier today, though, is that you're also a man of deep personal faith, and I would like to recognise that. As Senator Wong said, and I think there are probably only 76 other people in Australia, quite possibly, who would understand the words of Senator Wong, would agree with them and, in fact, wholeheartedly endorse them when it comes to the person who advises the Leader of the Government in the Senate and the person who advises the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. And that is, you do need to have a love of the practice, the standing orders and the Senate institution. And I know that between Jonathan Sharman and yourself, Senator Wong and I have always had implicit trust in the decisions that you both make and certainly the advice that you provide us. We know that you'll miss this place, but you are very well known and respected amongst the opposition ranks. Jono wrote for me, some have said, this is what Jono said, he has at times a James Moriarty, Sherlock Holmes type of relationship with Jonathan Sharman as they go tit for tat in deploying Senate tactics. It is interesting, and I won't take up time because this is obviously Senator Wong's opportunity here. But other than leadership, I don't think too many people know the hard work that actually goes on from the beginning of the day right through till night to actually ensure that we do function in this place. So, Anton, thank you for everything you've done to ensure the Senate is held to the best possible standards. And certainly I know that when we were in government and you're in opposition, you're decent and honest dealings with the coalition over many, many years. You've been a solid foundation and support, not just for Senator Wong, but the Australian Labor Party, and I know you will be missed. Believe you me, you will be missed. Good luck with whatever you decide to do in the future, and on behalf of the coalition, we hope you have a well-deserved break. Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I'd just like to associate myself and the Greens with those well-deserved comments, Anton. Thank you for 16 years of working to try to make the world a better place, and wish you all the very best in whatever comes next.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Ayres.
Much more prosaic from me, President. In question time on the 26th of August 2025, Senator Wong undertook to provide further information in response to questions about housing asked of her by Senator Bragg in her capacity as the Minister representing the Prime Minister. Senator Wong has asked that I respond on her behalf in my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Housing. I've written to Senator Bragg to provide additional information, and I table my letter to the Senator for the information of all senators.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Is anyone seeking to take note? Senator Scarr.
Deputy President, I rise to take note of all government answers to questions.
No, sorry, Senator Scarr. We've had a statement from the Minister, and I think Senator Bragg is seeking to take note of that statement. Senator Bragg, am I correct here? Sorry, Senator Bragg, it's not a ministerial statement, so there isn't an opportunity to raise it here. It can be raised in take note. You can always seek leave, Senator Bragg, but...
Attendance by ministers. We're not on that.
Not yet. That was an additional answer. All right, so now I will call the clerk, and that way this will say a little bit clearer. We are not moving to taking note yet.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Ministers for Housing and for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres, to make explanations in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund and national greenhouse gas emissions.
Senator Ayres. Minister.
In relation to OPD number 30, in response to this order, Treasury requested that Housing Australia conduct a thorough search of records to respond to the order. The search resulted in the production of 21 documents with over 2,700 pages. All documents identified were executed funding agreements and schedules. A public interest immunity claim validly applies to these documents and the decision to redact sensitive information. This is because the documents identify the location of specific types of housing and reveal market-sensitive information with detrimental impacts on future HAF funding rounds. Redactions were made by Housing Australia for the following reasons. Firstly, the addresses for projects involve housing for people fleeing family and domestic violence and people moving into social and affordable housing. Despite the Senate's note that any specific harm could be overcome by disclosing information in general terms without the identity of those to whom it relates, redacting this information is necessary for the protection of the health and safety of members of the public and the reasonable expectation that their home address information remain private. Secondly, commercial information on the quantum of availability payments and/or concessional loans is contained in the documents. Publishing this information would compromise future funding rounds by providing uneven or unfair commercial advantage if it were to become public. Thirdly, the documents include detailed information about the proposed commercial arrangements of each project to deliver services. The release of this information would give the market information regarding the provider's ability to deliver projects and at what cost, compromising future funding rounds through providing an uneven or unfair commercial advantage. Some redactions were also applied to the individual names and contact details of non-senior executive staff, following long-standing practice as release may be harmful to their well-being as a result of having their personal information disclosed in circumstances where they did not agree to the release of this information. In relation to OPD number 41 for Minister Bowen, I previously advised the Senate that additional time is needed to consider all documents that might be captured in this request. I wish to advise the Senate today that remains the case. In addition, I wish to advise the Senate that I intend to express the claim to withhold the tabling of all documents on the basis that documents are submissions to Cabinet and inform Cabinet deliberation. The confidence of ministers in the confidentiality of the Cabinet process now and into the future would be diminished if the details of Cabinet deliberations were to be disclosed prior to the open access period provided for in the Archives Act. Disclosure prior to the open access period under the Archives Act 1983 risks harm through a weakening of adherence by current and future ministers to the formal process for confidentiality of policy proposals for consideration by Cabinet, draft and final Cabinet documents, briefings and record keeping of the Cabinet. Unless ministers can be assured of the confidentiality of Cabinet meetings, they may not speak freely or honestly between themselves and may be more likely to suppress their views on present policies that may be unpopular or politically embarrassing. Any of these outcomes would ultimately impact negatively on Australia's national interest. The confidentiality of Cabinet extends to reviews and reports and any related consideration or discussion of those reviews and reports for deliberation by Cabinet. The 2035 target is part of Australia's nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, which Australia signed up to in 2015 under the previous Morrison government, if I recall correctly, with the previous Energy Minister, Mr Taylor, leading the Cabinet discussions in relation to that question. It's accordingly an international commitment to the over 190 parties of that agreement and of significance for Australia's international relations, particularly within the Pacific and our broader region. We intend to set our 2035 target in September, which is consistent with the deadlines set by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Under the requirements of the Act, we need to consider independent advice from the Climate Change Authority, which is still being finalised. In December 2024, the Chair of the Authority, Mr Keane, indicated they would require additional time.
Minister, your time has expired. Just before we get started, Senator Bragg, I'll just make clear that there are actually two matters under consideration by the Senate. So I think for clarity, it would be good if we could deal with them sequentially. So we'll start with the Housing Australia Future Fund issue and then move on to the National Greenhouse Gas Emission Reduction Targets. So we have half an hour for each debate. Senator Bragg, on the HAF issue, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Minister's explanation. And the Minister's explanation reveals two major problems this nation has. One, it has a government which is engaging in maladministration when it comes to its housing programs. And two, we have a government which is committed deeply to secrecy. And this explanation is more evidence that the government will not provide the basic information that the Senate has requested through the orders of production in relation to the massive expenditure of taxpayer funds. But we should not be surprised because this government, according to the Centre for Public Integrity, has the worst record on transparency and secrecy since the Keating government by virtue of measuring their compliance with orders of the Senate, by virtue of measuring their compliance with freedom of information. And now we see, this week, the government wants to gut the freedom of information laws to ensure that Australians cannot get basic information about the functioning of the government that they pay for. Malcolm Fraser was very clear when he introduced these laws that the government performs better if Australians are informed about the activities of the government. Basic transparency and accountability is not much to ask for when you are committing $10 billion of taxpayer funds, which over the last 2 years of its operation has only built a few houses. And so these orders for production of documents, which go back to February this year, Deputy President, are about providing the information about the expenditure of taxpayer funds through round one of the Housing Australia Future Fund. Back in February, we requested the information. In July, we received a slew of documents, 2,000 pages, many of which look like that. They are blacked out. There are more blacked out pages than there are pages with actual information. And the germane information to the taxpayer is who's getting the money, how much money are they receiving. And I take the Minister's explanation where he says two principal points. He says, well, we can't tell you where the houses are. And the problem with that is that the people who signed up to get access to public funds already said that they were okay in their contracts with the government disclosing the location. And you know why? Because every time you see Minister O'Neill talk about housing, she's on one of these sites. So the idea that this has to be kept secret is ridiculous. It is offensive. Do you think that we are all stupid? The people who have signed, I take the interjection, maybe we are, because the people who have signed these contracts to get taxpayer funds for public housing or social and affordable housing have already said that they're okay with the locations being known. So this is not about protecting people, because you'll see ministers tripping over television cords pretty soon on all these sites. Secondly, in terms of the minister's justification that the government won't say how much money have gone to these providers, I mean, that is unbelievable to me. That the government's going to dish out taxpayer funds to private organisations and it won't say how much money they're getting in availability payments. It won't say. Well, I'm afraid that's not how our system works. If the government is spending taxpayer funds, it needs to say how much money is going to these organisations. I'm afraid that we don't live in a country where these things are allowed to be secret. Everyone will need to find out. And so I say again, that the country has two massive problems here in this space. There is maladministration in the program's delivery. It's been going for 2 years. It's only built a handful of houses. Clearly the tender processes have been a disaster. And secondly, the secrecy is intolerable. It is intolerable. But maybe this is all part of the plan. When you're proposing to never respond properly to the Senate's orders and every FOI is covered up in black ink, and now you're proposing to destroy the FOI Act, maybe that's all okay. But it's not good enough for the Australian people. They expect the government to be honest and transparent, and we will never let up. And I call on the crossbench to continue to hold the government to account. They think that they have unfettered power, but that is totally unreasonable in a democracy like this, which has this Senate.
Senator Bragg, your time has expired. Just clarify, this is still on the Housing Australia Future Fund, Senator Scarr. Senator Scarr, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to support Senator Bragg, not just in relation to this OPD, but also in relation to his advocacy in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund. And can I tell you, Deputy President, whenever I hear someone say this information is commercial, it will prejudice our future negotiations, etc., that is a licence. That is a licence for the executive to basically refuse to disclose any document that's got a number in it. That's the impact. And I really do question as to whether or not the process that has gone under by the government looking at these documents has been a bona fide process to actually genuinely consider whether or not the commercial interests of the Commonwealth would be genuinely compromised by the disclosure of the documents in accordance with the order passed by this Senate. A majority of the senators in this place, from a majority of the states representing a majority of the Australian people, have called for the production of these documents. Why? Because it's part of our obligation as a House of Review, a House of Scrutiny, to actually scrutinise and review the performance of the Housing Australia Future Fund. So I'm very concerned by Senator Ayres' response on behalf of the government, on behalf of the Minister, to Senator Bragg's OPD. I'm always very concerned and somewhat sceptical when the not for publication, for commercial reasons card is played, because invariably it is a card that's overplayed. And it's a card which is played in circumstances where I believe the interests of the Senate in this case demand the production of these documents so we can scrutinise the performance of this future fund. So I commend Senator Bragg in terms of his endeavours, and I call upon the government to deeply reflect on whether or not this information is truly commercially sensitive to such an extent that it couldn't be disclosed to the Senate. Of course, no one wants to receive personal information in relation to people in vulnerable situations, and the opposition isn't calling for that. But we're calling for the release of information which this place genuinely needs to properly discharge its functions as a House of Scrutiny, a House of Review.
Are there any further contributions on the attendance regarding the Housing Australia Future Fund? Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move to take note of the Minister's explanation in relation to housing. The Minister's explanation is entirely unsatisfactory. Australia is in the grip of a housing crisis. Home ownership is slipping out of reach for too many, rents are skyrocketing, and secure, affordable housing feels like a distant dream. The housing crisis is turbocharging inequality, and yet the government's housing strategy is timid. It is shrouded in secrecy, and many of its elements lack parliamentary oversight. Australians are left in the dark about the detail of this government's housing policies and funding. And take the case of the Housing Australia Future Fund, its chosen vehicle for the government on affordable housing. The details are hidden. Australians deserve to know what is being built, how much is being spent, and who is spending it. Australians deserve to know where their money is going, who is profiting from these investments. And that's not all. It gets worse. Labor is intentionally keeping Australia in the dark on its other minor housing interventions. What little reform they've made has been done through delegated legislation, most of which is not disallowable. Take the Help to Buy scheme. The Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation was scathing when assessing the recent Help to Buy program directions 2025. Crucially, the directions set out significant elements of the regulatory framework for the Help to Buy program in delegated rather than primary legislation. That is, the Parliament has no real say. It cannot scrutinise, and this is of real concern. Not only that, the committee, chaired by Labor, raised the following 6 issues with this regulation: its compliance with legislative requirements, severely wanting; the scope of its administrative powers, the adequacy of explanatory materials, its treatment of personal rights and liberties, the availability of independent review, and its inappropriate exemption from disallowance and from sunsetting. When Labor's own senators are questioning their over-reliance on delegated legislation, there is a very serious problem. This absence of scrutiny is not just a procedural issue, it has real-world consequences. These changes are being shaped without democratic overview. Meanwhile, these policies are pushing prices up. The Home Guarantee Scheme is supposed to help first home buyers, but by boosting demand without building enough homes or dampening down the tax-fuelled demand, it just makes houses more expensive, more out of reach for first home buyers. So those first home buyers end up paying more, borrowing more and sinking deeper into debt, and the rate of home ownership falls. The scheme is stacking the deck against the very people it's meant to help, and no amount of social media cavorting can put lipstick on this pig. Instead of easing the burden, these policies are deepening the crisis, and Labor knows this, which is why they are running scared from basic scrutiny. This isn't just about numbers and policies, it's about trust. When decisions about public resources are made behind closed doors, when they are covered in black ink, as we have seen just now, resources are not allocated with proper oversight. Trust in our institution begins to erode, and people see their housing hopes dashed while the rules benefit very wealthy property investors and developers. And that's why transparency isn't optional, it's essential. Australians deserve better. They deserve to know what is being built, how much money is being spent and who is benefiting from these investments. They deserve policies that address the root cause and size of the housing crisis, not just temporary, minor fixes with details that aren't made clear or transparent, and solutions that too often perpetuate the problem, make it worse, rather than really face up to the solutions. This government lacks ambition on housing, and it lacks transparency about what it's up to. Labor campaigned on integrity and transparency in Parliament. Well, I'm yet to see it. They're denying the capacity of this Parliament to decide on and judge their decisions. Their goal is clear: to avoid scrutiny from this Parliament. Transparency was a very core promise of this government, and yet they treat public scrutiny like a threat. That's not leadership, that's cowardice. And it's time for a housing strategy that is open, honest and truly works for all Australians and is open to their scrutiny and examination, as it should be if it's going to work. Thank you.
On the Housing Australia Future Fund, Senator Whitten. Senator Whitten, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. The housing crisis gripping Australia under this Labor government is nothing short of a national disgrace, a festering wound on the dreams of an entire generation. The Minister's response is totally unacceptable for the government of transparency. Young Australians, the backbone of our future, are being crushed under the weight of housing market spiralling into madness. The average price of a home has skyrocketed past $1 million, a figure that flies in the face of hard-working families and young people. Owning a home, once a mainstay of the Australian dream, is now a cruel mirage, receding further with every government failure. Labor's response? A masterclass in incompetence, a parade of excuses and a betrayal of the very people they claim to represent. When pressed for answers on their so-called strategy to tackle this crisis, what do we get? No transparency, no accountability, but a smokescreen of excuses. We're getting no answers on the Housing Australia Future Fund, a supposed lifeline for affordable housing. Millions of dollars have been funnelled into this black hole with billions more to spend. The result so far? 17 houses. That's it. And when Australians demand transparency, when we ask where these availability payments are going, Labor slams the door shut. They have the audacity to claim that disclosing this information would be contrary to the public interest. Contrary to public interest? Let's take that question to the public, shall we? Let's ask the young couples scraping by in overpriced rentals, the single parents priced out of the market, or the workers commuting for hours because they can't afford to live near their jobs. Ask them if they want to know where their tax dollars are going. How about the people that the HAF doesn't cover? The HAF guarantees returns to developers for affordable housing, but guaranteed returns means that these developers can afford to drag tradies out of the private housing market, inflating the price of building homes, extending build times for young families who are working themselves to death just to get a toe on the ladder. Don't you think that's in their interest to see how and where these houses are being built? The public interest is crystal clear. Australians deserve to know their government is failing them. Whatever happened to the government of transparency that Labor promised? Where is the openness, the accountability, the commitment to truth? Just this week, the government has released a bill to further shut down the public's access to freedom of information requests. This is the same government that is only granting 25% of freedom of information requests in full, down from 59% in 2012. The government of transparency is shutting out Australia. This government hides behind vague platitudes while the housing crisis deepens, leaving Australians to bear the cost of their own cowardice and incompetence. And then there's the unbelievable revelation that Labor is in the deep talks with India's Commerce Industry Minister to build 1 million homes in Australia, a project worth $500 billion. $500 billion. Sounds ambitious, doesn't it? Until you peel back the layers and see it for what it is, a $500 billion project outsourced. Funding by the UAE, training foreign tradespeople up to Australian standards with Australian tradies, builders and labourers left on the sidelines. This isn't a housing plan, it's an economic surrender. A slap in the face to every Australian worker struggling to make ends meet. To make matters worse, India is right now rubbing shoulders with some of the world's most antagonistic regimes, currently in talks with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea to explore economic cooperation. And who's tagging along? None other than Labor's own Dan Andrews and Bob Carr, gleefully invited to the party. This is the company Labor keeps. Governments that clash with Australia's values and interests. Meanwhile, Mr Albanese can't even secure a meeting with Donald Trump, the leader of one of our closest and oldest allies. The United States, a partner we've relied on for decades, has closely lost faith in this government's leadership. And who can blame them? When Labor prioritises photo ops with adversarial nations over strengthening ties with our allies, it's no wonder our international standing is crumbling. This housing crisis isn't just a policy failure, it's a moral one. If the HAF is producing the housing that Labor would have us believe it is, show us the proof. But Labor continues to hide. They hide behind excuses and dodge accountability. If only Labor was as transparent as the Prime Minister's glass jaw.
Are there any further contributions on the attendance on the Housing Australia Future Fund? If not, the question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. We'll now move on to the attendance regarding the National Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Targets. Senator Smith, you're seeking the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Minister's explanation on the release of documents relating to Climate Change Authority advice of potential 2035 national greenhouse emissions targets. There are two things that will harm the economy. The first are high energy prices, and the second is hubris from the government. What we have this afternoon is a classic example of hubris. What the Coalition is seeking is information, documents that are available, documents that we know are in the possession of the government in regards to advice it is receiving about the 2035 national greenhouse emissions target, which we know, because Senator Ayres revealed it, will be announced in September. My colleague Senator Bragg is in a very, very privileged position. He gets documents from the government, even if they are heavily redacted. I don't even get documents from the government.
The order for the production of documents is one of the most significant powers available to the Senate. It is a power that is derived from the Constitution of our country itself. And that power says there are no documents that cannot be ordered by this Senate. And what does it take for a set of documents to be ordered by the Senate? It takes 39 senators to agree to the release of those documents. And I thank the 39 senators who agreed to the release of those documents, and over here, called government senators, they are the people that are opposed to the release of these documents. Senator Ayres says in his explanation that the government claims cabinet confidentiality over these documents. That is a claim they have made for the first time this afternoon. They didn't make that claim in any of their previous defences about why these documents should not be released. Hubris is the key character that is now taking shape in this government. The release of these documents goes to the core of whether or not Australian families and households can deal with rising energy costs. It's been a bad week, a bad month for the Albanese government when it comes to its emissions targets. Just this month, we had a report from the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner that confirms that regional Australia is shouldering the burden of large-scale renewable projects, transmission lines and storage developments, while Labor fails to provide a framework to deliver affordable, reliable energy to Australia's households and businesses. But more than that, this month we've also seen a report from the Australian Energy Regulator which shows that the wholesale 30-minute energy price exceeded $5,000 per megawatt hour on 66 occasions in just 3 months. 66 occasions, which compares with just 11 times in the previous quarter and just 19 times in the same period last year. And added to that, another report from the Australian Energy Regulator this month, which has highlighted the lack of adequacy of AEMO's explanations of key inputs and assumptions used to inform the content of what is known as the Inputs, Assumptions and Scenarios report, which is a key input, a key ingredient when it comes to modelling and doing the cost-benefit analysis on what we call the Integrated System Plan, which goes to the core of whether or not energy prices in our country are affordable or unaffordable, whether it goes to the core of the issue about whether energy is reliable or unreliable. And this month, we'll find out exactly what the government's 2035 national greenhouse gas emissions target will be, but they would have turned their back on a fundamental issue, which is transparency in their decision-making about energy policy.
Are there any further contributions on this matter? Go to Senator Waters.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, sadly, once again, the government is refusing to disclose even the most basic of materials to the Senate. This is a very simple and straightforward request to provide documentation within a fairly narrow time frame that relates to the 2035 climate targets. Now, Labor are due to announce Australia's 2035 climate targets this month, but they are hiding the true impacts of climate change from the public by hiding their National Climate Risk Assessment report, and they're now hiding documents that would show whether or not the Climate Change Authority and the Minister are working together. Now, the Greens and Labor worked together to create the Climate Change Authority to be an independent climate advisor to government. The documents that this OPD in attendance are seeking to reveal could ascertain whether or not the Climate Minister is trying to direct or corral the Climate Change Authority, which would be a breach of its statutory functions. But once again, the government has claimed public interest immunity, and it's difficult to escape the conclusion that the government is so full of hubris that it feels like they are a walking public interest immunity claim from parliamentary oversight. It seems that the only people whose views this re-elected government cares about are coal and gas companies. What we need is a science-based 2035 climate target to keep us all safe, to keep our community safe and to keep nature protected. A low target, a target that is not based on science, will simply favour coal and gas profits, those same folk that donate to the government's re-election coffers. It's pretty clear that this Labor government wants to roll out the red carpet to the fossil fuel industry, whether it's approving Woodside's mega gas plant within 16 days of taking office, or whether it's failing to hold Santos to account for leaking toxic methane for 19 years that 3 federal agencies knew about, but nobody did anything to stop, and they kept giving them fresh approvals. But that's not all. Overnight, they've approved yet another thermal coal mine owned by multinational tax avoider Glencore. This is clearly not a government that takes the climate crisis seriously, and they are definitely not a government that takes parliamentary oversight seriously. If the government was serious about action on climate and the environment, it would stop approving coal and gas projects, and to boot, it would end the free public money, those fossil fuel subsidies, that is provided to those dirty, polluting, tax-dodging industries that are cooking the planet for all of us. The stakes are very high. Ordinary Australians are already feeling the impacts of the climate crisis. Algal blooms, insurance premiums going through the roof, bleached reefs in Ningaloo, in the Great Barrier Reef, and all of that is just the beginning. It will only get worse from here if the government keeps on approving coal and gas projects and sets a low 2035 target. But what with Woodside, what with turning a blind eye to Santos's gas leak, and what with approving a thermal coal mine for Glencore, multinational company Glencore, overnight, it's pretty hard to escape the conclusion that Labor is addicted to coal and gas, and it's sitting like a dark cloud on the Parliament's climate ambition. Approving coal or gas in this day and age is a climate crime. And yet for Labor, propping up the coal and gas export industry seems to be business as usual. But you've got to stop gaslighting the public. Opening new coal and gas is the opposite of the climate action that people voted for at the most recent election and at the one before. Opening these new coal and gas projects simply locks Australia into providing the world with yet more coal and gas for decades to come, and it puts threatened wildlife like our precious koala further at risk. This is an extremely concerning trend. We are in the throes and the weeks and days before the 2035 climate target will be announced by this government, and we are seeing this government sneak through approvals for thermal coal mines, extending them out to 2045, extending Woodside's gas out to 2070, and refusing to hide a report that warns about the massive damage from coal and gas. And now they're trying to hide the receipts about whether or not they've been pressuring the Climate Authority to lower the potential ambition for our climate targets. Stop letting coal and gas run this place and start letting science and nature
Senator
and the
Waters,
public interest do
your time
that.
has expired. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Deputy President. I speak to take note of Minister Ayres' comment. One of the most fundamental parts of a senator's job is to review and scrutinise the government. That's why I support almost every single order for production of documents, regardless of who moves it. Most importantly, scrutinising the government means scrutinising how the government is spending money. And by the way, scrutinising the impacts of government policy on the national economy and on individual Australians is part of scrutiny of government. But building back on the first point, scrutinising how the government is spending our money. The government forgets that what it spends isn't the government's money, it's taxpayer money. And Senator Minister Walsh, recently couldn't utter the words taxpayers. I asked her what was government money. She said it's about revenues and the policy is fully costed. She would not, she twisted and turned and gave me several other answers, could not utter the words taxpayers' money. There is no such thing as government money. It is all taxpayer money. These people as taxpayers, we all pay taxpayer money. It is Australians' money. Last week I spoke in the Senate about Minister Bowen taking subsidies out of scrutiny, completely out of scrutiny, away from parliamentary scrutiny altogether, in a cosy little deal. Billions of dollars. And I mentioned a potential deal with a recently chaired company by, taken over by a fund taken over by Julia Gillard, the former Labor Prime Minister. I made no imputations. I'm just saying we need to have a look at that data. The government is hiding, stopping scrutiny, stopping us doing our jobs, which is the theme for this government. Too often the government is willing to waste hard-earned tax dollars. The minister has just been hauled in front of the Senate to explain because the government has refused to answer where they're spending taxpayer money. This is the second. We've just had a discussion about Housing Australia. And the government has refused, again, refused. This secretive Labor government refuses to tell Australians where it's spending its taxpayer money. Why the secrecy? Why the hiding? It's not your money, it's the Australians' money. It's because you don't want Australians to know that you don't treat taxpayer money with respect. Now we come to the second motion that Labor is trying to keep secret on climate targets. There's a backstory here that shows how incoherent are the Liberals and Nationals. The motion is from the Liberal National Coalition asking the government to hand over documents in relation to the Climate Change Authority and their targets. Australians hear all the time that the Liberal Nationals want to ditch net zero. Yet here's a motion that the Liberal National Coalition pursues that's criticising the government for not putting out information on net zero targets. This is insane. Almost as insane as the net zero pipe dream. While the Liberals and Nationals spin their wheels and try to figure out which way the wind is blowing, One Nation is clear. On this motion, One Nation says to the government, we're not bothered about handing over your net zero targets. We say, don't bother pursuing net zero at all. All of these billions of dollars, amounting to trillions of dollars, and efforts to keep things secret are a waste of time and money. Every minute you spend making climate targets, bogging businesses down in green tape and blue tape and hamstringing our productive capacity harms the country. Give it up, government, and start putting Australians first. Remember, the Liberal Nationals introduced every major climate and energy policy, including net zero. You did it. That Liberal Prime Minister Scott Morrison introduced net zero after breaking his election promise to not pursue net zero. What about the government spending billions, trillions on net zero without a detailed project plan? No milestones, no tracking progress, no measures of progress, just leading Australia towards an economic cliff, blindfolded. Worse, net zero is taking Australia to energy ruin without any policy basis. The CSIRO has never specified, and I've asked them repeatedly in personal sessions and in Senate estimates, the effect of human carbon dioxide on climate, the specific quantified effect. And without that, you can't have a policy. Thus, there's no basis for policy cutting human carbon dioxide. That's why there's no way of measuring progress implementing climate and energy policies. And that's why you've got to keep it secret. That's why you've got to hide it. I'll continue my remarks on this topic in the future.
Are there any further contributions on this topic? If not, the question is that the Senate take notes. Those of opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Order for the attendance of the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Senator Farrell, to make an explanation concerning online gambling.
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The government continues to reiterate its view that it cannot agree with the assertions made in this motion. We do, however, acknowledge the interest in the Chamber in continuing to address the harms caused by gambling. The Albanese government has undertaken the most significant gambling harm reduction measures in the past decade. Already we have banned the use of credit cards for online wagering, launched Bet Stop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining wins and losses, provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by the problem gambling, introduced new minimum classifications for video games with gambling-like content, introduced new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising, introduced nationally consistent staff training, established mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering. In relation to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that we have claimed public interest immunity over the requested documents. Disclosure would contain commercially sensitive information and prejudice the government's ongoing ability to obtain relevant commercial information and stakeholders to inform the government's consideration of policy.
Thank you, Minister. Does anyone seek Senator David Pocock?
Thank you, Deputy President. I move to take note of Minister Farrell's explanation and thank him for that. This isn't even about the documents anymore. They won't even provide a list of the documents that they're withholding. The list of the documents is apparently subject to a public interest immunity claim. And so it's no surprise that this is the government that was the second most secretive in the last 30 years. And you would have thought the numbers would be crunched, they'd see that and go, probably not where we want to be as a government. But no, they are continuing this trend. I don't know what number attendance this is in just the first few weeks of the new Parliament. If the Minister is claiming PII on the list, she needs to outline the harm to the public that it would cause by simply telling Australians what documents they are withholding. We're not even asking to see the documents at this stage. We want the list of documents. And I mean, look at these fully redacted pages. Fully redacted pages. Like, what on earth is this?
Order.
What are these documents? How can the Senate make a decision whether or not to accept a public interest immunity claim if we don't even know what the documents are? And I'll also remind the Minister that to make a claim around commercial sensitivity, and I'll quote Odgers, a resolution of 30 October 2003 declared that the Senate and its committees would not entertain claims of commercial confidentiality unless made by a minister and accompanied by a ministerial statement of the basis of the claim, including a statement of the commercial harm which might result from the disclosure of the information. The Senate has received no such statement. And so I urge Minister Wells, you can't just send this sort of thing back to the Senate, no explanation, no details of what documents you're withholding. It does not cut it. Especially when, I wasn't here when the now Labor government were in opposition, but if you do a bit of a search, they were scathing about this sort of behaviour. Scathing. And I'll quote Senator McAllister on transparency. This is a government that is allergic to transparency. It's a government that won't respond properly to questions in this chamber. It's a government that won't respond properly to freedom of information requests. It's a government that drags its heels on providing documents when they are ordered to be produced in this chamber. Again, I'll remind the Senate, when you actually crunch the numbers on the last Parliament, the Albanese government is more secretive than the Morrison government. The Albanese government claims PII more than the Morrison government. How's this one from Senator Chisholm in relation to an independent assessment from Sport Australia that the former government wouldn't provide? They're completely disregarding the will of the Senate over multiple orders for the production of documents and other things that would assist us in getting to the bottom of this. The government are treating that with contempt by providing redacted copies and not enabling us to identify who those community groups and who those people were who put in so much effort to be rejected by this government. We will continue to put the blowtorch on them because the Australian people deserve better. Well, I'll tell you what the Australian people also deserve to know is what the minister's talking points were for a public event. How can you claim that that should be redacted? You're the minister representing Australians at a public event, and somehow your talking points are redacted. This secrecy has to end. And I think as more and more Australians start to realise what's happening, how we've seen such a turnaround in the tune of the Albanese government, from opposition to now in government. Now we know what they did in the last term and are continuing that in this government. I think more and more people are going to be very disappointed. Yes, you've got a whopping majority in the House, but you do not have a majority in the Senate. And I urge senators, and I thank them for continuing to push the government on transparency, to push the government to actually comply with orders of the Senate so that we can continue to do our work as senators representing our respective states and territories.
Senator Scarr.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Deputy President. I won't be too long. I'll just rise in support of Senator Pocock. I wonder how they get printers that don't run out of toner when they print those pages that are covered with black ink, because that's what happens. You get these documents back. You get these, it's some of my best materials, Senator Keller. You get these documents back. You get these documents back from the government and they're just covered in black ink, redacted. Well, I'll take that interjection. What happened under the previous government? And I want to quote to you from, so this isn't Polly speak, this isn't from a politician, this is from the Research Director at the Centre of Public Integrity. This is what they say in relation to the performance of the existing government, the Albanese government, in relation to transparency. So this is an NGO established by public interest experts interested in transparency, advocates for transparency in government. This is their media release of 24 July 2025. The Albanese government is less transparent than its predecessor, according to analysis by the Centre for Public Integrity. That's what they say. That's what they say. Catherine Williams, Research Director at the Centre, stated, Labor's actions suggest a deliberate effort. Well, sorry, Senator Gallagher, but Catherine Williams, the Research Director at the Centre, didn't say look at the volumes. She said, and I quote, it suggests a, quote, deliberate effort to avoid scrutiny, end quote. Well, you may well disagree with it. You may well disagree with it, Senator Gallagher. But the fact of the matter is, that the Centre for Public Integrity is an outstanding NGO whose sole purpose, or one of whose purposes, is public integrity in office, including transparency. And that's what they're saying. The second point I want to make, because I know colleagues wish to speak to this, so second point I want to make quickly is I listened carefully to the minister's statement, and Senator Pocock is right. There was no validation, no justification with respect to the commercial in confidence claim. And in fact, we heard a previous statement that was provided by Senator Ayres that at least provided some sort of justification for the commercial in confidence nature. So at the very least, the minister should come back with an addendum or a further statement to explain why the information is commercial in confidence.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, another day, another attempt by this government to keep the public in the dark and keep their policies and their policy deliberations and their thoughts secret. This is just an appalling abuse of the Cabinet in confidence process. This is a government who, let's remember, promised to implement reforms to gambling advertising because we know government had accepted themselves, the parliament across the board understands that the advertising of a harmful product like gambling is dangerous and needs proper regulation. The government promised to move on this. They promised to move on this years ago. They promised to do something about this in the last term. And then, of course, the government, I don't know if it came from the Prime Minister or some of the sports mates, or Peter V'landys, or the former Communications Minister, or I don't know who it came from, but someone made a decision that rather than delivering on the promise to save Australians' lives, to stop this harm that is being done to Australian families, rather than follow through on that promise, they would bury any evidence that they were even thinking about it. Senator Pocock's request is a reasonable one, asking for a list of documents, asking for some speaking notes, asking for the government to be upfront with the Australian people and this parliament about what is going on in relation to gambling advertising reform. And we have every right to ask these questions because the government made a promise that they've now broken, and now we have no idea what is going to happen. This could all be dealt with if the government just did what they said they would do. This chamber stands ready to pass gambling reform, to ban advertising that is destroying families and making our kids addicted. We could do this. We could do this tomorrow if we wanted to, if the government wanted to. But the government seems to have found a bit of a pattern of behaviour, that every time there is a topic or an issue that's become uncomfortable for them, they don't really want to be upfront about, that donors aren't happy about, or lobbyists aren't happy about, someone's gotten in the Prime Minister's ear about. Every time there's an issue that becomes awkward for this government, they shut the doors, turn the lights off and hide all the documents under the couch. It's not good enough. Remember when the Albanese government came to power and poked fun at the secret ministries of the Morrison days? They promised to be better when it came to transparency and government accountability. And yet, it seems every single day the government is finding more and more excuses, weak excuses, and attempts to keep information out of public view and out of the hands of the Australian Parliament. We have a Westminster system in this country, and it serves us pretty well. But one of the main things that this chamber is, and the role of this chamber, is to hold government to account, so that you don't have a Prime Minister go off being drunk with power, so you don't have corruption, so you don't have communities promised one thing and delivered something else, or not delivered anything at all. Gambling is destroying the lives of Australian families. We need to stop allowing the gambling companies to advertise this insidious, dangerous product, and we need to ban it now. The government could do it. They could work with us to get it done.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will take note of the answers. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to take note of all answers to questions from the opposition from the coalition during question time today. And in particular, I would like to address the issue of the report that appeared earlier today in The Australian, which reported that the government was in the process of considering assisting the repatriation of so-called ISIS brides. And I should say, in respect to that question, that I listened very carefully to the answers from Senator Wong, representing the Prime Minister, in relation to this issue, and it raised considerable questions in my mind as to whether or not something has already occurred. Something has already occurred in terms of the government facilitating the return of the so-called ISIS brides. I want to quote from the article that appeared in The Australian today. It said this, and I quote, "Senior federal government officials are assisting the operation quietly in the background and intend to work with families of those in the camps and not-for-profit organisations to issue travel documents and obtain approvals from Kurdish-led authorities and neighbouring countries," end quote. So that quote from the article was quite definitive. It was quite definitive in the sense of saying that there is something occurring in the background with respect to that cohort of Australian citizens who left Australia and went over to affiliate, to join with ISIS. And I'm going to say a few remarks about ISIS in a moment. So the quote is quite definitive, and it does raise material questions in relation to whether or not something is occurring. And I noted in my question that the Home Affairs Minister, at least, or the spokesperson for Tony, the Home Affairs Minister, said the government is not providing assistance to this cohort. And I also note, as I understand it, that the Prime Minister in question time in the other place said the report was not accurate. But I specifically asked Senator Wong as to whether or not any assistance or support or taxpayer funds had been used to assist the repatriation of those remaining, the ISIS brides remaining in Syria, Iraq, the area with the control of Kurdish-led authorities, whether or not any funds, any assistance or support had been provided since the last cohort came to Australia in October, I think it was October, but certainly 2022. And the Senator had to take that on notice, which begs the question in my mind as to whether or not something has actually occurred up to this date in time. And I think the Australian people have a right to know. I think the Australian people have a right to know, because what we're talking about here is ISIS. And let me quote from the Human Rights Council document in the United Nations of 15 June 2016 in relation to ISIS. I quote, "ISIS has sought to destroy the Yazidis through killings, sexual slavery, enslavement, torture, and inhuman and degrading treatment and forcible transfer causing serious bodily and mental harm, the infliction of conditions of life that bring about a slow death," and so it goes on. So we're talking about one of the most evil organisations that has ever been on the face of the earth, and we're talking about a cohort of people who left Australia, left the safety of Australia as Australian citizens to join what was essentially a death cult. So any proposal for people to come back to Australia, having willfully abandoned Australia to go and join ISIS, is a question which needs to be raised in this place. And I'll be very interested to hear what further information can be provided by Senator Wong in relation to what has happened between October 2022, when the last cohort arrived in Australia, and today's date. Because bear in mind that Australia has provided refuge to some of those Yazidis who came to Australia fleeing that sexual slavery, fleeing that trauma. We actually provided refuge to that wonderful community, many of whom are still dealing with the trauma they suffered and who have lost loved ones. Some of them don't even know where their loved ones are. So it would be despicable for people who knowingly left Australia, went overseas to join ISIS, to be provided with an opportunity for adults who left Australia knowingly, went to join ISIS, to come back to Australia. So I think we really need to know the answers in relation to this important question.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I'm going to address my remarks today to the question asked by Senator Ruston and the answers from Minister McAllister in relation to the aged care debate and the delivery of home care packages and the changes that are being brought into place on 1 November 2025. But before we start with the government's reforms, we need to go back to what we're dealing with here, which is one of the more complicated and difficult challenges that the Australian public are going to have to deal with in the coming decades. Our aged care system is complex and our population is ageing, and this makes for a real challenge. We also know that this is a government that's 100% committed to ensuring that the level of care that's delivered is up to standard. And we know it wasn't up to standard because of the Royal Commission into Aged Care. The interim report of that Royal Commission in 2019 was titled A Shocking Tale of Neglect. And that was the aged care system that the Liberal government presided over, and that was the aged care system that now requires deep renovation and change, and the Albanese government is tackling that change. The final report of that Royal Commission was entitled Care, Dignity and Respect, and that is the approach that this government is taking to this issue. The second thing we know is that this is going to present a fiscal challenge over the long term to Australians in the context of an ageing population. And the third thing we know is that the complexity of the system, the failure to plan long term and the ageing nature of the infrastructure means that there are going to be delivery problems or delivery challenges. But what we saw today and from the opposition in the other place is a sort of political two-step, an attempt to hide behind the failures, also to disguise their failures by notionally supporting reforms, and then to try and take little political points in here and little political points in the other place to distract attention away from the fact that theirs was a government that shirked the issue. And what those little political games show is that it's still a government that doesn't understand the significance of the challenge. And what Minister McAllister's answers today showed was that this is a government that not only understands the significance of the challenge, but understands how important it is to be rigorous in the way that we approach it. Because these are reforms that we need to get right, and these are reforms that need to stand for a long time. So while the opposition can't help themselves to take political points, we are getting on with the business of trying to fix the aged care system. And what does that look like? It looks like whole-of-system reform, Acting Deputy President. It involves resourcing aged care providers properly. It involves them providing them certainty of funding. And those two things are essential to ensure that they can plan and that they can operate to the standards that we expect in terms of the care of elderly Australians. What is this government also committed to? It's committed to supporting the aged care workforce, and that includes an additional $17.7 billion to deliver on wage increases promised by the Fair Work Commission. And that supports carers, nurses and allied healthcare professionals. And that's because the government understands that when you have a stronger workforce, a workforce that's paid properly and is treated with dignity and respect, those changes flow through to the system overall and ensure that elderly Australians are paid better. In terms of the packages that are being delivered, this government has fast-tracked 20,000 packages in the next 8 weeks, and then when the new system comes in on 1 November, has guaranteed to deliver 63,000 packages to 30 June 2026. That's the underlying promise. But in terms of the way that will be delivered, it'll be delivered under the new reforms through a single assessment process. The current system requires multiple assessments by different providers and separate assessments as aged care needs change. A single assessment process that's simpler to access, provides the right care levels, and then allows those care levels to change as needs change over time is not only going to be faster, it's not going to drive down wait times, but it's going to be more efficient. And that's the other thing that's very important here because of the fiscal pressures that many of these changes are going to put on our system. So what do we see overall? We see a government that is grasping the nettle and an opposition that shirked the issue for 10 years while they were in government and now tries to take little political points while supporting the overall reform. If we had a mature opposition, they would be more constructive, but they can't help themselves. So instead, we have the Albanese government forging a path with others in this place to try and reform the healthcare system and try to ensure that it serves older Australians in the long term and provides them with the necessary care.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blythe.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. I rise to take note of all answers to all coalition questions today. And it's very interesting to listen to those opposite talk about political point scoring and an opposition that is more interested in playing political games. And I would certainly say, Acting Deputy President, that on this side of the chamber, all we are focused on is elderly Australians. They deserve the promises that this government made at the election of home care packages being released. And I think it's important to say again, under this Labor government, nearly 90,000 older Australians are currently waiting on the National Priority System for a home care place that they have been assessed as needing. There is another 121,000 older Australians waiting to be assessed for a home care place. That's more than 200,000 older Australians that are waiting for access to home care support under Labor. And it's also important to note that Labor has released 0 new home care places this financial year. And they only released 41,215 home care places over their entire first term in government. So the announcement today, after 2 days of sustained questioning in Parliament, that the Coalition has forced the Albanese Labor government to release thousands of home care packages to the older Australians who have been left waiting far too long. And for some of these Australians, they have been waiting longer than 15 months. And in fact, it is heartbreaking to say that tragically 5,000 older Australians have died in the past year while waiting for care. So, after our Senate inquiry last week, where the sector confirmed that it had capacity to provide the services associated with these care packages, today Labor have recanted and finally agreed to release 20,000 home care packages immediately. Now, this is a small dent in the some 200,000 Australians that are waiting for their care packages, but it is a good start. And it is a start that we got there working with the crossbench and the Coalition, pushing Labor to do the right thing for older Australians here. Labor promised 83,000 new packages from July 1st, 2025. That was their promise that they took to the Australian people. And they claimed all sorts of excuses that, the sector wasn't quite ready, all sorts of different reasons why that couldn't happen. The priority wait list has blown out to a more than 400% increase in just the last 2 years, while wait times for care packages has tripled under this government. So today, when the Coalition supported these amendments to the bill to release the immediate release of 20,000 home care packages, the government voted against that here. So let that sink in for those older Australians that this government claims to be caring about. They weren't even going to fulfil their promise that they took to the election for those 83,000 packages. So we welcome that the government has announced further today that they will release a further 20,000 home care packages by the end of the year and a further 43,000 by the end of the financial year, which takes them to the full 83,000 as originally promised to be released from the 1st of July. The Coalition was proud to stand up today for older Australians across the country who this Albanese Labor government has abandoned. This situation should never happen. The money was in the budget, the capacity was there. It was only this Labor government that stood in the way. This is a black mark on the government, as they were withholding support from hundreds of thousands of older Australians who desperately needed it. And as I mentioned before, 5,000 older Australians have died waiting for the support that they have been assessed as needing. This is a crisis of the government's own making, and we are proud to have forced the government into providing the additional 83,000 packages for this financial year.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of answers from the opposition, and I'll start with the questions from Senator Rushton on aged care. Now, what we saw in question time today could only be described as a little bit of a rewriting on history in this place by the opposition on aged care. what we know is that the opposition had a decade in government to do something about aged care and home care packages. And what we saw under that government was hundreds of thousands of older Australians waiting, some dying, on a waiting list to get a home care package delivered. Those opposite turned their backs on older Australians. The Liberals and National Party had 9 budgets to do something about aged care and home care packages. 9 budgets. And they did nothing. Took no action on the Royal Commission initial report in 2019, no action on the Royal Commission in 2021. It took a Labor government to get elected in 2022 to deliver real outcomes and real actions for the sector. So for Senator Rushton and the opposition to come into this place to be new converts to the need to take action on aged care while ignoring the issue while they were in government, it's a bit cheeky, isn't it? I'll now turn to home care packages. Cheekiness aside, the government has been pleased to get on with the job to reform aged care. It's what Australians expect of us, it's what Australians voted for, and it's exactly what they'll get. A government that will work, not whinge. So we're pleased that this government has been able to reach agreement to ensure that the aged care bill can pass the Senate. This bill is vital to delivering the new Aged Care Act and the Support at Home package and program. The new program will allow older Australians to live at home for longer with support. We know that's exactly what they want to do. And I'm pleased the government will fast-track 20,000 home care packages over the next 8 weeks for older Australians. And a further 63,000 packages will be allocated from the 1st of November. I'm pleased that we could achieve this with bipartisan support, so these packages can flow to older Australians. It will deliver better support for older Australians to receive the care that they need to live a full and enjoyable life for longer at home, which is what we know that they want. Now, I'll go to the energy transition, raised by my good comrade from Queensland, Senator Canavan. I'm always impressed by his ability to come into this place and maintain the rage against the energy transition. We saw Senator Canavan with his colleagues at the LNP convention in Queensland recently falling over themselves to vote against their party's own commitment on net zero, and in turn undermined the leader of the opposition and her position on net zero. But from what we heard of the reports from the midwinter ball, I don't think there's a whole lot of love lost in that relationship at the moment. And what we heard from the Leader of the Opposition is that dealing with the National Party is a lot like dealing with fundamentalists.
Senator Scarr.
Acting Deputy President, I understood that there's a protocol not to disclose confidentiality with respect to jokes at the midwinter ball.
Senator Mulholland, please
They were
continue.
They were reported in the news.
Please continue, Senator.
I will. I'll take that interjection. It was reported in the newspaper, so maybe take it up with the journalists. But what we have on net zero, we have broken through to a new realm. Last time it was Senator Canavan in this place quoting the Australian Workers' Union. Today he was in here invoking former Greens leader Bob Brown. They have gone so far off the reservation that they are now over in the same paddock as the Greens. We are in a post-truth world, Acting Deputy President. I know this, but it's getting a bit weird now. It's getting a little bit weird. So it's always very interesting to hear those contributions from my good Queensland colleague, Senator Canavan. And I always love to touch on just exactly what we have been delivering here, which is 18 gigawatts of renewables and wind and solar to the grid. 45% additional capacity in wind and solar.
Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. The motion that was moved by my good friend Senator Scarr was to take note of all the answers to coalition questions. And the first answer to the first question that I wish to address some comments on to the chamber were in relation to aged care, and the question asked by Senator Ruston and responded to by Senator McAllister. Senator McAllister made mention that she enjoyed, I'm fairly sure the verb was enjoyed, but acknowledged at least the bipartisan approach to the aged care legislation that has entered this chamber and been debated today. Can I also congratulate her on the excellent way she has led and navigated the passage of the bill. Taking a slightly different approach to take note, raising the standard.
Thank you, Senators.
It reminds me, I was thinking of one of my favourite poems, and Robert Frost is often quoted, but the afternoon knows what the morning never suspected. And aged care, I always think that any society is judged by the way it looks after its elderly and those that are disabled. And we have enormous challenges with an ageing population to ensure that they are looked after in a manner that they should be. And it is an excellent focus that we are now keeping or funding as many people as we can to stay in their homes. One, it releases the pressure on aged care facilities, but also it allows them to, if you ask any person who is elderly, the vast majority will say they wish to live their remaining years at home. As a result of this political process, or the journey of the bill through the Senate, we have achieved 83,000 home care places have been delivered, which were been promised, including 40,000 of these places before the end of the year and 20,000 right now. So I also extend congratulations to the efforts and accomplishments of Senator Anne Ruston, my fellow senator from South Australia, who has prosecuted this bill and the sector unrelentingly. I would like to address some comments to my other good friend, Senator Richard Colbeck. I know that he came under intense scrutiny as a minister of the Morrison government, but he did and set up the structures post the Royal Commission upon which the current government is building. And his efforts in this sector should be acknowledged, and his legacy will be looked upon favourably as the years progress. He did enhance in safety and accountability through initiatives. He had workforce initiatives. He grew the funding and the layers of accountability into the sector. And part of I think, the consequences of that, or the happy consequences of that, is that the current government can build upon those achievements. In the remaining time available to me, can I turn my comments to the question from Senator Canavan to Senator Ayres. Now, I'm one of those senators that is not fearful of targets, and I also believe in the rollout of renewables, as long as they have social licence. And can I reflect on the exchange that occurred in the chamber between the questioner and the minister answering, and that is that a new form of industrialisation is not going to be easy. There are going to be many trade-offs, but we can't live in denial that we have to seek out a renewable future, and it's going to involve a different set of policy settings, but also great understanding of the impact on communities.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. I rise to take note of Minister Wong's response to my question. In August alone, 185 people in Gaza starved to death. Trucks piled high with food and life-saving aid are parked mere kilometers away. Babies are withering away from Israel's man-made starvation. This is cruelty in its extreme form. It is Israel's deliberate and calculated plan to destroy Gaza and kill Palestinians. Earlier this week, the International Association of Genocide Scholars confirmed that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The head of the IAG has said, this is a definitive statement from experts in the field of genocide studies that what is going on the ground in Gaza is genocide. There is no justification for the commission of war crimes. Crimes against humanity is genocide, not even self-defense. Countless human rights organizations have declared that Israel is committing genocide. Yet, neither the Prime Minister or any of his ministers can even bring themselves to utter the G word. Just say it. It's genocide. There. It's that easy. Former Human Rights Commissioner Chris Sidoti said yesterday, what is the alternative to a functioning international legal system? The only alternative is that might is right, the law of the jungle. The Genocide Convention requires signatories to take action when genocide is occurring and to prevent genocide from occurring. But when I asked Minister Wong about actions the Labour government has taken to stop Israel's genocide, all I got was indignation and obfuscation. Labour is not upholding international law. You are letting tyranny prevail. Israel has made their plan to take over the West Bank clear for all to see. They have not shied away from their plan to, in the words of Israel's own Deputy Speaker, wipe Gaza off the map of the earth. This is genocide. This is ethnic cleansing. Yet, it's still all words and useless speeches from the Labour government. No sanctions, no arms embargo, and they keep attacking those who expose their inaction and hold them to account. Well, let me be very, very clear. No matter how much those in here attack me with their blatant and vitriolic lies, you are not going to stop me. Your smears will never, never stop me from showing up and speaking out for justice for Palestine. And they will not stop the hundreds of thousands of people who march every week on the streets of this country demanding action and demanding justice. You will not stop us.
Senator McKim.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to take note of Senator Wong's response to Senator Faruqi's question today. We know there is a genocide underway in Gaza. The International Association of Genocide Scholars, more than 300 of the top experts in this field, have now made that judgment. The International Court of Justice has found that what Israel is doing in Gaza has the characteristics of a genocide. It is time for both major parties in this place to stop running cover for what Israel is doing, to cease their complicity in what Israel is doing, call it out for what it is. It's a genocide and it is an ethnic cleansing. The euphemisms are despicable. Conflict, hostilities, tragedies. Call it for what it is. People are being slaughtered in their droves. Starvation is being used as a weapon of war. War crimes are being committed on a daily basis. This is a genocide. This is an ethnic cleansing. It is time that everyone in this place called it for what it is, and it is beyond time for the Labor government to do the right thing. Call it a genocide. End the two-way arms trade with Israel. Stop supplying weapons to Israel that are being used in the genocide. Stop supplying cover for the deliberate starvation and the slaughter of countless Palestinian people. Sanction Netanyahu and his war cabinet of war criminals. The hand-wringing is not enough. The platitudes are not enough. It is time for action, and it is time for what is happening in Gaza to be called what it is by the Australian government, and that is a genocide.
So put the question. Yeah, I put the question that the motions to take note be agreed. Okay. Those in favour say aye. Thank you. Yep. So it's not on here. Oh, you're taking it, Chair. Yeah. Oh, okay, got you. Thank you.
Minister Gallagher.
Oh, thank you very much, President. I seek leave to move a motion to provide for a motion to be moved relating to the routine of business tomorrow.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I move the motion as circulated.
So the question is, the motion as moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Hanson?
I seek leave to move a motion relating to the Australian flag as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted. Senator Hanson.
Pursuant to a contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of the matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the Australian flag. We had, I've got to say, Senator Nampijinpa Price wore the flag in this chamber today. Of all days, it is our Australian Flag Day. Yeah. For 124 years, since 1901, that flag has been flying. And yet on this special day, it was actually denied by the Greens, who stood up and said it should not be worn. It is not a prop. The Australian flag flies in our chamber.
Senator Hanson, please take your seat for a moment. Minister Gallagher.
Just on under Standing Order 194 on relevance, this debate, as I understand it, is a debate about why the urgency for suspending standing orders. It's not to debate the substantive point that's been raised by the motion, and I would ask that you remind Senator Hanson of that.
Thank you, Minister. That's correct. So, Senator Hanson, you sought leave and leave was not allowed. And Minister Gallagher has pointed out you need to now talk about why you think the suspension is necessary. And further, Senator Hanson, I remind you of the ruling the Deputy President arrived at today, which I have upheld, which is no flags to be worn in the chamber until the matter has been resolved by the Procedures Committee. So I'd ask you to take the flag off. Senator Hanson, this is a ruling that the Deputy President has made. I upheld that order. I informed the chamber just before question time. I'm giving you a direction. I'm asking you to remove the flag in line with the ruling the Deputy President made this morning and the ruling that I am now upholding. Senator Roberts, it's not a debating point. I'm simply asking Senator Hanson to observe my ruling. Senator Hanson, thank you, Senator Hanson. Thank you very much, Senator Hanson. Senator Hanson, you are not normally a senator who doesn't follow directions in this place, and I thank you for following the direction. That direction stands until the Procedure Committee meets to make a decision. So thank you for following that direction. Senator Hanson, as I reminded you, Senator Hanson, you don't, Senator Hanson, or Senator Hanson-Young, that is very unhelpful. No, you're not in a debate with me.
Senator Hanson, I explained to you that you're now speaking to the suspension, so you need to inform the Senate as to why this matter needs to be brought on now.
Shut me down, but I can't speak to it.
Senator Hanson, I am the President of the Chamber. It is my job to make sure it's orderly and that people follow standing orders. So you're not in a debate with me. I'm simply trying to make sure that the Senate is orderly and this debate is orderly by drawing you back to the question. I have Senator Scarr on his feet, so if you would take your seat, and I will come back to you when I see Senator Scarr's matter.
President, just in relation to relevance, I note that from my observation over the last 6 years, there's certainly been some latitude given in terms of establishing urgency in relation to contributions.
Senator Scarr, that latitude might be given by others. It has never been given by me. I have been very clear that suspensions are to be debated on the issue of why it should be a suspension. Latitude should not be given. The standing orders are very clear. Senator Hanson, please continue.
I will. I just want the people to know what my notice motion is. Today, the 3rd of September, the Australian National Day, Flag Day. The Australian national flag is the enduring symbol of our nation, representing our history, values and unity, never a prop. The Australian national flag holds a special and significant place in our national life, distinct from and above all other flags or symbols, and the Australian national flag is already displayed in the Senate chamber.
Senator Hanson, please resume your seat. Senator Ayres.
I don't want to interrupt Senator Hanson unnecessarily, but my point of order is relevance. It goes substantially to the same point that Senator Gallagher just made. The point of this debate is around why it is that the other business of the Senate should be interrupted in order for Senator Hanson to be able to make a contribution, and she should address her remarks to that procedural point.
Senator Ayres, I have made it clear to Senator Hanson that she needs to address why the matter is urgent. The senator, as I understood it, was explaining her motion. I was waiting until she finished that and then got back and explained using that motion why the suspension is urgent. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. And of course, it calls on the Senate to affirm the right of Australian senators to proudly wear the Australian flag in the Senate chamber, and goes to the whole point of my notice motion. Today is a National Australia Flag Day, where people in this chamber wish to show pride in the nation, and the fact is that we are elected members of this chamber representing the people of this nation who fly under the Australian flag. Therefore, I'm asking for the right that we can actually wear the Australian flag.
I have a senator on a point of order. Could you sit down for a moment? Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Just on the matter of urgency, Senator Hanson seems to be incapable of making the argument about urgency, given that this exact matter of which she is asking to be debated has been referred to the Procedures Committee.
Senator Hanson-Young, that is a debating point. Senator Hanson, I would say, is within the rules around suspensions. The senator is explaining that it's National Flag Day. I'll continue to listen carefully and make sure that the rest of her remarks are about the need for an urgent suspension and not about the issue itself. Senator Hanson, please continue.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. Today is only one day. Very rarely on any occasion does any senator in this place wear the flag, but today on this special day. And it wasn't only me, it was Senator Nampijinpa Price who also wore it and had to take it off. It was absolutely, this is one day. We don't do this every day. And I think as Australian senators, when we have the flag that flies in the flagpole here and also in the chamber, that I think that what the decision was made to ban Senate procedures is not dealing with the day of National
Senator
Day.
Hanson, you are straying and getting back on the argument. I have Senator Gallagher on a point of order, so I'm going to go to her. If you would resume your seat, please. Minister.
Well, President, point of order under 194 on relevance. The debate should be not the subject of which she's seeking to suspend, but the reasons why we should suspend to debate that motion. And, I ask you again to bring her back to that.
Senator Scarr.
President, I would have thought relevance. I would have thought actually making the point that today is the day for Australia Flag Day, and this is the day it occurred, goes to the urgency of it. I can't see how it doesn't.
Senator Scarr, I would urge senators to listen to what I'm saying about relevance and not argue across the chamber. I have drawn Senator Hanson back to the point about suspension. I did accept that it was National Flag Day, but then the senator has continued to go to the substantive piece of the motion and not the reason for suspension. As I said in your previous point, Senator Scarr, I don't allow leniency. Suspension debates are suspension debates, and that's how it should be ruled. Senator Hanson, I would again remind you that you need to talk about why this matter is urgent and why it merits a suspension of standing orders.
We've only got a few hours of the special day left, and I'm going to call on the Senate now to actually take a vote. I want this to go to the vote. I want the people of this chamber to prove to the Australian people how they feel about the Australian flag, if they support it, for the Australian flag to be worn in the chamber, so that later on today, for the next few hours this parliament's going, that we can wear the Australian flag, not wait for procedures to make a decision. I want to see how.
Please resume your seat. Senator Hanson, I've asked you to resume your seat. I'll go to Senator McKim, he was standing first, and then I'll come to you, Senator Ayres. Senator McKim?
Yes, again, it's 194 on relevance, President. I mean, this is getting perilously close to wilfully disregarding your a series of rulings that you've made. Senator Hanson has now just said she wants a vote on the substantive motion in a debate that is supposed to be about whether or not standing orders should be suspended. She's clearly outside relevance.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Ayres?
I'll listen carefully to what you say in response to Senator McKim's point of order, and if I feel the need to jump up in 33 seconds or so, I will.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Hanson, you do need to confine your remarks to the reason for the suspension. You've put your motion, you sought leave to move your motion, leave was denied. You've then used your contingency to argue as to why this matter is so urgent that it needs to take precedence over other business. So that's the point you need to make, not the substantive nature of the original motion. So please continue.
As I had said time and time again, because it just annoys people why I'm here explaining this is National Australia Flag Day. And this is where the importance is, that we've been shut down here wearing the flag, that we're not...
Order. Senator Hanson, please resume your seat. Senator Roberts, on a point of order.
Yeah, the unruly behaviour of the Greens.
Senator Roberts. Again, I would urge senators to listen. I called order about 3 times, so I think we leave the management of the Senate to me as the President. Senator Hanson, please continue, and Senator Hanson has the right to be heard in silence, and if you can't listen in silence, please leave the chamber.
It is a symbol of our nation, and it is what we are representing as our history. And I believe that the Australian flag has its values. So I believe that it's not a prop. It's not a prop. It represents our nation.
Senator Hanson, please resume your seat. Once again, Senator Hanson, I've asked you to resume your seat. Once again, you've strayed onto the substantive nature of your original motion that you sought leave to move and leave was denied. So you need to confine your remarks to why a suspension is necessary. Please continue.
A suspension is necessary so that we can actually discuss this thing. What I want to raise about the importance of our flag and the presence that it has in this chamber now. We fly it in this chamber. It has a presence here, and that's why it's very important.
Senator Hanson, please resume your seat. Senator Waters.
President, just a point of order on relevance. Senator Hanson has an MPU about the flag, which will be debated shortly. And so if she wishes to make a contribution, she could surely do it then, rather than inadequate contributions here.
When I indicate it's not a point of order, I expect you to resume your seat, not continuing talking to me. That's not a point of order. I've made my ruling. End of discussion. Senator Hanson.
I've finished my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Order. Order. Minister Gallagher.
Question be put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question now is that the suspension motion, as moved by Senator Hanson, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the suspension as moved by Senator Hanson be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Now call the clerk.
A petition has been lodged as noted on the dynamic red. The terms of the petition will be incorporated in Hansard.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No? Senator Askew, are you seeking the call?
I've got a leave request when we get to that.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yep.
Ready? Okay. So I seek leave to move a motion relating to the leave of absence of senators.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Patterson for today, the 3rd of September 2025, for personal reasons, and for Senator McDonald for the 3rd and 4th of September 2025 for parliamentary reasons.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. No one else is seeking the call. I call the clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. General business notice of motion 34 in the name of Senator Shoebridge for today to the 4th of September, and general business notice of motion number 163 in the name of Senator McKim for today to the 4th of September, and finally general business notice of motion 164 for today in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock to the 4th of September.
Thank you. I'll start with General Business 147, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 147 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 147, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 148, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 148 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 148, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 150, standing in the name of Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 150 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 150, standing in the name of Senator Orman-Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 153, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 153 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 153, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 154, standing in the name of Senator Bragg.
President, on behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that that motion be withdrawn.
Thank you. Yeah, it's withdrawn. Thank you. So that's 154. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 155, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 155 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 155, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 156, standing in the name of Senator Waters. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 156 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Waters.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm. Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
The government will be opposing this motion. I will remind the Senate that it was this government that initiated the process of developing Australia's first ever comprehensive assessment of the risks proposed by climate change across the country and a plan for how we can adapt. The movers of this OPD know that the NCRA is being finalised and will shortly be released, but they are proceeding with political stunts. Continuing orders of the Senate are not a productive use of the Senate's time. The government has committed to the release of the NCRA and NAP in September.
Thank you, Senator Waters. So Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 156, standing in the name of Senator Waters, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 159, standing in the name of Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 159 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Orman-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 159, standing in the name of Senator Orman-Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 161, standing in the name of Senator Ruston. Is that you, Senator Askew? Yeah.
On behalf of Senator Ruston, I ask that general business notice of motion number 161 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 161, standing in the name of Senator Ruston and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 162, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 162, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 162, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move back to Business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you,
Senator
President.
Payman.
I ask that Business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm?
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, President. The government will be opposing this motion. We've been through this before. The independent review of resourcing and parliamentarian officers was an independent review handled independently. The final report of this review was released on the 1st of August. The government has already agreed in principle to all 10 recommendations and will work with all parliamentarians on our response and reform. I know the Special Minister of State is, as always, available to engage with those acting in good faith on this issue.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So, Senator Waters?
President, I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator
Thanks,
Waters.
President. Well, we welcome the Senate's support earlier today for my amendment that called on the government to work with all elected groups and individuals in the parliament to develop a fair and independent staffing model for allocating personal staff that reflects the diversity of representation as elected by the Australian people and addresses staff well-being and sustainability of workload. The right way to do that is not to send this matter to a Liberal-controlled Senate committee. Politicians' pay and entitlements aren't decided by a Senate committee, and staffing levels and welfare shouldn't be either. The independent PWSS ran a review of staff resourcing and supports earlier this year, and 500 staff participated in that review. The review made 10 key recommendations, and I'm pleased that the government has committed to implementing those. The Greens will be focused on ensuring that that does in fact occur, and I've written to the Special Minister of State asking for a timetable for implementing the independent review of resourcing and parliamentarian officers and asking for PWSS to take note of our second reading amendment on staff wellbeing.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Scarr.
I seek leave to make a very short statement. No, I'm supporting it, but I just wanted to answer one of the points.
Well, it's not a debating point, Senator Scarr. So the question is that Business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. And now we'll go to general business number 82, standing in the name of Senator Lambie.
Sorry, Madam President.
That's okay.
Sorry, Madam President. I seek leave to withdraw a notice of motion. I ask that the general business notice of motion number 82 be withdrawn due to an undertaking received by the Minister to provide a copy of that report within 2 weeks. And thank you for your support.
And just for future reference, Senator Lambie, you don't need leave, but thank you. I'm now going to general business 149, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 149 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm?
To make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm?
As a matter of principle, the government does not support orders for production of documents being directed to the President. Unlike a minister or agency of executive government, the President represents the whole Senate. In this particular instance, the documents sought would be a matter of joint parliamentary administration shared with the Speaker of the House of Representatives. It is not appropriate for the Senate to order production of material by the President over which the President does not have the unilateral control, and it is offensive to the principles of comity between the Houses to act in such a way. The matter raised by Senator Payman has been extensively canvassed in recent years, including an inquiry by the Senate Finance and Public Administration Reference Committee, which reported just last year.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 149, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 149, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Payman as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 noes and 16 ayes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now go to general business, notice of motion number 151, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 151 in the name of Senator Shoebridge be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I move that motion.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Scarr.
The Coalition will not be supporting this motion because we do not want to jeopardise the government's arrangement with Nauru, which has been negotiated in good faith. We note Labor's hypocrisy in opposing this motion, given they teamed up with the Greens in 2017 to vote for the production of a similar agreement between Australia and the United States regarding the resettlement of refugees. This is just another double standard when it comes to Labor and government transparency.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. So the question is that general business notice for motion number 151, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Senator McKim. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 151, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 16 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. got to withdraw. Senator Orman-Payne, I understand 157 you're withdrawing. I'm just checking.
That's correct, President.
Thank you. So we'll treat that as withdrawn. Thank you. So I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 160, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 160 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question, Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
The government does not support this motion moved by Senator Dean Smith. This motion requests information that is better sought through a question on notice, not an order for the production of documents. The government respects the right of senators to move motions that order the production of documents. However, we do not consider it suitable for an order of this kind to seek the creation of a document that does not already exist.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 160 be taken as a formal motion. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Jackie, Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 160, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, that ends formal motions, but there are 3 deferred motions, which I understand suits the Senate to deal with now. I remind senators that yesterday evening 2 votes were deferred as listed at item 16 on today's order of business, as well as a vote relating to the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measurements No. 1 Bill of 2025. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate to hold those votes now. I will deal first with the motion moved by Senator Hanson concerning the restoration of a bill to the notice paper and reference to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the deferred vote relating to a proposed reference to the Economics Reference Committee moved by Senator Roberts. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 9 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the deferred vote on the closure motion moved by Senator Ayres to the question that the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 proceed without formality. I will now put the question. That the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now put the question that this bill may proceed without formalities. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill may proceed without formalities. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So that concludes deferred motions, and we'll move to the matter of urgency.
Whole thing? Yep.
Senator Hanson has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Can people please leave the chamber quietly if you're not staying for this next item? Can please people leave the chamber if they are not staying for this next item? Senator Hanson has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Okay. Thank you. It is supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Hanson to move the motion.
I move the motion. I can't remember a more inspiring sight than the sea of Australian flags waving in Canberra on Sunday. I can't remember when I felt more pride in my country and its unique, wonderful people. Our flag means so much to so many. It tells the story of who we are. the Aboriginal people who lived for thousands of years under the eternal Southern Cross, the arrival of the First Fleet and the establishment of British colonies of convicts and free settlers seeking a new life on a new frontier, and the creation of a new nation and federation of states united in common cause. Today is National Flag Day. It was 124 years ago this very day when this flag was first flown. It followed a national competition to design the flag and a democratic vote to select it. This flag has represented our great nation since that day. It has been flown to represent us all over the world. On the battlefields of Gallipoli, Beersheba, the Western Front, the Kokoda Track, Tobruk, Long Tan and Kandanda. In the great cities and capitals of the world, over the sporting fields and at the Olympics, where Australians have represented our nation with great distinction, on our iconic landmarks and in schools, at our public institutions and in the front yards of countless patriots, and over the top of this very building, the seat of Australian democracy. It is the flag under which so many brave Australians fought and died in wars against tyranny in defence of democracy and for our nation's survival. It is those sacrifices the Australian flag honours above all else. Shamefully, there are people who know what the flag means to so many Australians and that's why they despise it. They despise our people and our nation for their stupid, narrow, hateful causes, and for the symbolic value of our flag, they choose to desecrate it. They choose to burn it in our streets. They object to Australian senators wearing our flag in this chamber while they proudly drape themselves in a keffiyeh, a global symbol of Islamic terrorists. This is unbelievable. Representatives of the Australian people banned from wearing our flag in the Australian Parliament because a Greens senator objects. Remember that? A Green senator. What the hell is wrong with you? A petition created by One Nation to protect
Senator
our
Hanson,
national
I'll ask
flag
you to mind your language, please.
Against this desecration has gained more than 50,000 signatures in just a few weeks. This petition gained a lot of momentum in the lead-up and immediate aftermath of Sunday's peaceful marches. It's time to protect this enduring symbol of our nation. It's time to outlaw for all time the willful burning or desecration of the Australian flag, the only flag that has been endorsed and agreed upon by the Australian people. All senators in this chamber and in this parliament are on notice. If you don't support this motion, then you don't support Australia and its people and the flag which represents us all. You will directly insult the thousands of Australians who have served, fought and died under this flag and for this country. This is your opportunity to show the people you claim to represent that you love our country and its most potent and important symbol, the national flag. Australians will be watching and they will remember what you do today. They will know where you stand, and I won't let them forget either. One Nation stands for Australia and with its people. We stand for a united nation under one flag, the Australian flag. It should be the only flag flying over our landmarks and institutions or in this chamber. It's the only flag the Australian people have ever voted for. No one was ever given a vote on any other flags. This is the time to ensure the reverence of our national flag deserves. We should bring back those assemblies in our schools where we all stood every morning while our flag was raised. And we must punish and penalise those who would desecrate our flag and disrespect our nation and the Australian people. And I just want to point out today the comment by Senator McKim to say that he would wear the Palestinian flag on the floor of this parliament is so shameful and disgusting that I could not believe that he's actually made that comment, that he would wear that. It shows exactly where his loyalties lie, and it's not with Australia or the Australian people. So I hope people never, ever forget that.
Senator Ruston. Oh. Sorry, I saw her stand up first. Thank you, Minister. I'm seeking clarification from the clerk because Senator Ruston did stand first. So I'm just taking advice from the clerk to confirm that I'm doing the right thing, if that is okay with you. Clerk, sorry. Thank you. The clerk's advice is that we have already been to this side and the minister is seeking the call, so we need to go to the right.
Raise the point of order on the fact that we actually have a speakers list here, agreed by the whips, and the coalition was due to speak next. I'm just wondering whether the clerk might be able to provide some advice in relation to the fact that the speakers list actually had determined that the call was to come to this side of the chamber.
The advice from the clerk is that the speakers list is a guide, and if there is a dispute as to the call, it should go side to side. Minister, you have the call.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Senator Hanson, I'm going to ask you to withdraw that. I am the President of the Senate.
I shall withdraw.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Minister.
At the request of the Leader of the Government in the Senate, and pursuant to contingent notice, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving an amendment to the motion. I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is the closure motion as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So the question is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to allow Senator Chisholm to move an amendment. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Chisholm?
I move the amendment.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So that means Senator Nampijinka-Price.
Thank you, President. I rise to commend Senator Hanson, firstly, for bringing her MPI to the Senate and condemn the government for usurping the senator's opportunity to debate her motion in the most undemocratic fashion, an issue that is close to not only Senator Hanson's heart but to my own heart. The government have every opportunity at any time to deal with this particular issue, but no, they have to hijack Senator Hanson's motion, a motion that seeks to make it illegal for any person in this country to burn our national flag, instead providing a bunch of wishy-washy words that talk about the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags. This motion, this issue that's before us, is about the Australian flag. And again, you vilify a senator in this place, you vilify her, you've made her out to be a racist in this country. You do everything you can to pile on her like a bunch of bullies. And here you are
Senator
again
Nampijinka-Price,
today.
withdraw, please.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
But I stand by my words that suggest that this government is completely and utterly disgraceful in their actions and their behaviours. They effectively just want to silence Senator Hanson and silence decent human beings who come here who want to see better in our country. I think it's utterly, utterly disgraceful that you've taken this opportunity. And again, you stand with those opposite who would stand here draped in, as they have suggested, a Palestinian flag that support calls from the river to the sea, which are effectively acts of genocide towards Jewish people. This government has failed to stand up against anti-Semitism. This government fails to stand up for everyday Australians who seek to ensure that our national flag is protected. Instead, you vilify them as racists. You take away the opportunity to have their voices heard right here, where democracy is supposed to play out, on the floor of the Senate. What is it? You're afraid? You're afraid that Australians might cheer on Senator Hanson for standing up for our national flag? That the vast majority of Australians do not wish to see our national flag burned, that they do wish to see it become illegal for that flag to be burned. You can't come up with your own ideas. You can't come up with this idea before Senator Hanson brought this motion to the Senate, that you have to go and co-opt it and turn it into your meaningless nonsense. Seriously, this is posturing. This is posturing. There's no decency in this. There's no decency in shutting down a senator's opportunity to be able to debate their urgency motion, to hijack it instead. Seriously, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? You know, but it really is not surprising, is it, that this government, that the Labor Party, especially under Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who can't even stand up for Australians, who instead, you stand up and you talk about, well, let's respect Indigenous Australians, let's pay our respects. The Greens as well, with their pretend respect for Indigenous Australians. But no, they choose to shut down an Indigenous Australian in this Senate for wearing an Australian flag. And then they side with this weak government to shut down any sort of debate, any demonstration of pride in this country, any demonstration of pride in this country. They shut it down. Shame on you. Shame on the Albanese government.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinka-Price. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. The Australian flag is representative of who we are as Australians and the strong values we uphold as a nation, and we must protect it. And the Albanese government does not support the burning or desecration of the Australian flag, the Aboriginal flag or the Torres Strait Islander flag. As a nation, we deeply value an open and liberal democracy, which includes protecting the right of every Australian to express their political view. And there needs to be a balance between protecting this right, yet ensuring those that go further and engage in criminal conduct are dealt with by the law. Across the country, states and territories already have laws in place to capture this abhorrent conduct. Australian criminal laws are designed to provide a basis for action against people who abuse the flag in certain situations, such as where it involves a breach of the peace or where private property is destroyed. We are not able to support the motion as drafted by Senator Hanson, and we have moved, President, an amendment to this motion to strike a balance to be a motion that we could support. And our amendment asks the Senate to consider omitting all words after the following is a matter of urgency and substitute the need for the Senate to recognise that Australia is a nation that welcomes different races, religions and views, and today is home to the oldest continuous culture on the planet and to people from more than 300 ancestries. The Australian national flag and the other national flags, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags, represent our shared values and our rich history, and any actions to desecrate any of these flags should be condemned.
The events of the past weekend make it clear, President, we don't need debates that promote fear and division. What we need is unity and respect, especially in this Senate.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Babet.
Thanks, President. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. I thought this place was a place of debate where different ideas could come together in a great melting pot, but what did we see today? What did we see? We saw Labor and the Greens come together to steal from Senator Hanson an opportunity to have her views, to have my views heard. It is incredible. I am so disappointed in what has happened that me, of all people, almost have no words to describe it. There is no democracy in this country, not with what we've seen today. When you take away my right to make a contribution to a debate and you completely change what it was about, what does that tell the Australian people? It tells them that your vote, does not count for diddly squat, because people voted to put me in this place. People voted to put Senator Hanson in this place. People voted to put all of us on this side of the chamber here in this place. And now we don't have an opportunity to speak because of the collusion that we've seen between Labor and the Greens to take away Senator Hanson's voice. Look, in my opinion, it should be an offence to willingly burn the Australian flag. It is our national flag. It represents all of us. And the fact that some people in here would rather come into this place, in this chamber, wearing the national flag of another country is something that is shameful. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Babet. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. Well, I'm flabbergasted. This is unbelievable. Senator Hanson's motion was to stop the burning of the Australian flag, our national flag. What the Labor Party has decided to do is change it completely to something totally different. Now, the Aboriginal flag was not adopted as a national flag, but was proclaimed as an official flag of Australia in 1995. It serves as an official symbol alongside the Australian national flag and Torres Strait Islander flag, representing the Aboriginal peoples of Australia. But it's not our national flag. It should be against the law to burn something so sacred that so many people fought and died under. I heard Senator Wong earlier talk about her heritage coming from Malaysia. Australian soldiers fought and died under that flag to save the people of Malaysia, possibly saving her family. I just cannot comprehend that people would not support the non-burning of the Australian flag. We're not talking about any other flag, we're just talking about the Australian flag. No other flag should be brought into this debate. And yeah, I'm going to read my words that I had prepared for this, but I'm going to run out of time. This Australian flag is not just a symbol, it is the beating heart of our nation. It represents more than just our identity, it stands for our history, our values and our unity. It's a banner that tells the story of who we are, a story of perseverance, of freedom, of courage and of shared purpose. The flag reminds us of where we've come from, of what we've overcome and the sacrifices that generations of Australians have made to build the nation we're privileged to live in today. It represents the principles we hold dear: democracy, mateship, resilience and the unwavering belief in a fair go. Our servicemen and women carried that flag into battle. They fought beneath it and died underneath it. And to those who gave their lives to protect our values, our way of life, the flag was draped over their coffins and now flies in their honour. My own grandfather served under that flag in World War II. He, like countless others, left behind the comforts of home and the arms of family, not knowing if he would ever return. He didn't serve for recognition, he didn't serve for political gain, he served for Australia, for the ideas that our flag represents. But his story is not unique. It's the story of thousands upon thousands of brave Australians, men and women, who stepped forward in times of great need, who wore the uniform, bore the burden and stood for something greater than themselves. And that's why I will say this plainly and without apology. Burning or desecrating the Australian flag is not an expression of free speech, it is an act of contempt. It is a direct insult to those who gave their lives for what this flag stands for. It is a betrayal of our national story, our shared values, and the deep respect we owe those who served. It is offensive, not only to the memory of our fallen heroes, but to their families, their descendants, and every Australian who takes pride in our country. Yet here we are in 2025, witnessing the Australian flag being burned on the streets of our own cities during recent protests. Our national symbol was torched, stomped on, treated with utter disdain. And what does the Albanese Labor government do? Nothing. Silence. Crickets. Tries to introduce a totally different motion. Not a word of condemnation. No strong statement from the Prime Minister. No defence of the values we claim to uphold. I ask you, every one of you, to reflect honestly. If it were the Aboriginal flag being set on fire, if it were the Rainbow Pride flag being trampled and burned in public, would there be the same? Would the reaction be the same? Of course not. The media would explode, social media would erupt, and there would be wall-to-wall coverage, calls for arrest, and politicians falling over each other to denounce it, and rightly so. Because burning any flag in hatred is not an act of unity, it is an act of division. But when it's the flag that represents all Australians, regardless of race, gender, sexuality or background, when it's our national flag being desecrated, we get silence. We get inaction. This is not equality, this is not unity, and that is certainly not leadership. Our flag should not be a political target.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, President. We condemn all actions taken by any person to desecrate our nation's flag. That is exactly why police have the powers to apprehend anyone for such offensive violations. Arson is a crime, property offences are a crime, and inciting violence is a crime. Given that these laws exist now, I think the motivations behind this motion are plain to see. So instead of being distracted by this motion, let's instead work to heal some of the division that has been created by the behaviours we saw on the weekend. Because, as fate would have it, today, the 3rd of September, is Australian National Flag Day. The Australian flag was first flown on this day back in 1901, and 124 years later, it is a symbol of our great democracy, our rich diversity, and our Australian way of life. It was designed as a symbol of unity. The Southern Cross is a symbol of our shared place under the southern skies. The Commonwealth Star is a literal symbol of unity amongst the states and territories. Even the Union Jack represents the unity we share through the social structures and the legal systems that distinguish Australia as a modern, multicultural democracy. The flag belongs to all of us, not just some of us. And it flies proudly above this Parliament as a symbol of unity, not as a symbol of division. And it is certainly not a symbol of hate. To those people who sought to take our flag and use it to spread messages of hate over the weekend, I say this to you. You don't own our flag, we do. The Australian flag belongs to all Australians, no matter where you were born, no matter what language you speak, and no matter the colour of your skin. If you seek to use the flag to peddle hatred and fear, you are not defending Australian values. You are betraying them. The Australian soldiers who have fought and died under our flag did it for a love of this country. They did it for hope of a better future for all Australians. And I think it's important to remember that the Anzacs themselves came from all backgrounds. They were Italian migrants, Jews, Asians, and importantly, there were many Indigenous Australians who were diggers among the Anzac, all of those who are too often forgotten. They fought for the great Australian dream, which has always been about having a fair go for people who work hard and have a crack. And when I look around this chamber, I see a lot of immigrants now working here in the Senate to represent Australian and their fellow migrants, like Senator Roberts from India, Senator Babette from Mauritius, which is interesting that the very people calling for immigration bans in this country are themselves migrants to this country. If someone could help me make sense of that, I'd be really helpful and grateful.
Senator Mulholland, just a moment. I've got Senator Roberts on a point of order.
Point of order. I have not called for an immigration ban. I've called for the banning of mass
Senator
immigration.
Roberts, that is a debating point, and you know it is. Senator Mulholland, please continue.
Thank you, President. Because the fact is that around only 4% of Australia's population is Indigenous, which means 96% of us are descendants of immigrants. We are all the descendants of people who came here to chase the great Australian dream of a fair go. So on this day, Australia's National Flag Day, the 3rd of September, I encourage you all to reflect on the true meaning of our flag. To me, it represents hope and an opportunity and a love of our great country. It does not represent hate. And to those wishing to incite division, I remind you that our flag is a symbol of inclusion, not exclusion, because modern Australia will always be a proud, multicultural nation.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Sunday changed Australia. It stirred the people. The people are waking because Australia is dying. We can feel it. And dying at the hands of Labor and the Greens. Sunday terrified you, absolutely terrified you, because the people woke up. Sunday changed the whole nation, and what you've done now is change the whole motion. I'll read Senator Hanson's motion. The need for the Senate to take immediate action to make it an offence to wilfully burn or desecrate the Australian national flag. That has been changed under bastardry by the Labor and Greens parties. The need for the Senate to recognise that Australia is a nation that welcomes different races, religions and views, and today is home to the oldest continuous culture on the planet. We agree with that. And to people from more than 300 ancestries. The Australian national flag and the other national flags, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags, represent our shared values and our rich history, and any actions to desecrate these flags should be condemned. Rubbish. Rubbish. We have one national flag. I'll tell you what Google says about the Aboriginal flag. It was proclaimed as an official flag of Australia, but is not the primary national flag. It is not a national flag. You don't even know that. That's disgraceful. You don't even know. The other national flags, how is the Aboriginal flag a national flag when it doesn't cover the whole of the country, when it doesn't cover Torres Strait Islands? How are the Torres Strait Islander flags? Good people in the Torres Strait. Aboriginals are fine people. But the flag of the Torres Strait Islands does not cover the whole of the country. These are not national flags. I cannot support this Labor-Green bastardisation of an amendment.
Yes, Senator Roberts, I'd ask you to withdraw that. Thank you.
Look at what they've done to Senator Pauline Hanson. They jailed her, they denigrated her, they infiltrated her party and destroyed it in 1998. Now they're gagging her, changing her motions. Why? For the simple sin of saying what she thinks and saying what the people think. She says what the people think. And you guys do not get that. You just don't get it. She has the spirit of Australia in her heart. She has the spirit of Australia right through every cell of her body. And that's what the Australian flag does. It has the spirit of this country. And the spirit is the most important thing of any entity, whether it be a football club, a business, a church, a country. The spirit is important. And you are killing the spirit of this country. Australia is dying. We need to restore Australia. And instead of looking at the scarcity that you're imbibing in everyone here and the fear-mongering and the division, what you need to do is to dwell on the abundance. And it starts with the government. And remember this, one thing, the people are in the charge of our Constitution, not the government. The government serves the people do not serve the government.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to the matter of public importance. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Dean Smith, which has also been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? I believe it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips. Senator Brockman, sorry.
Thank you, President. It is an honour to move this motion on behalf of Senator Smith, and I will read the matter that is before the Senate. The Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner's 2024 annual report demonstrates that regional Australia is shouldering the burden of large-scale renewable projects, transmission lines and storage developments, while Labor fails to provide a framework to deliver affordable, reliable energy to Australian households and businesses. Well, this one is fairly self-explanatory, and we've seen it playing out. We're seeing it playing out on our television screens. We're seeing it playing out in the anger of regional communities ignored by this government's renewables at any cost approach. Communities which feel that they are being bullied, coerced, ordered into taking a particular approach to our energy grid with no consultation, no impact assessment as to how these massive renewable energy projects and the transmission lines that accompany them will impact on the economy of local communities, the agriculture in local communities and the environment in our regional communities, as I have said in this place before. In fact, on many occasions, but those opposite choose to keep on ignoring this fact, the energy, in large part, is not supporting those regional communities. The energy is almost all being pumped into our capital cities. But who bears the burden? Who bears the burden of these large-scale energy projects, the destruction of the environment, the destruction of prime agricultural land, the inability of farmers to farm in the way they have been? Who bears the burden? It is, of course, those regional communities. Now, in a previous report, it was suggested that between 10 and 20,000 kilometres of transmission lines were going to be required to meet Labor's renewable at any cost approach to our energy grid. Now, they're not putting 10 to 20,000 kilometres of transmission lines through inner city. They're not putting 10 to 20,000 kilometres of transmission lines even through outer suburbia. Those 10 to 20,000 kilometres of transmission lines are going through regional, rural Australia. They're going through people's farms. And is it any wonder that those communities who haven't been consulted, who haven't been included in the way these decisions are made, the way these projects are decided upon? Sometimes the actual energy project can be literally hundreds of kilometres away from the transmission lines that are destroying people's farms. And the idea that transmission lines going through people's property is a new thing is, of course, it's not. This has been going on for generations, and they have always been problematic. But what we are seeing now, what has changed, is that this Labor renewables at any cost approach to our energy grid has put those transmission lines on steroids. 10 to 20,000 kilometres of new transmission lines in this country. Is it little wonder that we saw the protests in regional Victoria that we've seen in the last week? Is it little wonder that we've heard from property owners who do not understand their obligations, the legal risks they face for now maintaining their agricultural pursuits under those transmission lines that they never asked for, they never wanted, they were never consulted about, and now you see draconian labour laws in the state of Victoria to enable the people putting up those transmission lines entry to property with no restriction. They can go on when they like, they can do whatever they like. This is not the Australia I know and love.
Thank you. Senator Delaga.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And I rise in reply to Senator Smith's matter of public importance. And Senator Smith cites some commentary about regional Australia being unfairly burdened by large-scale renewable energy projects. But I don't see it like that at all. What some may see as a challenge or as a burden, I see as a once-in-a-generation opportunity, especially for communities in Tasmania and the state's mighty northwest. It's an opportunity for jobs, for economic growth and diversification, for community livability, and most importantly, for energy security. Tasmania, and particularly its northwest region, is uniquely positioned to harness the benefits of the clean energy transition, but we also have the ability to power the Big Island with clean renewable energy. The recently announced financial close of Stage 1 of the Marinus Link project marks a historic milestone, not just for Tasmania, but for the entire nation. With $3.8 billion secured from the Commonwealth's Clean Energy Finance Corporation and equity commitments from the Commonwealth, Tasmania and Victoria, this project is no longer just a vision, it's becoming a reality. Marinus Link will deliver 750 megawatts of capacity, enough to power approximately 750,000 homes. It will strengthen the grid reliability in Victoria and other mainland states while providing long-term certainty to major industrial users in Tasmania. By leveraging cheap solar energy from the mainland during the day and Tasmanian hydropower at night, we're creating a more resilient and sustainable energy system. But beyond the technical benefits, the real story lies in what this means for our communities and the opportunities that it unlocks. Stage 1 of Marinus Link is expected to support around 1,400 additional jobs per year at peak construction, increasing to 1,600 jobs with Stage 2. That's hundreds of families in Tasmania who will benefit from employment, new career pathways, and the revitalisation of local industries. The economic stimulus is equally impressive. Stage 1 alone will inject over $1.4 billion into Tasmania's economy, rising to $2.1 billion with Stage 2. The investment will ensure that our communities are not unfairly burdened, but are in fact beneficiaries at the forefront of Australia's clean energy future. The Marinus Link and Burnie City Council Community Partnership Program is an example of this. 2 school-based initiatives have been awarded funding to inspire and prepare the next generation of workers. Burnie High School's Burnie Awards program will receive $60,000 over 3 years to help students transition from school to local industry, showcasing the career opportunities available to them in the region. Similarly, the Green Power Tasmania program by GreenSTEM will receive $60,000 over 3 years to encourage students to explore STEM-focused careers through teamwork and science. These programs are more than just grants. They're investments in our youth, our future workforce, and our community resilience. Additionally, the Marinus Link community grants and sponsorship programs are supporting grassroots initiatives in areas along the project alignment, including Burnie City, Latrobe City, South Gippsland and the Central Coast. These programs ensure that local voices are heard, that local needs are met, and that local pride is strengthened. The Albanese government is delivering what the opposition couldn't: a collaborative, people-focused energy policy that puts regional communities at the heart of the transition. Marinus Link is not just a power cable, it's an opportunity for economic renewal, educational opportunity, and for community empower. And people across the country, and especially in regional areas, are embracing renewable energy, particularly solar, in huge numbers, and they are backing in Labor's cheaper battery program. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has said that over 40,000 Australians have taken up the opportunity to get a cheaper battery for their home or small business, which will quickly enable them to have additional savings on their energy expenses. And I want to make just one last comment about during the Take Note debate earlier this week, my colleague on the other side, Senator Cadell, referred to Tasmania as the Norway of Australia when it comes to renewable energy. It was a pretty good analogy because Tasmania is just about as regional as you can get, and we are not burdened by renewables. We've been embracing it for many decades.
Senator Delaga, your time has expired. Senator Bush-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. For anyone watching this debate here in Parliament House tonight, it's always instructive to look at a subject and break it up into two components, into its policy and into its politics. And of course, the two things are often interwoven. But the policy around the clean energy rollout around this nation, including critical transmission infrastructure, is an important one to get right. And there's no doubt at all that it's not perfect. There are a number of issues that need to be worked through on this policy, and concerns of community should be taken seriously. There needs to be consultation and an understanding that renewable energy projects can also have environmental impacts. And so it's really important that we listen to regional Australia and that we get the policy right. And we're not there yet, and the Greens will work with the government to make sure we do get there. But let's look at the politics of this. And don't anyone for a second think that this is not all about politics, this motion here tonight. Disappointingly from Senator Smith, who I consider to be an intelligent and caring person with the LNP, as I do to Senator Bragg and others who care about climate change. This is all about an attack on net zero. This is about the fact that within the coalition, there are senators, especially in the National Party, who don't believe in climate change, who are flat out climate deniers. And ever since I've been in this building, which is coming up to 14 years, I have witnessed the conservative side of politics not just undermine climate action, but actively rip it up once we got it legislated in this building, and nothing has changed. This motion here tonight is all about politics. This is all about, we saw it start 3 or 4 weeks ago, the Institute of Public Affairs, one of the many think tanks associated with this, the Atlas Network and other networks of international conservative think tanks, puts out a report on net zero. Within days, Barnaby Joyce from the other place is out there campaigning against net zero, causing headaches for the coalition. And then we have the Bush Summit. We had the Bush Summit sponsored, presumably, and paid for by Gina Rinehart and the Murdoch press. Now, Gina Rinehart, a billionaire, is on record as being a climate sceptic or a climate denier. She opens these summits with a video, and then the Murdoch press promote them, who have spent decades promoting climate disinformation. They are a cancer on climate action. And they've been going out to regional areas and whipping up regional communities into a frenzy. The fact that our Prime Minister and Ag Minister supposedly got chased out of town by some tractors the other week is a really sad indictment on us, that we would be taking advantage of these regional communities so the LNP can campaign against climate action and against net zero. Let's help these people. Let's get it right.
Senator Bush-Wilson, your time has expired. Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much. I welcome the opportunity to make a contribution on this important topic, because the issue of net zero and emissions reduction generally, it is an important one for the Australian community, and it was the former coalition government which signed Australia up a few years ago when we were in government. But since the Labor Party won office in 2022, they have pursued a very aggressive approach to delivering this policy, which has not been technology agnostic. They have prioritised the vast take-up of renewables at any cost. Now, renewable energy is very good and very desirable, and in many cases it can be very inexpensive. But when you are managing a transition from a largely coal-fired, power-based energy system to a fundamentally different system, and bearing in mind the impact that energy has on the overall economy, you must be very careful and very prudent. And so our principal argument here is that the transition has been unreasonable. It has not been managed well, and it's been the regional communities that have largely had to pay the price here. Now, I grew up in a regional community myself, and I travel widely across my state, and if you look at the failure of this government to properly consult on the question of offshore wind and then the transmission infrastructure, these are material and serious issues for regional communities. And I think for the government to pursue this policy at any costs and trample over regional communities and not give them a proper say, and I don't think that Minister Bowen has done his best work here to be charitable. I think that then imperils the whole question of community support for getting to net zero, which is a very important objective for our economy. Because overall, the capital markets have made up their mind that this transition is on. And so Australia needs to be part of that important movement of capital. But it's got to be done in a way where the government isn't playing Frankenstein. And my judgment is that the government has tried to do that. And ultimately, the distortion of the market through the subsidies in particular, I think, has been a problem. I mean, renewable energy is the most competitive in many comparisons. And so I would say to you that for those that really value getting to net zero as part of our economic agenda, that getting community consent and working with regional communities is actually one of the most important aspects of that agenda. The world has moved on in terms of the capital markets, but if you look around the G20, it's a very similar scenario. Every G20 country, bar one, is part of this accord. And sure, different countries have different ways of doing it. The way that Labor have done it, through legislating their targets and the like, is not essential. It is not an essential way of getting to net zero. And so I would say that if you look at different countries in the G20, the major emitters, some countries will get there in 2047, others propose to get there in 2053, others of 2060, 2070. Of course, the United States has left. But the United States economy is so different to Australia's. I mean, we are so much more trade exposed than the US. So the comparisons there, which are often made, I think are erroneous. So the point is, if you want to do net zero, do it properly. You should be technology agnostic, and you should be very careful in getting the consent of regional communities who are essential to Australia getting to this key environmental and economic goal. And as I say, growing up in a regional community myself, some of the best conservationists are farmers and regional people. And I would say that most people who live in the regions want to see a cleaner, greener environment going forward, but they also want to see their property rights respected, and they want to have a say on major developments which are occurring in their own region. So we're always happy to have this debate, but we make the point here that net zero is an important objective, but it must be done properly. There are many different ways to do it, and the way Labor's done it has been horrendous.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And let me just begin by saying how much of a joke I think some of the language in this MPI is. Honestly, here we are in the Senate again with the LNP opposition to sustainable renewable energy for the nation on show yet again, and division, even with the contributions that we've seen here this evening. I'd say, despite the incoherence of what is put before us in this MPI. Bring on the debate. Let's continue to undertake the proper education of the nation. Let's talk about it for as long as we need, because as a Labor senator, I'm here in the chamber to talk about the policies that we're actually investing in to make a real and practical difference for Australians, instead of the whinge fest that's going on the other side. Those opposite seem determined to spend every moment in here trying to engage in yet another sideshow discussion. In the meantime, our government, the Labor Albanese government, is getting on with building the energy systems that Australians need. The opposition, at this point of time, I'm sad to say, my fellow Australians, have not even figured out what they want from renewable energy, because clearly it's not lowering energy costs. We've had to do that in spite of them voting against every proposition to support Australians in their management of their household finances with regard to energy. The LNP can't agree on more access to renewable forms of energy. So we've had to go ahead and do that without them. And one of those key policy items was Labor's cheaper home battery program. They screamed black and blue. They didn't want it to happen. Again, Labor has advanced in spite of the hysterical opposition and uncertainty into the energy market that is the consequence of the schizophrenic debate that we see in the LNP. What's patently clear by the actions of the LNP when it comes down to basic questions about the cheapest forms of energy available to us is the divided and divisive LNP answers. The main one that they agree on is saying no, a resounding no. They scream no, 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 and they join a coalition with whoever they can to prevent the progress of this nation with regard to energy. They spent their last term in opposition, instead of supporting renewable energy, proposing power plants, small modular reactors, not even one built in the world, and yet that was their policy. No wonder they didn't want to speak about it on the booths on the Central Coast where I was handing out. Impossible. It was an impossible end to the 22 failed propositions that they'd already considered. We are facing energy challenges now because in their 9 long, terrible years of government, the LNP dithered and debated and backstabbed and undermined, all while cycling through those 22 iterations of energy policy announcements. We won't call them energy policy enactments because they were more hollow than that, full of sound and fury, barking at Australians with a new idea every few months and no coherence or cohesion. After all of that chaos, the disingenuity and the failure, get your popcorn, people, because the signs are that the LNP are going to spend this term of parliament again relitigating their policy on net zero. They seem to have learned absolutely nothing. And I just say, well, keep at it. That's fantastic, guys. Well done, Angus. Well done, Barnaby. And everyone else who's continuing the division in the Liberal National Party. You can spend your weeknights on TV shows talking to whoever you're talking about with regard to net zero. But while you're doing that, continuing the chaos of your 9 long years, this government is actually getting on with the job of doing the careful, considered, nation-building work to secure our national energy needs, just like a real government should do. It's going to take years of continuing effort to fix what the coalition broke when they were in government. And now, even now, they can't come up with a stance that's united enough to argue anything of validity. We just had Senator Bragg talking about the capital markets. Follow the money. They've made up their minds, he said. They're investing in renewable. The market's moved on. The LNP is stuck in the mired mess of their own past. Sometimes it feels to me, Acting Deputy President, that the coalition members and senators are more concerned about being contrarian than Australian. They care more about arguing with one another than actually creating effective reality-based lower energy costs for Australian householders. And that is why we will continue to serve the Australian people in energy policy.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Nothing illustrates the contempt Labor has for farmers and regional Australia better than its net zero obsession. I am appalled at laws pushed through by the arrogant Victorian Labor government last week. This legislation enables transmission line builders to forcibly enter private property and allow for the arrest of any farmer who refuses access. Labor does not understand that we cannot eat turbines, high voltage wires, solar panels or pylons. Labor does not care about our farmers, our regional communities or our capacity to feed people. Labor has been fighting a war against farmers for years. The Albanese government has banned live sheep exports and forced more water from irrigators. Yet, his agricultural minister actually claimed yesterday the government has backed them every step of the way. Why then did farmers roundly boo, yes, boo, the Prime Minister at the Bush Summit? And then he turns around and says, I won't tell you any BS. Oh my God. That went down like a lead balloon too. What a load of BS that statement is. Why are they protesting against Labor policy here in Canberra and in Melbourne, Western Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, actually right across the whole country? Labor is lying. Labor doesn't care because those transmission lines and wind towers will never appear in Labor electorates in the city. Can you imagine wind turbines towering over Sydney Harbour or on the banks of the Yarra or Brisbane rivers? Of course not. It is the regions which are being forced to bear the burden. One Nation stands for property rights in Victoria and across the country. One Nation stands firmly against wind towers and transmission lines being forced onto productive farmland. One Nation stands against net zero and Labor's cult of climate change. One Nation stands for farmers and regional communities in Victoria and across Australia.
Your time has expired. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. Listening to the tone-deaf senators tonight highlights why regional Australians have had enough, why they feel hopeless and abandoned by a Prime Minister who said he would govern for all, turns out not if you're in the regions. They're furious because their ability to produce food, their land values, social cohesion and private property rights are being trashed by the Labor Party's pursuit of net zero. Even the Paris Agreement states that rural and regional communities and food production should be protected in any future transition. And yet who is assessing that impact here in Australia? The social, economic and environmental damage that is being done right now to communities is real, and the government knows it. What happened in Ballarat this week should give every member of parliament pause, real pause. Farmers and regional communities, people who feed and clothe our nation, have been told that transmission towers, wind factories and solar farms will carve their way across their land, whether they like it or not. Their property values, property rights, their prime farmland, their closed-knit communities, all at risk, all under threat, all in a vain attempt to shrink the nation's carbon footprint by imposing industrial-scale grid of steel and concrete across some of the most productive farmland in our country. And somehow, apparently, they are wrong to be angry about that. That somehow pollies in the Labor Party and the Greens think that they shouldn't be offended. The Prime Minister got heckled rightfully in Ballarat. Of course he was embarrassed, but that tells you something about the mood in regional Australia. We're very polite people. The Prime Minister and his Labor MPs in this place subsequently have drawn comparisons, quite extraordinary comparisons, between that protest in Ballarat and extreme demonstrations in Melbourne invaded by neo-Nazis. There's no equivalence, none. The Ballarat protest was spirited, passionate, at times angry, and rightfully so, but it was peaceful, and the Prime Minister knows it. It's okay to lock the gate against gas companies, but it's not okay to lock the gate against foreign-owned industrial-scale renewables. Talk about hypocrisy. Even the Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, has grudgingly admitted that, and I quote, "The transmission rollout, the wind factories, the solar farms and hundreds of kilometres of transmission lines are being opposed by communities." Well, no, Sherlock, Mr Bowen, they are. vehemently opposed. Farmers, law-abiding citizens are saying they will lock their gates. They're prepared to go to jail to protect their property rights and their children's future. And your solution, Mr Bowen, to offer them cheaper power bills, compensation, well, I'm going to hold you to that. The National Party will hold you to that, because right now regional Australians see this for what it is, a top-down, big-end-of-town agenda imposed on people who feel they have no voice and no choice. When the Prime Minister and his ministers start invoking neo-Nazis, when they take one woman's rope prop at a town hall meeting and smear the entire farming community, they're not listening. It's the worst kind of deflection. It's also the worst kind of gaslighting. That rope was a warning, Prime Minister, of the despair that is real in regional communities, that your policy is impacting. Because think about it for a moment. What if a government or a foreign-owned company marched into your home, onto your property and started destroying it? The truth is, until farmers and communities are genuinely engaged with and concerns addressed, these protests won't stop. Regional Australia will keep speaking out loudly and clearly, and those of us that have the great honour and privilege of representing them in this place will also continue to be their champions against a Labor Party supported by the Greens who want to see livestock production, food production in this country stopped and to disappear under swathes of steel and concrete for an international obsession that has gone too far.
Time for the debate has expired. To call the clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1, Aged Care, another legislation amendment bill and a related bill, further consideration in committee.
The question is that the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 be agreed to, subject to requests for amendments, and the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025 stand as printed. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. Could I please move amendments on sheet 3416? And in moving these amendments, the opposition is seeking to make sure that the government holds true to its commitment that it made to older Australians during the election campaign, that 83,000 packages would be released to provide care for older Australians that are currently waiting for care that they've been assessed as needing. We saw earlier this morning an amendment pass this chamber which has forced the government into releasing 20,000 home care packages immediately. What this amendment seeks now to do is to force the government to commit to releasing an additional 20,000 supported home packages between the 1st of November and the 31st of December, and that the remaining 43,000 packages that were promised by this government during the election campaign are released before the 30th of June 2026. Before I seek for this amendment to be moved, I was really keen to ask the Minister, when is the government intending to seek royal assent of this bill?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Senator Ruston. In response to your direct question, and I will... have you moved your amendment yet? May I just clarify, Chair?
Amendment has been moved, yep.
In response to your direct question, the standard process is 6 to 10 days, and that is the intention of the government. I may take the opportunity while I'm on my feet to indicate that the government will be supporting the amendment that's just been moved by Senator Ruston. We've engaged in a positive, constructive discussion with the opposition, particularly Senator Ruston, over the sitting period. We are grateful for the genuine desire on behalf of the opposition and others in the chamber to help us build a better aged care system. I have said previously, but will repeat, that this is a once-in-a-generation reform. It is designed to give older Australians choice, dignity and safe, high-quality care. We have consistently released more home care packages in every year and every budget since 2023, and we've continued to listen to older Australians, those who care for them and our aged care providers, and we're stepping up to deliver more home care support now and under the new Aged Care Act from the 1st of November. This is a responsible decision that will deliver more care faster to the older Australians who need it most, while maintaining the medium-term fiscal save that was a key pillar of our aged care reforms last year.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Senator, so I take it from your answer there is no intention to try and expedite royal assent on this bill from your answer. The reason that I'm asking whether there was going to be any accelerated attempt by the government to seek for this bill to receive royal assent is because obviously the final rules are contingent on royal assent of this bill into legislation. So I'm keen to understand when the final rules are anticipated to be registered in the Parliament.
Minister.
After royal assent, Senator Ruston, although you will be aware, of course, that the government has circulated draft final rules so as to enable people in the sector and indeed members of Parliament to engage with our proposed approach.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just keen to understand, what your intention is, because of course, draft rules are one thing, but obviously the sector actually needs those rules, and obviously the Department of the Social Services, etc., are requiring some of these rules in terms of some of the things that they've got to do. So I'm just keen to understand. You said royal assent in 6 to 10 days. How many days after royal assent is it the intention of the government to have the rules registered?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. The advice I have is as soon as practicable, Senator. I think the government is well aware of the significance of the final rules for the providers in particular in making their plans and arrangements, and also, of course, for Services Australia. We intend to move as soon as we can.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Minister. I suppose my concern around this stems from what we saw happen on the 1st of July. We had an absolutely categorical commitment from the then Minister, of course not yourself, to that everything would be in place in order for the Aged Care Act to come into effect on the 1st of July. And that commitment was given to us in November. And despite I think some quite serious and genuine concerns being raised by the opposition that a transition program and timeframe and framework would assist in making sure that that was possible. The government refused to accept our recommendation, and we found that the government wasn't ready to enable the Act to start on the 1st of July. And we actually found out during the committee hearing that the government was actually aware, well, certainly the department was aware of this as early as January this year. So my concern stems from the fact that we're here today, and I think it's the 3rd of September. If you assume that we take 10 days, we're talking about the 13th of September. The 13th of September is 6 weeks before the government is intending for this Act to come into effect. So I'm quite interested to understand, well, first of all, is the draft of the rules that have been provided to the sector, is that sufficient for the sector to commence the legal requirements to transition?
Minister? Oh, sorry, I thought you were standing for the call. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I was seeking advice. I apologise for the delay. The advice I have is that they have been progressed as far as they can be. As your question indicates, they do require royal assent before they can be registered. The government does not intend to delay registration.
Senator.
Okay, so can I just clarify? I asked you whether the draft that they have is sufficient for the legal requirements of transition, which we know are quite significant to be undertaken. Do I take it from your answer that you're saying no, they actually need the finalised registered rules in order for the sector to commence the transition requirements?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The advice I have is that the rules are not likely to materially change. They are as final as they may become prior to registration, but of course they may not be registered until after royal assent. That is a function of the legislative process.
Minister. Senator.
You can call me Minister. I'm just want to clearly understand, I mean, with the greatest amount of intention that the government may well have, the sector, I'm just trying to understand, what is the government providing, when will the government provide the certainty the sector needs in order for the legal requirements of the transition to take place? When is that going to happen? And is, on the basis of, obviously, the answers that you've been given, is the government prepared to commit to the chamber that every requirement that is of the government or the department will be finalised and in place to provide sufficient, adequate and reasonable time for the sector to be able to do what it needs to do after you've done what you need to do in order for this Act to come into effect on the 1st of November 2025?
Minister.
Senator, I think your question contains, I suppose, multiple elements. Perhaps I can answer it this way and you may wish to seek further clarification. The government is keenly aware that passing this bill is important to allow the sector to commence the transition. We have done as much as we can to signal as clearly as we can what the nature of those requirements would be by publishing draft final rules. We have been very clear, I think, in our communications, and the Senate inquiry into the bill, I think, drew many of the same conclusions. It has been important for this bill to be passed as quickly as possible. That is why we've sought to progress it over this fortnight. But yes, we do need to register the final rules, and we acknowledge that.
The question before the Chair is that the amendments on sheet 3, that 1 and 2 on sheets 3, 4, 1, 6 revised, do I say that? Yep, be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Senator.
I move amendments on sheet 3417. The amendments that I'm proposing, or the coalition, the opposition is proposing on this, is to reduce the minister's rule-making powers from 24 months to 12 months. First of all, when the government sought to give itself, 24 months, it was before they decided to put this delay in place. So the government's actually given itself additional time anyway, so they've got an extra 4 months in which they can make sure that they have remedied some of the potential issues that have occurred in this legislation. And we found out that from the primary legislation there have been 325 separate instances of where this amendment bill has had to come into play in order to effect changes because of mistakes, errors or inconsistencies or omissions in the original bill. So we believe that the government doesn't need this heavy-handed Henry VIII power for 24 months. We believe 12 months should be adequate in time to make sure that this bill, once it becomes is enacted, is able to be remedied for any unexpected changes that need to be made to it. Because the government should have more trust in its own legislation than thinking it requires 24 months to fix up its problems. And I think the government should not be expecting the sector to constantly be responding to continued failures for a period of 24 months. So we would suggest to the government, given your very, very optimistic commitments about what your legislation is able to do when you're able to get it in place, then you should back yourself in and accept that 12 months is a perfectly adequate length of time to provide yourselves with the kind of power that these particular powers give to the Minister when it comes to rule-making powers.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So the government does not support this amendment. The 24-month period in which to make rules under this proposed modifying rules-making power aligns to the maximum period during which a provider may retrospectively adjust a claim for a subsidy. It was intended that this 24-month period would provide sufficient time for any unanticipated matters to both arise and then for appropriate action to be determined and taken should this occur. The 24-month period after which a rule made under the proposed modifying rules-making power is intended to allow sufficient time for the necessary action to be taken to identify the cause of an issue, develop policy to address it, and then allow introduction and passage of a bill.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Senator Norman Payne.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I simply rise to indicate that the Greens will be supporting this amendment.
Okay, thank you. No further contributions on this. And Senator Ruston, you were seeking leave to move those amendments together. Is leave granted? Yes, it is. Therefore, I will put those amendments on sheet 3417. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those in opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Ring the bells. 4 minutes.
I'll close the doors, lock the doors. The question is that amendments 1 to 5 on sheet 3417 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I will just hold on appointing tellers for the moment. I appoint Senator Collins teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller. The result of the division is ayes 35, noes 21. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I will give senators a few moments to resume their seats. Senator Ruston, are you seeking the call?
I certainly am.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. I move amendments on sheet 3414. And this particular...
Are you seeking leave to move those together?
I seek leave to move them together, please.
There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you very much. Dare anybody to deny me leave on that. So what this does is to make sure that all new packages that are in the system are released immediately. We want to make sure that older Australians who have been assessed as needing care get these packages as soon as they are able to be delivered. So this amendment forces the government's hand in making sure that any new home care packages are released immediately upon royal assent.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The government does not support the amendment. All home care packages are being released as soon as they become available. The government is not withholding any available home care packages, and the amendment will have no effect on the release of home care packages.
Senator Ruston.
Just interested as if there is no impact and you're releasing them immediately, why you would be opposing this amendment.
Minister.
Because, Senator, the government does not support amendments that are not necessary for the functioning of the reforms.
I will put the amendment. The question is that requests 1 and 2 on sheet 3414 are agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Thank you.
And people left the chamber. Who's asking? Dave.
Oh no.
Lock the doors. Question is that requests 1 and 2 on sheet 3414 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 35, noes 20. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Give senators a few moments to resume their seats. Senator Allman-Payne, are you seeking the call?
Thanks, Deputy President. I seek leave to move amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 3394 together. The purpose of this amendment is to make the cancellation policy fairer for older people, and in particular to ensure...
Pardon me, I'll just check leave is granted. There being no objection, leave is granted. Please continue.
Sorry, Chair. The purpose of this amendment is to make sure that cancellation policies are fairer, and in particular to ensure that an older person is not charged a cancellation fee for an aged care service if the reason that it's not delivered is because that they are admitted to hospital or are involved in a medical emergency.
I will put the question that amendments 1 to 4 on sheet 3394 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Deputy President. I seek leave to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3397 together.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Allman-Payne.
I move these amendments. They are to reinstigate offences for breach of registered provider duties and the responsible person duties to make sure that older people actually have enforceable rights.
Question is that amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3397 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Deputy President. I move Amendment 1 on sheet 3396. The purpose of this amendment is to retain the requirement for higher everyday living agreements to be in writing.
The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3396 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Oh, sorry, that was my fault. Sorry, Minister. This question has to be put in a different way, that item 180 on Schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks, Deputy President. I move Amendment 1 on sheet 3399, which would ensure that there are adequate whistleblower protections.
Question is this amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. I'm looking to see if somebody is seeking the call. Senator Thorpe, are you seeking the call?
I'm seeking the call to move my amendment on sheet 3405.
You'll need leave to move those ones together. So could you seek leave to move those amendments together?
Could I seek leave?
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Thorpe, please move those amendments.
It's on sheet 304. Sorry, 3405.
Yep.
It's a very simple amendment. Ensures that compensation or redress payments to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, including for stolen gen, which we know the Labor government support, and I can't understand why they would not support this. Stolen wages and stolen gen payments are excluded from income and assets test under aged care legislation. Not sure if the the Indigenous senators in this place actually read this or understand this and how this actually affects our people, compensation from being stolen as part of the colony of this country and the colonisation and the violence that our people endure every day, our old people who've received stolen gen payments will be affected. Not only stolen gen, but stolen wages. When our people were slaves in their own country, they also, I know some people might find this absolutely hilarious. Surprised that Labor people are laughing while I'm even speaking about this. Very disrespectful to stolen gen and those that were slaves in our own country. But this means that income and assets tests under the aged care legislation will affect these payments. So in practice, this means such payments will not reduce a person's eligibility and extent of aged care support and protects survivors' redress from being effectively clawed back through the aged care system. How does that make sense, Labor? I think you need to rethink this for stolen gen, stolen wages, and make sure that they are not affected by this legislation. Don't you think our people have suffered enough at the hands of this violent system?
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. Can the opposition put on the record that we have great sympathy for the position that's been put by Senator Thorpe, and in the same response that I gave to Senator Orman-Payne when she this morning also tried to move, or sought to move and moved a similar amendment. We believe and accepted the government's position that if we were going to address redress payments as they were impacting on payments as part of the broader payment system of government, it should be done in a uniform way across all payment system and not done in an ad hoc way, bill by bill. But I just wanted to put on the record, Senator Thorpe, that we have great sympathy for the case that you've put forward. But we will be supporting the government in their intention to make sure that, that this is a uniform application of this particular issue across the whole of government.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. As noted in the previous contribution, the Greens did move an amendment earlier today seeking to exclude redress payments. We would urge the Senate, given that they have a second opportunity this evening to right that wrong, to vote in favour of Senator Thorpe's amendment. If it's the case that the government thinks that redress payments should be excluded, this is a good place to start, and we would welcome other legislation coming before the Senate so we could expand it beyond the Aged Care Act.
I will put the amendment, if there are no further contributions, that requests 1 and 2 on sheet 3405 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. I only heard one voice. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. So we'll lock the doors. The question is requests 1 and 2 on sheet 3405 be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Thorpe. Do you want to act as teller? Senator Thorpe, teller for the ayes, and Senator Blight, teller for the noes.
Yeah, exactly. I'll do that. This one, I know some. So, Askew, Russell.
The result of the division is ayes 14, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator Payman, are you still seeking to move your amendment? We'll just give you a few moments to get to your seat.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move the amendment circulated in my name on sheet 3393.
Do you wish me to put the amendment? Did you wish to speak to it, Senator Payman?
Oh, okay. I thought I was to request leave, but yeah, I can speak to it. It will be short. This amendment would amend Part 4 of Schedule 2 of this bill, which inserts a proposed Schedule 6 into the Aged Care Consequential and Transitional Provisions Act 2024. This schedule would allow the minister to modify the legislative framework of aged care by legislative instrument while the transition to the new Aged Care Act is underway. This is a consequential schedule that empowers the minister to legislate without reference to the Parliament. While it is important that the transition to the new aged care framework goes as smoothly as possible, it is also important that this power is scrutinised by the Parliament. The amendment on sheet 3393 adds a clause to the proposed Schedule 6 to allow the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee to review any rules made under Schedule 6 without the need for the Senate to refer the matter to it first. This committee can do so within 3 months of a rule or rules made under the schedule being tabled in the Senate. In a previous draft of this amendment, the choice of the committee to review a rule or rules was instead an obligation. This would have meant even if a rule was made that was as simple as fixing a drafting error or making a minor technical amendment, the committee would have been required to review it and report to the Senate. By substituting must for may, this amendment allows the committee the freedom to decide whether a rule is worthy of inquiry. For some senators, this may raise a concern that by not forcing the committee to review every rule, the committee, which is a government-controlled one, could choose to not review rules that, for example, the government or the minister did not wish them to review, but that were consequential. If the word must is used and the committee was presented with what in its view was an inconsequential rule, the committee could elect to report this finding without being required to consider the rule any further. If the word may is used, the committee would be free to not consider a rule it deemed inconsequential without the need to produce a report of which a finding for each inconsequential rule that is made. In essence, the committee would in either situation retain the power to determine to what extent it wished to inquire into rules. The use of may rather than must recognises that the committee's time and resources are limited and offers the committee flexibility in deciding which rules it wishes to report on. This amendment will increase the accountability of the minister in exercising his powers under this Act, and I would urge my fellow senators to support it.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd like to indicate that the opposition will be supporting Senator Payman's amendment because we believe this provides additional scrutiny to the minister's rule-making powers. So we commend this amendment.
There being no... Minister.
I'll just indicate that the government does not support the amendment. There is nothing to prevent the Senate from referring this or any other matter to the relevant committee should it choose to do so.
I will put the amendment. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I just wish to indicate that the Greens will be supporting this amendment.
I will put the amendment. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3393 revised be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question before the chair, if nobody is seeking the call, is Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before we close the debate on this very important piece of legislation, I just want to put on the record that today was a win for older Australians who desperately needed the assistance that this passage of this bill is going to afford them. And the decision to release today, immediately on royal assent, the 20,000 home care packages is incredibly important for so many Australians, for those 20,000 Australians who now are going to get the support that they otherwise previously had been denied. It is also a win over time for 83,000 older Australians, because the sector now is in a position to be able to gear itself up to be ready to deliver these packages that have been forced to be released over the coming 9 months. So basically today Labor was faced with a choice. They listened to the Coalition, the Greens and Senator Pocock, and they released these packages early, or they would have stood in the way of vulnerable older Australians getting the care they desperately need. So today I'm very pleased to have been able to stand with the Greens and Senator Pocock to force what I think has been a very arrogant stance by this Labor government in relation to their absolute preparedness to intentionally deny older Australians the care that they have been identified as needing, simply because the government was not prepared to put its hand in the pocket and issue these new packages. So I just want to be very clear. Today was not a deal. Today was a defeat of the Labor Party's arrogance on this matter. The Labor Party capitulated on their stance that they have been taking now for some months, simply because they realised that they were going to lose a vote in this place. But as I said, the big winner today is the older Australians who now will be able to get access to the care that they have been assessed as needing. This shouldn't have had to take until today. This should have happened months ago. The government should never have said that they were not going to release any new packages for a period of at least 4 months. As I said, the situation should never have happened because the sector was ready, the department was ready, the money is already banked in the budget by this government, and Labor was the only thing standing in the way of the release of these packages for older Australians. So it is a black mark on this government that it has taken the collective effort and will of those of us in the Senate who put older Australians' needs first, that we have had to drag the government kicking and screaming to this position. So this is a crisis of the government's own making, and we are very proud to have stood with others in this place to force the government to release these additional 83,000 packages. But we also found out today, despite the government trying for us not to find out, that actually the wait list now is 108,924 people. So we now know that even these 83,000 packages that are to be released over the next 9 months are not going to be sufficient to be able to deliver the care to those people that are on the waiting list. So the Coalition will continue to fight for older Australians with one very clear goal in mind. No one should have to be waiting for the care that they have been assessed as needing, and we will continue to fight to make sure that is the case. Can I acknowledge the support of the Australian Greens, who have been steadfast in their pursuit of the same goal that we have, and that is that older Australians should get the care that they need. And I will also shout out to Senator Pocock, who has been very steadfast through all of the inquiries to make sure that we have been able to achieve what we have been able to achieve today. Can I also thank my incredible staff. We on this side have got very limited staff, which means our staff have to work incredibly hard. And can I put on the record the incredible work of Holly Crothers, who has worked tirelessly now for 18 months to make sure that we're in the position today to be able to see these packages released. She's been ably supported by my Chief of Staff, Lily Balaam, who I am very sad to say will be leaving us on Friday. We wish her all the best, but most particularly we wish older Australians all the best, and we will not stop fighting for you.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Greens too welcome the demonstration of power of the Senate today in being able to force the government to release home care packages now. It shouldn't have taken this long to bring the government to this position, but we showed that through bringing evidence through our inquiry on Friday and maintaining consistent pressure on the government, that pressure works. And the Greens are proud of the pressure that we have applied over the last month to bring the government to this position, along with Senator Pocock and the Coalition. It's concerning just how big the wait list for aged care is, and I want to remind the government that the Royal Commission said that we needed to stop rationing aged care. We are so far away, at this point in time from ceasing that rationing. 87,000 packages for a wait list of over 200,000 is not going to get us there. So the Greens will continue to work to put pressure on the government. We also have concerns about the equity or the inequity of the New Aged Care Act and the fact that some people are not going to be able to access care because it will be beyond their financial means. And we also have serious concerns about the ending of the Commonwealth Home Support Program, which provides essential services like Meals on Wheels. So it is a win today for the Senate. It shows that pressure in the Senate works, but there is still much more to do, and the Greens are going to keep holding the government to account and keep the pressure on them until we stop rationing care for older Australians and we make sure that they get it at the time that they need it.
The question is that the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 as amended be agreed to, subject to requests for amendments, and the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The question is now that the bills be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and a related bill. The committee has agreed to the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 with amendments and subject to requests, and the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025 without amendments. I call on the Minister that the report be adopted.
I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senators, because the first bill has been agreed to subject to requests, that bill will not be read a third time. A message will be sent to the House requesting that the House make the amendments. I call on the Minister to move the third reading on the Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025. Minister.
I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill now be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Aged Care Accommodation Payment Security Levy Amendment Bill 2025.
And that concludes consideration of these bills. Pursuant to order, I call on Minister Gallagher to move a motion relating to the routine of business for tomorrow.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move the motion as circulated in the chamber, and I move that the question be now put.
Question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now put the question. The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Hello.
I know. It's been a long day. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 18 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I propose that the Senate now adjourn. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 8 a.m.